Good morning, Your Excellencies. Good morning to everybody. I would like to welcome all of you at the Moldova Tourism Forum, the second edition. We need to have the most important actors that are going to be here gathered as national experts, international experts, representatives of the government, of the association level and tourism industry. Over the last years, we have had a number of challenges, and these challenges actually makes us to coordinate better our policies. To recover the tourism industry needs some very decisive steps. We need a strategic vision so as to develop the national touristic products. This forum is going to provide a discussion platform and is going to create a sustainable link between the representatives of different institutions active in this area, as well as the tourists accessing these services. Within these 2 days of presentations and discussions, the participants are going to analyze the current situation of the tourism in Moldova and in the region, the strengths, the weak points, as well as the potential for development. The main aim of this event is to establish a plan of specific actions that is going to foster the development of a powerful industry. Until COVID-19 pandemic and until the war in Ukraine has started, tourism was contributed with 5% of the GDP. When the pandemic has determined a drastic drop of tourists in the entire world, we have had also a drop in the Republic of Moldova. Nevertheless, in 2021, the flow of tourists has increased, and in the first half of 2022, we have had an increase of 44% of tourists coming to the country. We need to adjust to the new circumstances. We have to understand that the tourists have changed their behavior, their preferences. Thus, the industry has also to adjust to the new needs. In order to align the development of the industry with the national development trends, within this forum we are going to analyze the best practices in the region, but also of those countries that have a similar touristic offer. We are going to focus on some topics such as sustainable development of tourism, investments, diversification of the touristic offer in the country, creation of regional partnership, different tools of support and different other important areas for this sector. As well, I would like to thank the partners for development for the support that has been provided to the tourism industry over the last years. USAID, Sweden Embassy, Swiss Embassy, EU, Polish AD, and many other partners who have intervened and have supported the respective sector. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite the Secretary General of the government, Mr. Dumitru Urdea. Honorable audience, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this forum. This is the welcome address that we would like to actually address to the tourists at the airport, at the border crossing points, in the downtown of Chisinau, on the River Prut, on the River Dnestru, or from within the heart of the Kodri forest. I'd like to mention that the Republic of Moldova is representing a unique combination of nature, culture, cuisine, and hospitality. Today, it is one more uncovered touristic destination of Europe. Together with people, together with our partners, we will change this. The development of tourism, the increase of the tourist numbers in our country is a priority of the government for the next years. And this is under the Strategy for Development European Moldova 2030, but also is under the National Program for Tourism Development. The government is envisaging to develop the country as a sustainable touristic destination that is going to be competitive, that is going to bring social, environment, economic benefits to the current and next generation. It is well known the fact that the pandemic has changed as well the preferences of tourists. They are not looking anymore for some exotic destinations, but for some original and unique experiences. Some small countries, some small cities, wherever they have the possibility to interact with the local people, so as to find out about the values, the traditions, and the life of such people. As well, the pandemic has shown that the touristic potential can be harnessed not only by the tourists from abroad, but also by the inbound tourists. For instance, I also would like to know the people of Moldova. I'm one of the hundreds of thousands of citizens having the same ideas. Tourism has an important role in the world economy, thanks to its economic potential and thanks to the fact that it creates new jobs. As well, it has an impact on related sectors, but also it has a social and environmental impact. Thus, it becomes one of the most important sectors of international trade. The forum of today is a good opportunity so as to promote tourism in the Republic of Moldova, as well as to highly appreciate the effort of thousands of people working in this area. Hundreds of enterprises that on a daily basis are contributing to the development of the sector are very important. Today, our messages go to all those who think that their ideas can actually be transferred in some business, regardless of the fact if they are from the country or outside the country. We have so many success stories whenever our citizens from diaspora have come back home and have transformed the houses of their grandparents in extraordinary touristic destinations, and they are the promoters of the image of our country. Indeed, there is a lot to be done, but we are sure that together we will succeed. And let's not forget that we are a small country, but with a big heart. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Urdea. And now I'd like to invite Minister of Culture of the Republic of Moldova, Mr. Sergio Prodan. Good day, dear Secretary General, Mr. Urdea, dear Director, Hochlander, dear and honorable audience, first of all, let me welcome you. And also, I would like to bring with gratitude words to all those who have contributed to the organization of this extraordinary event. This forum represents a platform that is actually uniting different experts from the entire world, responsible of the government institutions, representatives of the business environment, of the association environment, as well as diplomatic missions. Dear colleagues, the role of tourism in developing the economy, governance and social area is huge, and this is the main aim of this forum of Moldova tourism for 2022. The industry of tourism is contributing to 3 development goals of the country. We are talking about increase of revenues, of the number of jobs, as well as promoting the image of the country. Before the pandemic of 2019, tourism, as it was said, was contributing with 5% to the GDP, or about $500 million. The crisis that we have faced with, as well as the Ukrainian war, is actually calling upon us to coordinate our interventions and public policies, having a bigger focus on the elements of sustainability, innovation and creativity. Besides the fact that tourism is an increase engine, it also can foster social sector, the preservation of the national heritage, social cohesion, as well as integration of national minorities by coming up with a path towards peace and dialogue. Recovery of the touristic industry needs some prompt and pragmatic efforts, but also creative solutions and resistant ecosystems. All of this is creating new possibilities for tackling the development of tourism as a part of the regional policy that is so needed for enhancing local competitiveness. Another pragmatic intervention would be the active management of risks and enhancing our response to the needs of the small and medium enterprises. It is absolutely necessary to have more predictability, transparent dialogue, and solid support. Our public policies are going to be adjusted to the new context and are going to explore new beginnings. The government of the Republic of Moldova has approved the National Strategy for Development, European Moldova 2030. This is a document that is representing the strategic development for the Republic of Moldova for the next 7 years, and tourism is among the priority development sectors. As well, the government is dedicated to support the tourism industry in the Republic of Moldova. In this respect, it's very important to finalize the national program for development of tourism 2020-2026. The aim of which is to develop the Republic of Moldova as a touristic, sustainable destination that is going to be competitive, that is going to bring economic, social, and environmental benefits to local communities, but also to next generations. I do consider important to mention the pillars that the development of sustainable tourism sector is going to be based on. First, to enhance the skills and the quality in tourism industry, to enhance the role of tourism in the national development policies. Thirdly, to have improved cooperation and synergy in promoting the national touristic product. Fourth, to have an exchange of good practices with other countries and with foreign partners. Fifth, the development and the use of the information technology tools for the touristic enterprises, as well as to implement modern initiatives of electronic services in tourism. At the same time, another important measure would be to create the National Institution for Implementation of Policies in Tourism sector, a powerful institution with great vision, which would be in line with the priorities for coordinating activities in the development of inbound tourism, as well as promoting the country as a touristic destination at the world level, as well as to protect the legal relations within tourism industry, as well as to ensure good qualitative services in tourism area. The development of rural tourism represents another priority. Together with the Ministry of Economy, as well as together with the Organization for Development of Entrepreneurship, we are working on a new program so as to provide support to micro, medium and small enterprises from tourism industry by providing different grants and financial support so as to develop the value chains in the rural tourism. Together with the civil society, foreign partners and private sector, the government has been dedicated to harness to maximum the potential of tourism in our country. I'm so glad that together with the Agency of Investments, as well as with the support of the MCD8 project as the future industries project financed by the Swedish Embassy and USAID, we will be able to discuss during these 2 days the development steps for this industry that we have to undertake together. We'll be able to analyze the best practices of the World Tourism Organization of the different countries from the region, but also of different agencies from other countries that have a similar touristic offer. The stakeholders from this industry are going to focus on some important subjects, such as sustainable development of tourism, diversification of the touristic offer of the Republic of Moldova, creation of regional partnerships, promoting investments and sustainable partnerships, promoting the country through involvement and engagement of diaspora, and many other important topics for this area. A small country with a big heart. This is the motto of this event. This is a message that is actually showing the generosity that people from this country have shown, as well as the companies from the industry of tourism, so as to support the Ukrainian refugees. I would like to wish success to all the participants, and I wish prosperity to the touristic sector. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. And now I would like to invite Mr. Scott Hochengler, USAID Moldova Mission Director. Mr. Hochengler, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Hochlander. And now we are going to close the official part of these speeches. Thank you very much for your interventions. And now we are switching to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Good day. The next panel will focus on the strategic vision as our industry has is working now on finalizing the program. On the other hand, the development partners are supporting us through other programs. So the agency has worked on that segmentation study in order to identify what is the consuming source and the target countries. So I'd like now to give the floor to invite Andrei Kisol, the State Secretary, Ministry of Culture. Good day, everyone. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you very much again for the fact that you have accepted to attend this event. This event wants to be a platform of discussions between civil society, private sector, the policymakers, the implementers, and especially our development partners, which traditionally support creative industries and tourism in Moldova. Today I will make a short presentation of the National Program for Tourism Development draft. As Mr. Reka mentioned, we have initiated the development of this program several years ago, and this is a strategic document that we need to have and which needs to be understood by the policymakers in the field as well as by those who implement the policies. We need a vision, we need clear objectives, measurable objectives, and financially covered to be able to ensure the sustainable development of tourism. Therefore, the development of this program was initiated some time ago and is currently being discussed with the civil society and on the platforms of the ministries. It is a program that we want to develop for up to 2026, and even if it's a short-term program, it has very clearly developed objectives that we set forth, and which wants to give tourism a more strategic place in the policy-making process in the socioeconomic and cultural development of Moldova. The first objective of this program so the first objective focuses on increasing the contribution of tourism to Moldovan economy, national economy. We want for the tourism sector, for this program to be a strategic document which could contribute to the development of our communities, to a better promotion of Moldova as a tourism destination, and a better strengthening of the private sector within this industry. The second objective focuses on increasing the added value of the tourism services on the receiving and internal one. So we need to develop the internal tourism destination to involve local communities in this process. We need to transform those cultural goods, natural areas, those traditional villages that we have in Moldova in genuine tourism destinations. Therefore, we need better investments in tourism infrastructure, better investment in building human resources capacities in this sector, and a stronger involvement of the private sector, of local communities in ensuring that this objective is achieved. As well, we believe that tourism is an important area for local communities. It could be, and from our perspective, it is the area which can contribute to the development of our communities and their well-being. The base of the national tourism sector is that genuine economic base. So these three objectives were developed and operationalized in 4 specific objectives of this program. One of the first elements needed for all of us is to acknowledge how important, or the importance of tourism for national economy. Therefore, we need a better positioning of tourism within the policy making in this sector. We need for tourism to be a part of the economic development, regional development policies, environmental policies, educational policies, etc. Therefore, the way that we will manage to include tourism as part of the development policies of Moldova is an important aspect, and I'm happy that Mr. Minister mentioned tourism is now a component of the national development strategy of Moldova, and this is due to the involvement of the government and of all those who support the development of tourism in Moldova. Another important element is how do we present ourselves outside of the country, so the brand of the country of tourism and of promoting. We need a better policy and better support on how to development. Extraordinary things were done, as well as the country brand that you see behind me is a thing that needs to be multiplied and promoted more actively on the outside. A business environment which would allow the implementation of policies and of smart regulations. So it's important to allow more innovation and new elements which would allow promoting tourism. And the fourth specific objective is about the international cooperation, because we need for Moldova to be better known and to be included in as many programs as possible of the International Tourism Organization, but also of other organizations supporting tourism development. We have platforms at the European level, we have international platforms, and we have to ensure that Moldovan tourism is integrated in these circuits, this tourism development platforms. Therefore, we need to harness that status of candidate country by several international organizations. The second objective, as mentioned, it was about increasing competitivity of the tourism sector by diversifying touristic products, innovation, investments, and qualified workforce. This is the important means for the development of tourism, without which it would be impossible to ensure the effective development of Moldova and attracting tourist flows. So we need to strengthen and diversify touristic products. It needs to be more genuine, innovative, so that all those traveling to Moldova to enjoy these experiences. Moldova is a small country, but with an enormous potential, natural, human potential, cultural potential. The use of innovative and creative technologies. I think that we are talking about that symbiosis, about how we bring together information technologies and creative ones to the improvement of the national touristic product. We need to invest more in promotion platforms to insert creative industries in the development of more competitive, original, and attractive for the public touristic products for those who would want to visit the country. An important thing that was mentioned in the opening remarks is linked to investments from the state budget, from the state, but also private ones. We need to incentivize for the private sector to keep investing in this sector. We need to generate more public investment for the improvement of touristic infrastructure, to improve it for all the tourists visiting Moldova. Therefore, this component of investment in tourism is the element which will generate the development of touristic products, of touristic destinations, and the implementation of information technologies. Workforce is as important. We have wonderful initiatives in rural areas. We have wonderful initiatives in our touristic destinations, but we also need qualitative human resources, competitive human resources, which could provide or create experiences for the tourists, be it regardless if we talk about touristic guides or the staff. So we need for our educational institutions to train the workforce that the tourism sector needs. And I'm very happy that today we are here in an educational institution which has a solid base in securing that the involvement and development and training of young people is secured for the tourism sector. We have programs developed within this institution, and we have a request on behalf of the youth who want to work in this sector, in this field. So we already started with continuous education, with long life learning, but we need a strategic approach. We need more innovation. We need to test other more innovative forms as dual education or lifelong learning, which are extraordinary elements which will ensure the sustainability and continuous development of the sector. Therefore, it is crucial to have that strategic approach on the development and training of the workforce, of the human resources for the sector. Another objective is the development, the sustainable development of tourism and accountable tourism, and extending the benefits of tourism in the Republic of Moldova. We need for the national touristic product to be as known as possible on the regional markets. We need for the national touristic product to be harmoniously developed within our communities, localities, but at the same time what's important is to identify those development regions, to test those innovative elements that the International Tourism Organization is promoting, those management approaches which are key for development of the sector. Therefore, through this program, through the activities we want to plan is to identify those regions in which we would invest, which would be a reference, a baseline reference points for the tourism development in Moldova. We also need for those destinations which are already popular to invest in them more, but at the same time to identify new destinations we have in Moldova and which are not as well known to the public. This year we had the opportunity to support several activities linked to the promotion of touristic destinations. We intended to promote more the natural reserve, for example, those touristic cultural areas, but also to support those areas which are very well known already, as for example Cetatea Soroca, Țipova or Orheiul Vechi. So this approach is to synchronize, to bring several sectors to communicate and cooperate in ensuring the development of tourism is an important aspect. Therefore, we need for these destinations, in identifying these destinations, to be made based on the potential of on the local touristic potential for the development of tourism. Therefore, we need for development of those cultural, adventure, natural wine tourism to be developed. And each of these areas needs separate approaches, but each of them needs to be developed. This is a very important aspect. Another element is linked to the way we will manage to find opportunities to develop areas, strategic tourism areas. We have this included in the strategic document of the country, and the objective is to develop as many areas as possible and to focus, to concentrate the investments, private, public, or of the donors in the development of those areas. So we need to identify local communities for that and to work with the business representatives, entrepreneurs, or the beneficiaries of financial assistance. And it is important, of course, to work directly with our communities, with the beneficiaries, or the entrepreneurs who are already active in this area, to teach them on how to better attract international tourists and how to benefit, how to tap into all the digital and informational resources that are available. Another specific objective is concerning the development of the sustainable and accountable tourism according to the objectives of the United Nations and the International Tourism Organization. It concerns the important aspect of preserving the cultural and tourism areas. So our activities, our tourism-related activities have to be responsible, and our destinations, they need to be promoted to the extent to which they do not harm either the natural environment or the cultural patrimony. So therefore our measures, our mechanisms have to contribute to the development of this sector, and for the recommendations of the International Tourism Organization to be implemented in order to ensure that we will do no harm. And those and we need for those recommendations to be understood and promoted by the community. Thus, I will want to point out what we want to achieve through this program. So I want to summarize the key points. We want to ensure that we will involve civil society, government and private sector, and we need for our activities to be focused on the development of our communities, the national touristic product, and to give Moldovan citizens the opportunity to stay in the country, invest in their businesses, and we need for the Republic of Moldova to be as known as possible at the international level. As Mr. Minister stated, it is crucial to reach the same level of the trend we reached in 2019 and go even further to understand that tourism is an important branch of the economy, of the development of the Republic of Moldova, and by bringing together different sectors and by including tourism in different national policy, we will be able to ensure the sustainable development of the tourism sector. Therefore, I'm really glad that we have the opportunity during these days to discuss on different platforms about different contributions, the contribution of the private sector, the contribution of the IT sector on the tourism development. And I do hope that only through an integrated approach we will be able to ensure that Moldova is indeed a resilient and sustainable tourism destination, and by developing tourism, Moldova can develop and can ensure the prosperity of our communities, and it will become, in doing so, well known internationally. I thank you very much, and I hope that this presentation will generate new discussions. We are open on the government platform, on the civil society or private sectors to keep collecting all the relevant suggestions on how to develop the tourism sector. We wish for our ideas to generate or to lead to the development of the sector and the prosperity of our communities, of our localities, and a better knowledge, understanding of our patrimony, natural, cultural ones, and for everyone who wants to visit Moldova to get to know it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gistol, a very comprehensive presentation, and we really hope for the representatives of the industry to have as less as possible unclarities related to this program. Now I'd like to invite Mrs. Zinaida Adam, the manager from UNDP Moldova.
Development of rural communities and how we do that. First of all, I would like to mention that UNDP has a vast and extensive experience in working at local level here in the country. Our work is primarily focused on stimulating economic growth and social cohesion. And in cooperation with the local community members, we help the local public authorities to efficiently plan and implement local development projects and improve public services in that process. We are supporting the creation of employment opportunities through favorable business development conditions, attraction of investments, and job creation at local level. While we see that significant efforts have been made to improve and create an enabling business environment at the national level, we consider that the local public authorities have an understated role, and their capacity needs to be further improved in promoting the local economic development in local communities. Our local economic work addresses many challenges that the current rural communities are facing. And allow me to mention just one of them, which is out-migration. And many of you know that this is primarily driven by insufficient economic opportunities, particularly in the rural communities and small towns of Moldova. While working on economic development at local level, UNDP has been supporting the local communities to identify the local investment product based on their comparative advantages. And the untapped local tourism potential has been identified as one of the most promising local investment product, bringing, as mentioned in the quote you've seen a bit earlier of the World Tourism Organization, both economic growth and social change. And now I would like to talk about how we do that. In our understanding, local public authorities are an equally important actor as the private sector in stimulating economic growth and promoting tourism in rural communities. The important and responsible role of the local public authorities is to create this enabling environment, the fertile soil for the local businesses to emerge, grow through tangible and intangible factors. And that is primarily by supporting an entrepreneurship culture in rural communities, limit the administrative barriers, improve public services and the much needed infrastructure to catalyze and stimulate local investment in local communities. Currently, we work in over 30 local communities across all regions of the country through local economic councils, bringing together both the local public authorities and the private sector to identify the challenges, the needs, and solutions to improve business climate at local level. UNDP in that process has partnered with over 30 communities and supported the implementation of over 50 projects that lead to improved conditions for stimulating rural tourism. And through those kind of projects, we supported the implementation and improvement of key infrastructure, like key access roads to most important touristic sites, connection to utilities and public services that are very much needed for having a solid touristic offer at local level. Allow me to mention and to give credit to our development partners that support our work at local level. And as you can see on the screen, we work closely with the government of Moldova, with the EU delegation, but also with the governments of Sweden, Switzerland, Romania, and the UK. Working hand in hand with our local communities, but also engaging with our migrant communities, we demonstrated that migration can have a very meaningful contribution to the development of their communities of origin here in the country by leveraging both financial and human capital of the diaspora to improving economic opportunities here in Moldova. Through that experience, we've worked in 12 communities and supported the development of 15 local touristic routes, improvement of or creation of 34 new guest houses, that altogether helped create additional 185 local jobs in the touristic sector in rural communities of Moldova. Our total investment reached over $700,000 US, but it leveraged additional $2.5 million in local contribution. And when I mention local contribution, I mean both the contribution of the local public authorities, the private sector in those rural communities, our diaspora, and the community members. Our extensive and long-standing already work across the post-conflict divide shows that tourism development has a great potential to enhance both trust and cooperation by connecting the touristic actors and the touristic offers from both banks of the river Dniester and supporting their needs in establishing interesting and attractive touristic routes and offers. It increases the sustainability of our work in the development of rural communities on both river banks. It contributes to the preservation of the environment and the cultural heritage on both river banks. So in that process, we developed a couple of instruments to support and leverage and explore the touristic advantages of both river banks. The touristic cross-river cooperation platform, which is a professional cooperation platforms, brings together professionals from both river banks and helps them identify touristic routes, understand the needs, and actually support their work on creating new joint touristic routes across both river banks. The professionals undergo both professional training, they receive mentorship, and also together advocate for regulatory changes that nurture tourism development across both river banks. We also support tourism entrepreneurship and culture in those communities through capacity building, endowment with the necessary equipment and such. We also support the traditional business and entrepreneurship to develop or expand their businesses into their touristic sector, but we also support the more traditional actors such, for example, those in the HoReCa sector to improve their facilities and offer the much needed services for the tourists that come to those regions. Together with other partners, we also helped the creation of those two tourism information centers, both in Chisinau and in Tiraspol, that promote the joint routes across the Dniester River. As the experience of our colleagues at UNDP Cyprus show, tourism can play a and cultural heritage can play a very important role in re-establishing or recreating this common cultural space, trust, and helps create a shared future. Thus, our work on preserving cultural heritage on both banks of the Dniester River is very much focused on the preservation of objects of significant importance, both for our culture and for our history, and the capacity building of the stakeholders involved in that process. The inclusion in the touristic routes obviously stimulates tourism and generates additional income generation opportunities. The two flagship projects, the renovation of Tigina Fortress and the Chisinau Circus, have already undergone very thorough technical expertise and technical design, and are currently in the stage of preservation and conservation. Both of these two projects have significant potential to attract a large number of tourists, as well as investments in the regions. I would also like to mention the 10 smaller scale projects related to cultural preservation that we have been supporting in the last couple of years. 5 of them on the right bank and 5 of them on the left bank. All of them have been supported and have been selected through an open competition, and 7 of them have already been rehabilitated. The last 3 of them should be rehabilitated by the end of this year. And they all represent a wide variety of categories of cultural and historical objects. We've seen that they already have a great potential to attract larger number of tourists in the region, and most of them have already been included in various touristic routes, thus stimulating economic development of their host communities and attracting additional investment opportunities in the future. Last but not least, I would like to talk about innovation, which is not necessarily always connected to the tourism sector, but our work here in the country proves that this is very much the case. In our experience, using branding as an instrument to increase visibility, to underline the local personality, and to promote the popularity of touristic routes are a very good instrument. The local economic clustering approach that we are now currently applying in 2 focal regions, Cahul and Ungheni, bring together, on the one hand, the private sector, the public authorities, cultural and educational institutions, research and development sector, for all of them together to create this enabling environment, and has proven that here in Moldova, and what we've seen in Romania as well, brings added value to the development of the touristic sector as such. The local action groups are one of our partners that we worked again in the 2 focal regions. They bring together both the private sector, the civil society, and the local public authorities, have prioritized rural tourism development at their micro-regional level, and have already implemented 9 tourism development projects, which obviously enhance the attractiveness of the micro-regions, increase the number of tourists visiting those specific regions, improve the associated and connected services to the process, and have also led to new jobs being created at this micro-regional level. In conclusions, allow me to just underline the fact that the tourism potential, in our vision, currently represents the most promising driver that accelerates the emergence of new economic opportunities, particularly at local level, for the establishment of jobs, for attracting new investments, and to generate additional income opportunities. Obviously, there are many prerequisites of that. We need a critical mass of entrepreneurs, of business ideas. We need very highly motivated public authorities to support that process, and many others. But we also have a favorable context, and it has been mentioned already before that the COVID-19 pandemic has created this new window of opportunity for promoting domestic tourism. But it has to be leveraged in a very swift and smart manner. And finally, I would like to say that we are ready to partner with all of you in our work to ensure that the outcomes of our work are higher. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With the support of the World Bank, there has been established a segmentation survey so as to see what would be the segments of the touristic products for the Republic of Moldova. But the things have changed a little bit since the start of the war in February. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Krisic, CEO of Solimar International, to develop this idea.
your rural tourism entrepreneurs, visited your wineries, your attractions, got to also talk to a lot of your private sector partners, and I really fell in love with what you have to offer. I've worked in and traveled to over 85 countries, and everyone talks about authenticity as being one of the key drivers for a successful tourism destination. And as you all know, authenticity comes natural to everyone in Moldova. What you offer is completely genuine and absolutely wonderful. I was walking through your Central Park last night, and just seeing people dancing to folk music in the park and watching young people walking around, it was really a wonderful experience. And as your tagline says, find yourself in Moldova. Obviously, this is what you have to offer. So today, I want to talk a little bit about marketing the country. How do we let the world know about what you have to offer and bring more visitors to the country? Before I do that, though, I want to kind of highlight, last time I was here, one of the big challenges I heard from the industry was the lack of the prioritization of the sector from the government. And this is something that is a challenge for any destination. If you're not prioritizing the sector, you're not going to see its full potential. But it's been very impressive to see over the last 3 years how the government is really changing its attitudes towards the industry. Seeing the remarks earlier today from the minister and other representatives about the importance of the sector, investing in the sector, the tourism strategy as well, it shows me that we're starting to see the focus that is needed, and I hope this continues. So let's talk a little bit about marketing, but before we do that, I just want to highlight. Nope. Sorry. Maybe somebody else can advance? There we go. Okay, so just a quick introduction. I'm the CEO of Solimar International. I work around the world as a tourism development and marketing consultant. I also have a small tourism enterprise in rural Virginia surrounded by wineries, so I understand the challenges of running a guest house. And I also teach at George Washington University on attracting investment and finance into the tourism sector. I've had the chance to work in over 300 projects in 60 countries, and I've seen firsthand how tourism, with the right policies and the right approach, can be used to drive sustainable development goals. We can channel this industry to support poverty alleviation, to preserve our cultural heritage, and protect our natural resources. My current projects I'm working on now, if you look at this list, you'll notice these are not the most popular and most iconic tourism destinations. They're what I call undiscovered destinations. But I think the reason why I get excited about undiscovered destinations is you have the opportunity to help influence them at the very early stages on how they develop. And one thing I've learned from some of our past projects like Namibia and Rwanda, the industry, the tour operators, the media are all looking for what's the next hot destination. They want to write about the new destinations. So there's a tremendous opportunity to tap into that interest. I've also had the chance to work in Moldova during the pandemic, we worked with the World Bank and some wonderful partners here locally to look at a market segmentation study. We wanted to look at what are the segments that Moldova needs to target in order to attract more visitors. We know you have a wonderful product, but who is the right markets to target? We know that we have limited resources, but we want to focus beyond just which countries to focus on, but which segments. What are the kinds of travelers? What are they looking for? And what is it that Moldova has to offer that can be matched with their interest? So with the helps of Antrim and a lot of other private sector partners here, we reached out and surveyed the industry. We found what Moldova has to offer, and then we went out and surveyed over 1,000 different people in our source markets. And through that survey, we asked them what they're looking for in their destinations, and then what Moldova has to offer in order to pair that. Then we used the software to create different segments. So we had the free spirits, the urban millennials. Each one had its own kind of background and what makes them unique and what they're going to be interested in. The dual income family adventurers, a little bit about where they're most likely to come from. The regenerative travelers, people who care about where they visit and making a difference in the places they travel to. The empty nest explorers, one of the fastest growing markets that are out there. So there were lots of segments. We saw from this research that there's a group of travelers that are out there that are interested in this. And if we looked at the total population, they represented over 740 million people. And if we just reached 1% of that population, that would result in 13 million euros into the country. 10% would be 133. So the potential is there. So how do we do this? What do we need to do in order to effectively market to these groups? Well, first, I want to recommend this idea of creating a public-private destination marketing organization, often called a tourism board. What I've seen here in Moldova is we have a two-track kind of effort here. You've got the work of Antrim, which is amazing, organizing the industry, driving the marketing of the country, running the information centers, and then we have Invest Moldova. The idea of bringing these two efforts together so that we have the private sector at the table helping drive destination marketing for the country is very important. This is the engine that's going to make tourism marketing work, and I would love to see something like this established here in Moldova. Second, we need to put gas in that engine. We need to make sure that there is a dedicated marketing fund. And the way to do this is through tax policy reform. We need to make sure that the taxes that we're charging the visitors to come into the country and stay at our hotels, maybe even visit our wineries, rent cars, there should be a portion of that that's going into a dedicated marketing fund. And as tourism grows in the country, so will that marketing fund. If you do not have a dedicated marketing fund, if you're not investing in the sector as the government, you're not going to be able to realize the return that's available. So just like many other destinations around the world, we've got to look at the way in which we are investing in the marketing of the country. The third is to continue to use storytelling. Moldova, your product, what you offer is experiences, and the best way that those experiences come to life is by highlighting it through stories. I've watched with admiration as a Facebook follower and Instagram, all the different content that's being put out by the country, the stories, the people that make your destination so unique and special. How you've also tapped into these digital influencers and content creators and inviting them to come experience your wonderful hospitality and tell the world with their own voice why this destination is so unique. So continue to do this, continue to use storytelling as a way to tell what makes your place unique. The next is looking at how do you work with the travel trade. This is really important. The international travel trade can help open up the country for you. They have travelers, they have influence of where those travelers go and where they're going, what countries they're going to visit. When I worked in Namibia, we just focused on tour operators that were selling South Africa, Botswana, Kenya. We knew that they had the clientele that were coming, that have already traveled with them to Kenya. And we said, why not offer a new destination, something that's different, something that's unique? And we gave them the tools, the education, the familiarization trips, so that they could become our partners to go sell the country. You've got a great opportunity also with your partners in Romania. Unfortunately, you will be, for a lot of times, packaged as a multi-destination program. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what we did with Rwanda, and we partnered Rwanda tour operators with Kenya and Tanzania tour operators so that when they were selling the country, that they also included Rwanda as an extension to that experience, and it worked really well. So, but again, you have to have a focused way to work on your travel trade, have an approach, and nurture those relationships. And then finally also looking at ways to partner with strategic media companies. There are media companies out there whose audience is exactly who you want to be targeting. Whether it's a company like Wanderlust out of the UK or maybe a road cycling magazine out of Germany, these types of media organizations have an audience that would be great for who you're trying to reach, and you need to partner with them. That means you need to invest with them. But again, they're looking for new destinations. They're excited about working in places like Moldova, but you've got to work on those relationships and invest in those as well. And then finally, the last one is we need to help assist the industry with digitalization. As people are coming to the country, they're going to be using their tools to look for places to eat nearby, places to stay, and we need to make sure our local partners, our businesses, are able to use the tools that are available to them. They need to have a digital presence. They need to be on Google. We need to be able to facilitate bookings, even online bookings, even digital transactions. So we need to be doing what we can to make sure that when you do all this hard work to attract people to the country, that they can find all the businesses and services that you have in your country. So that's my summary. I'm very impressed with Moldova. It's a pleasure to be back. I think you offer an amazing, amazing product and service, and it's very exciting seeing the way that the private sector is coming together and now working with the government. I think you have a tremendous potential in front of you, and I look forward to seeing the success ahead. Thank you very much.
We are now closing this panel with the vision, strategic vision for the industry. Thank you very much for your attention, and the new panel will start in a few. Hello, everyone. I would like to ask everyone to join us because this panel will spread to everything that was discussed during the first panel. As the previous speaker, this forum is a platform to share good practices. It's a professional event which wants to inspire all professionals in the tourism sector, but as tourism is a sector which has connecting impacts and part of circular economy, and it's also having impact on the regional development, the protection of the social, cultural, natural, human heritage. Our panel of today focusing on a very relevant subject, and namely enabling resilience and sustainability to accelerate the recovery of the incoming tourism industry in Moldova. We are during the post-pandemic, 2 years after COVID, as the press calls it, and the studies, and we've determined that this period actually made more meaningful the words resilience and sustainability, analyzing more in depth this word resilience and what it meant in the 70s of the 20th century. Didn't mean anything but the capacity to respond by adapting systems and processes to certain dynamics. Later on, the concept developed further and included the development or the protection of the environment. After the pandemic, this concept also includes an economic and a social component. The economic shock, this impact generated by the COVID-19 pandemic has had an extreme impact on the tourism. Just by looking at examples, as for example that tourism was the sector with the highest growth, representing 10% of the global GDP, and involving for 20 million people around the world. And this industry has decreased by 70% of the exports, and several million workplaces were impacted by the pandemic. Locally speaking, in Moldova, we concluded the fact that the pandemic impacted severely and dramatically the tourism business sector. We've seen a reduced flow of tourists on the side of the incoming tourism and outgoing, and an impact of all the entrepreneurships which represent 80% of the tourism industry. So during this panel, looking at this subject through sustainability lens and how we can identify sustainable solutions and sustainable policies in order to rethink and recover tourism in the post-pandemic time, in a context when, in the vicinity of the Republic of Moldova, in our region, we currently are going through a humanitarian crisis, a war which impacts international travel and the security. During times when we talk about resilience, about crises, what's important is to see how stakeholders respond, react, in order to determine the degree of resilience. As in the recent years, a metric of this resilience is by looking at the activity of the business association, the representatives of the private sector, which have the mission of being the front runners along the government to providing mentorship, guidance, support, methodological support, and peer-to-peer support, but also support concerning the vision and the recovery of the members of their industry and of the industry overall. I would like to remind you about some of the few activities that were organized in the post-COVID period and immediately after the post-war or after the war started, when we had the first safe travel certifications, the first safety protocols from the region, when we had the first reactions and immediate response in lobby and advocacy actions and tax fiscal policies. In the last 6 months, we've seen initiatives to support the stakeholders from this industry on how to humanely respond in taking in refugees, but also to redesign their development path. So all of these initiatives, all of these activities came from the business associations. Therefore, it is logical to start with the ANTRIM, which is the National Association for Incoming and Local Tourism, which was founded 8 years ago by USAID, with the USAID support, which in the last year, has supported the increase of competitiveness in Moldova and supported ANTRIM in this sense in order to identify the resilience actions, interventions, and what could be the lessons learned from this, and what could be the activities to increase, to strengthen sustainability, and which could help inform the vision for the next years in recovering the tourism industry. I would like to now give the floor and invite on the two of the speakers of our panel. I'm referring to Tatiana Dorleștean, Project Director, Moldova Competitiveness Transition Activity, and good day. I'm happy to see those present here in the room and those present online following the online streaming. So we will have a co-presentation. So before starting the presentation, I would like to first introduce ourselves to make it clear why we make this presentation together. So my name is Tatiana Dorleștean. So I'm a project director, Moldova Competitiveness Transition Activity, and we started our activity in August 2021, and we focus on supporting, assisting the tourism sector in enabling the resilience through the sustainable development and to have a clear vision of the sector development. I would like to mention that this period following the competitiveness project, which was financed by USAID, the development of the tourism sector, so that this period was quite a complicated one, a real challenge, not only for us but for the entire tourism industry. As it was mentioned, we do live in this new post-pandemic reality, and we are also facing a real war and a regional crisis in the neighboring country. I would like to underline these events have provoked certain situations and outcomes which were impossible to prevent their social and economic impact altogether. What we were able to do was to have a rapid response to support entrepreneurs in the tourism sector, in assisting them to be able to respond to these economic crises and to allow them to give them the opportunity to develop their business ideas, business plans. The objective of the project was to enabling the resilience of the sector and its sustainable development. We have initiated concrete activities, especially for rural pensions for the stakeholders, not only for the pensions, but not only for the guest houses, but for the rural stakeholders. So we have offered $1,520,000 grant program for the rural stakeholders. So we have worked closely with Antrim, National Association. I would like to thank them this way, and I would like to give them the floor. Intervention from Natalia Țurcanu. Good day, everyone. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm very happy to see known faces, members of our association, active members, not only from Chișinău, but representing our partners from Gagauzia, from rural areas, Mr. Anatol Botnaru, not only. I would like to greet all of you, and we'll continue going more in depth into certain issues and identifying solutions for the challenges the sector is facing during these times. I don't want to refer to the same challenges, crises that were mentioned, but first of all, I would like to provide an overview of what we've managed to achieve in 8 years of our activity. We've initially started with 8 funding members. We currently have 100+1 members, and we continue promoting Moldova as a touristic destination, as a touristic genuine destination, and we focus primarily on being a resilient and sustainable touristic destination. We represent, first of all, the private sector. As it was mentioned, we have over 100 members, and this is the aspect that is important, because we try to support and assist them by providing solutions to the challenges they are facing. We continue promoting the domestic tourism in order to have a diverse domestic touristic products, but also to build the capacities of the specialists from this sector. And we have established cooperation partnerships with the universities from Moldova, and we want to focus even more on dual education and its support in developing the tourism industry. Indeed, the economic situation, the war, the COVID-19 pandemic, they came one after another, and tourism is indeed the mostly affected one during this crisis. Although, even if we have indeed recorded diminishing by 70% of the flow of tourists, at the same time, the International Tourism Organization statistical barometer shows us, or showed us during the International Wine Forum, Tourism Wine Forum from Italy, showed us that there is a certain increase by 16%, showing the recovery of the tourism in the Republic of Moldova, which is an indicator that we represent a resilient destination, and we try and we intend to make those changes based on different situations, so we are flexible to adapt to different situations. Thank you very much, Natalia. I would like to add that we're speaking often about these two crises by the pandemic one and the war-related one. However, I want us to forget about the climate crisis, the global climate crisis. We are probably still very lucky that we don't feel it that much, but in the last 2 years, actually, we know that we are facing it too, like the severe drought of this year or reduced rainfall, which is leading to the water shortages, Reut, Nistru, and we are basing our adventure tourism development on it, and at some point organizing such activities by the rural guest houses was impossible. Therefore, we need to be aware, all of us, and to be responsible by the contribution or non-contribution when we are trying to address climate issues and CO2 emissions. Indeed, we are all concerned in Moldova by the energy crisis, as well as particularly the effects it might have on the Republic of Moldova. This is a global crisis, but we have a domestic crisis as well. Uncertainty concerning the So we have also inflation shocks, which have put more strain on the tourism industry. One of the first effects is, of course, increased prices for touristic products and services, and at times making the guest houses close their doors during the winter time, which will lead to a lower number of tourists and, of course, lower revenue of the sector. So one of the ways of addressing these effects of the two crises is actually to bring our forces together and have a common, a joint objective, so that the entire industry put their efforts together to find solutions to optimize and to keep a ceiling for the prices and keep the brand of an accessible destination, and to have a democratic and accessible sector area in the region. In the current context, requires a proactive crisis management approach and an agile one. And in this sense, we need immediate response actions which should be informed by trustworthy partnerships. It's important to strengthen and further develop partnerships, strong relationships, interactions between the government and the development partners, but also with the private sectors, with the representatives of the businesses. And to focus most of all on the actions which can be implemented now and here. We started this panel talking about resilience, indeed. Now we are talking about the capacity of a touristic destination to be able to adapt to the changes, to the shocks that the industry goes through, and to be agile in finding immediate solutions in order to maintain a good ecosystem for its further development. And the fact that we wish for Moldova to become a sustainable touristic destination and to develop in a sustainable way is a trend indeed. However, we would like to go beyond that and to harness those values, the heritage that we have, and to use it, I believe we can become a sustainable destination using in a smart way the human resources, the natural resources we have. And as mentioned by Mr. Kistol in his presentation, the general objectives developed in the National Strategic Program for the tourism development includes this vision. So we wish for Moldova to become a sustainable touristic destination, and we should be able to maintain that as long as possible. And this will, of course, allow us to have responsible tourists who would stay longer in Moldova and enjoy more experiences here. Sustainability is not possible without resilience, and resilience is rarely possible without sustainability. Therefore, these two elements are crucial for the continuous development of the tourism sector in Moldova, and this will be possible only if the business sector, academic sector, and the government will collaborate harmoniously, because support is important, and Mr. Krisik mentioned it. It is needed. Assistance is needed, and the political will, the will of the authorities is needed, and the inbound and domestic tourism in Moldova needs this support, especially during this quite difficult time for this sector. Talking about resilient touristic destinations, I would like to mention that we don't discuss only about being able to resist. We want to overcome and to grow through this process and come out stronger out of it. So at the same time, we need to be aware that for this sustainable transformation process, we need to give it time, but also resources, and to make joint efforts for this recovery and strengthening of the sector. We would like now to suggest looking at the 4 pillars which represent the basis of the sustainable development of tourism sectors. These 4 pillars are, first of all, public-private partnerships and a flexible approach ready to adapt to any change. And the third one are the researches of the global tendencies, global trends, the market intelligence I was mentioning it, in order to focus on the opportunities that each period offers. And the fourth one is the continuous development of skills and knowledge in order to build the capacities of the human resources in the sector and who provide quality services. Indeed, all of the 4 pillars I've presented represent the activities that we have implemented together with the ANTRIM for both inbound and domestic tourism in order to have a more resilient, a more sustainable and innovative sector. Before focusing on the areas that we want to further present, I would like to mention that we had a very advantageous and great supportive collaboration with the government, with the investment agency, but also with the private sector, which continues to invest in the development of this sector. And thanks to these wonderful collaborations, we managed to raise funds and we have amplified the impact and the achievement of the objectives of this project. Indeed, so in spite of the challenges that the sector faced, somehow we've anticipated them. So if we wanted some assistance to prepare for a new touristic season after the pandemic, so the tourism support provided by USAID, we have anticipated and we took into account in the activities that we've planned by those, we took into account those sustainability elements and the support provided to those guest houses, the digitalization elements that was already discussed earlier today, the tourism types, it's food tourism and wine tourism, the adventure elements for the development of tourism, but also the identification of new tourism destinations in Moldova represent to be elements and continue to be elements and instruments which are meant to support the inbound and domestic tourism sector in order to provide the necessary resilience during this time. So I would like now to focus shortly on each of these areas. Especially I would like to focus on where I wanted to mention the continuous development of the genuine development of the Moldovan tourism sector through the competitiveness project, so the rural guest houses and the small wineries which were opened and supported in order to provide accommodation services as well. We have 40 guest houses which have recently improved their services and developed their touristic product. These are beneficiaries of the grants of the MCDA project for the modernization of their infrastructure and for development of products, but also for the implementation of and the support of strengthening their resilience. Half of these are currently implementing solutions for the energy optimization. Most of them focused on we're talking about solar panels, geothermal pumps and biomass heaters, which on long term will ensure the composition of 50 up to 70% of the energy consumption and will allow the partial or full switch from from gas heating to green energy heating. Yes, we have a video that we would like to share with you.
So it seems that we have some problems, technical problems with the video, but nevertheless. So we are sorry for this technical deficiency. Well, it seems that we are lagging behind in relation to digitalization. Nevertheless, so this video was aiming to show you through different images the specific actions that have been undertaken from two perspectives. From the perspective of building resilience, but as well from the perspective of responding to the international trends, aligning to the international trends that have been mentioned today already. So we have had a synergy between these two components, and this allowed us to implement a number of beautiful actions, very good actions that we are proud of. And it's a pity that this video now is not with sound for you to hear it, so as to encourage you to come up with different other ideas that would be related to resilience. And through this video, we wanted to show that even during this crisis situation, even whenever we were asked what shall we do with our tourists, what to do in this respect, how to enhance it, and how to promote further on Moldova as a touristic destination, well, I can tell you that by overcoming this moment of internal crisis, whenever we had that acute crisis with refugees, we actually have aligned ourselves to some campaigns from the Republic of Moldova, such as Moldova for Peace. We rethought our messages and we continued to promote the Republic of Moldova outside in order to keep the image of the country visible from everywhere. And also I would like to mention that all the times any problem can be transformed into an opportunity. That is why it's very important for us to harness the prompt reaction of this sector, because this reaction of the sector that we had has proved to be very generous. Whenever we have come up with this welcoming of opening the doors to receive the refugees. So this authentic and genuine action has actually made our country to be proud at the different international levels, and this motto, a small country with a big heart, has been taken over by the international press. Thus, from a problem, we have created a competitive advantage that we have to harness now. That's why we have to continue to develop tourism. We continue to encourage the guest houses to invest in this area further on. Now we have a more powerful, more resilient Moldova. We have actions that have actually led to improving the skills, the quality in the touristic sector, and we are proud of this. As well, we have here a quote of the World Tourism Organization, where be the following: tourism is the main bridge for building the understanding. It has a unique ability to promote peace between and among people everywhere. Indeed, tourism has been and remains to be an industry of people for people. It is a continuous generator of beautiful emotions, of adventures, of discovery and friendship. And in order not to talk only about aspects that have been rather difficult, but as well to say that through tourism in Moldova as well as at the world level, we actually promote peace and friendship. Thus, we invite you to watch a very optimistic video by the end.
Pot să vă îmbrățiș?
Plăcere!
you very much to our colleagues, Tatiana and Natalia, for this presentation that actually has provided an overview of their different activities meant to maintain resilience in the tourism of the Republic of Moldova. And if the enterprises from the inbound tourism in the Republic of Moldova, are they resilient or not? Well, this is an open question for us under the conditions of today's circumstances. But as well, let's not forget that we have also to focus on such directions as innovation, flexibility, private-public partnership, sustainability. As well, let's not forget about this attitude so as to encompass some new changes, because these changes actually represent an expression of hospitality. But at the same time, let's not forget that changes are natural, organic, they happen, and our attitude towards changes should be open. And this is a part of resilience. Figures show that in the statistics provided by the National Bureau of Statistics, that already for the first 6 months of this year, we have a slight recovery of the traffic of foreign tourists towards the Republic of Moldova, meaning that we see that the guest houses already are full. We have already 77% of filling in of places in the guest houses and different other accommodation locations as compared to 2019. Well, indeed, we understand there is also an accommodation provided to refugees. There is also accommodation provided to the inflow of foreign specialists coming to the Republic of Moldova so as to manage this crisis. Nevertheless, the tourism is actually dealing with all of this. Externally, I would like to say that the World Tourism Organization already has announced that the recovery of the tourism has started this year. Thus, by August 2022, 54% of the flow of the tourists at the world level has already been captured. The biggest growth would be registered at the European level, as well as on the northern European continent. But it's interesting for us to see as well from the world level, but to act locally. As well, it's very important for us to learn from the way in which other states have reacted to all of this, as well as to see what have been the public policy reactions for resilience. We always have to learn from our colleagues. That is why today I have a great pleasure to invite the next speaker in the respective panel, and namely Miha Ahchan, tourism expert from Slovenia, from the EU-funded project EU-Moldova Association Support for Structured Policy Dialogue, coordination of the implementation of the association agreement and enhancement of the legal approximation process for the Republic of Moldova. I would like just to say that personally, I'm following with a professional admiration everything that is happening in Slovenia. That campaign that has repositioned Slovenia at the international level as an ecotourism destination, adventure tourism destination, as well as food and wine tourism destination. So this campaign that the majority of you know, I feel love, I feel Slovenia. So it's very interesting for us to find out from our colleagues from Slovenia what have been the main interventions from the state, but also the reaction of the private sector towards the changes occurring over the last years, and what would be their prognosis for the future and the lessons learned from Slovenia.
Very colorful introduction. I'm going to try it, and thank you to European delegation of the European community to invite me here for a presentation of, I would call modest, successful story about Slovenia itself. I guess this is the consequence of several similarities that two our states share. In between of Republic of Moldova and Republic of Slovenia, we are two, I would call it, I call our nation like a small nation. I don't know whether we can have a PowerPoint presentation over here
Da, o
on
să
the
vă rog să
TV.
proiectați și slide-urile
So
pe
it's going to be
ecranul de
much
fața
more easier
noastră.
for me
Mulțumesc.
because there are some key points and introductions presented. But otherwise, in the meanwhile, while I'm getting this presentation here, let me tell you about the similarities and some points that we didn't mention so far in the earlier discussions. Slovenia, as a state, has exactly the same age as Republic of Moldova. So we were independent from the 1991, and after War of Independence, we had a war. Unfortunately, it didn't take long, but still it was a war. We managed to become independent state. And we used to be previously we used to be like 45 years a northernmost province of the former Yugoslavia. And since the independence, Slovenia was the most developed, I would call it, province of former Yugoslavia. And due to that fact, and due to the natural resources, and due to some extraordinary sites, we started early with the field of tourism. Let me show you. So this goes up and this goes down. Right?
Yes. Does it work?
Let me try this one. No. Oh, here it is. So Slovenia, as I said, the average we are not small. We are a tiny state. We are 20,000 square kilometers plus, and the population of 2 million and something inhabitants. Comparing to the Moldova, we don't have such a decrease of population in the past years due to quite, I would call it, solid economic situation. It has been renowned as a parliament republic, and we actually became a member of European Union in 2004. And so basically it took us 13 years only. I call it especially only because we were, to be very honest, the first state to be fully accepted by European community after several political changes in the 90s. And due to some good economic results, we were able to obtain euro as a national currency, and we farewell to our national currency in 2007. I'm going to skip the anthem because it has nothing to do with the politics, but it's going to be more for the story I'm going to tell you later. As I said earlier, Slovenia is a member of EU, NATO, Eurozone, Schengen, Council of Europe, and all other worldwide necessary organizations. And as such small state, we were trying to get on the world tourist map. As you can see from the map, you will see that we are bordered Italy on west. This is like a super trooper tourist destination. Austria on north, again, a country with several tourist possibilities from the historical side to the sports side to the lake side, whatever. To the cuisine side. Then we have another super brand, Croatia on south. Basically, we are right in the middle. I don't want to go. There is Hungary on the east, and Hungary on east is a very, very important important tourist state. So we were lucky enough to get some benefit out of this strategic region. And I believe that some of Mr. Chris earlier mentioned about this synergy, how to combine the countries in the world, in the tourist plans. We did exactly the same. So we actually followed his idea in the past. So it was back in 90s and early 2000 that we became like a stopover destination for many tourists. And since those countries, that surrounded us, or they are bordering Slovenia, were overcrowded. At one point, some tour operators decided to stay for a night or even more in Slovenia. So that was a good start, but of course it was not enough. It was not enough, so we decided to make. We decided to make some tourist campaigns, and the first one was called Slovenia Moja dežela. This was the campaign that it was done just after the War of Independence. It was such a powerful and full of patriotism campaign. Actually, it was, if I call it from today's perspective, I would call it was a visionary. I would call it visionary campaign, because nowadays, you know, the Instagram, like my love, my everything, my hobby, my wife, my family. So we would call it as well as Slovenia, my country, like hashtag my country. That would be quite a good option for nowadays. But still, we invented a new one in 2007, and this one is still active. And it's called I Feel Slovenia, and it has like I Feel Love. And it's like a country, it's a small country. I'm not here to present, I'm not here to make a promotion for my country. I would just like to get on a topic, or I would like to point out some similarities and some good examples, some practice that we managed to, that of course, first well planned and then implemented in real life, how we managed to get on the world map. I'm going to try to point out more on the topic that we didn't talk so far, and that would be wine and gastronomy, or maybe I would call it gastronomy and wine. Gastronomy, it's
Change? It's okay. Just push the button to change. Okay.
what is this, okay?
It will go away, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So we have some plans back in. The National Board of Tourism, they make plans all the times. But plan on a paper, it's I would call it different to the plan that actually was implemented. In real life. So the most important thing that I found in our country is that we established Ministry for Tourism. It was, I would call it, it was active till the last government. The last government actually decided to join it with the Ministry of Economics and Technology and Innovations. So
It doesn't show on the screen, it's only here.
Yeah, but that's why.
Îmi cer scuze, echipa tehnică, avem
I'm
televizorul
sorry.
de aici care s-a
We are facing
închis
some
și-
technical issues here,
Yes.
but I'm gonna try to.
We have it here.
Yeah.
Televizorul este închis acum. Dacă echipa tehnică poate să verifice, vă rog. Sorry for that.
No problem. So we said the Slovenia has to be green boutique global destination for high-end visitors. That sounds very nice, right? But how to achieve that? How to do that? For example, we didn't have any chain hotel back in 2015, 16. The only hotel that belonged to the chain was a 4 Points by Sheraton, which is not a high-end hotel chain. So basically, there was several things that were done on paper, but later on was hardly realized. So then we wanted to add extra value for tourists based on green boutique, as I said, high end, with exquisite culinary and top end wines. As a good food goes great with great wine. So our work program was done by Slovenian National Organization, And of course, the implementation has to be done with a combination of state-owned companies and state on one hand, and the private sector on the other hand. So I believe that right now this will work again. So we decided that into 6 development policies. One is macro destination and tourist products. So macro destinations, I would call that as a necessary to make borders between the counties in Slovenia, because the variety and differences in between it's so different. For example, we do have Adriatic Sea on the southwest, and we do have a Pannonian level on the northeast, and the Alps on the northwest. So basically, that's something completely different, and you cannot combine everything into one strategy. Then we have, of course, the tourist products are always dependent on the because we want it to be a green state, and we support green tourism. Has everything with that methodology has to be fresh, of course, and local. I'm going to skip the institutional and legal framework, because the institutional and legal framework, nowadays is the only important has to end up the barriers for recruiting personnel from abroad in our country, because we are facing a lack of personnel right now to work in the tourism industry. Then they have a very important accommodation, tourist infrastructure, and investments. So based on that plan, we did manage to achieve several well-known hotel chains. We managed to get several gastronomical chains to Slovenia. And based on that fact, we actually became solid player on the tourist field already in 2015, and starting 2015, and of course ending up nowadays when the tourism is receiving almost full recovery after this bad pandemic. Of course, human resources in tourism. Tourism, it's heavy work. Trust me, I know from my experience, last 25 years, it's been stress, it's been working hard, and if you said like we want it to be like a high end, so it's 24/7. 24/7 means that you have to have the right person for the right demand. Almost available almost 24 hours per day, and of course, and the other side, so it's heavy work, and then the wages or the payments were under the average. So we didn't have much of personnel to do that on a long term. Therefore, we decided to recruit, as I said earlier, some personnel from abroad, and so far we are lucky that we managed to get proper answers for all those demands. Space, natural, and cultural resources are the ones that I'm not going to talk about, because I'm going to be more than happy to talk about this furthermore in discussion later. But that would be like a sort of promotion for our country, which is actually not supposed to be. And then again, one more thing that I find it very important, it's the small and medium-sized enterprises. Small and medium-sized enterprises are the ones that actually can react very fast. So even on the changes, even on every single change, does it not necessarily to be connected with COVID, could be connected with the change of demand, could be connected to the new habits or whatever. The smaller companies can and are and statistically do react faster and more efficient. So here we're coming to the key point of what I'm trying to say is Slovenia becomes a recognizable destination with high quality, innovative and authentic food and wine. Created by number of boutique providers who have received a large number of most prestigious awards. And this happened from 2016 to recent days. So it's not a long period. It's a period of maybe of 6 years that this plan came to implementation. And gastronomy is also a huge motivation for arrival of tourists all year around. So if I understood one of my previous colleagues who spoke previously, she said that Moldova is concerned about the winter tourism, and that those farmhouse holidays are shutting down during the winter. The gastronomy could be one of the answers to not remain closed during the winter time. Because if you are closed during the winter time, of course, you're gonna lose your best personnel. You're gonna lose several. I mean, at the end of the year. It has to be a positive result on one side, and it has to be numbers of satisfied tourists on the other side. This is what we are fighting for, I guess. So I'm going to skip the legislative framework again, and I'm going to go just to the education and marketing. Education and marketing, I found those two keys very important. Slovenia decided to establish an academy for hospitality and tourism, which gives us a numerous personnel that were educated within this plan and strategy. So we have multilingual personnel with a huge knowledge of our culture, of our sites, of our gastronomy, and of our wine. Besides that, all other stuff. So, and if I focus on marketing, I would go with the marketing with like this. Marketing is very important, of course, to present, but marketing will not provide you the type of the tourists that all we are looking for. Those are so-called repeaters. Repeaters are the ones who are satisfied with the first visit, and they would like to implement, or they would like to extend their knowledge, their experience in this country with the second or the third visit. If we go to the gastronomy for the marketing. For the marketing and gastronomy, I would consider, of course, we have to target to three different groups. First of all, those are loyal gastronomic tourists. Those are the tourists that come just for the gastronomy and wine to this country. Second one are interested gastronomy tourists. They have heard about good wine, they have heard about good food, and they've heard about great hospitality. And the third one is just the random gastronomic tourists, because if you come to the country, you have to eat and you have to drink. So there you have another chance to convert the random gastronomic tourists to at least to a group above, that's called interested gastronomic tourists. Marketing goals. Marketing goals are, of course, happy tourists and good revenue. I think I didn't miss much if I say to this. This is, of course, I should not forget the key markets. The key markets before the pandemic were different than it's nowadays. We have had several. Almost half and a half was like from European community, and the other half was overseas. After the pandemic, this percentage is different. We are now getting like 15 to 18%. This was the results from this before end of summer season, comparing to the 2019. And the rest is either domestic or tourists from neighborhood countries. The COVID pandemic did change the habits of regular tourists, especially in 2021 and beginning of 2022. Flights were not operating that often, and so people were more dedicated either to the ground transportation, that means buses or individual cars. What should I not forget? Defining market communication activities. Marketing activities from the Slovenian National Bureau were dedicated into a full brand. Then it was dedicated into different subcategories. We did achieve that results. I'm going to go back, sorry. We did achieve that results with some good commercials on global networks. That means promotion on like CNN or the CNN was quite a good promotion of Slovenia years ago when we were trying to, to just at least to remember people that we should not be incorrectly called Slovakia, because Slovenia and Slovakia has so many similarities. We even have the same colors of flag, and we were often misspelled or and then, of course, we have some other promotions on our National Tourism Bureau. That's a huge campaign on media such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and other stuff. And of course, we do have our ambassadors, tourist ambassadors. Slovenia has one restaurant. I will go just to the sports and culinary ambassadors. We have a couple of providers of wine among top 100 in the world, and we call them our wine ambassadors. We have our chef. She's the best chef female in the world, and among top 10 chefs worldwide. We do have several other chefs. They are now rising on this scale, and this is like a good option for us to combine the culinary experience with wine pairing. And based on all those results, as I said earlier, I did not mention any of tourist sites in Slovenia. We actually achieve a good impact of this promotion. As you can see, we reached high numbers back in 2019 and 18 and 19. 18 was financially, 19 by number of people who actually visit our country. And then, of course, you can see in 2020 the COVID came and everything fell down. But again, the funds of tourism has been kept in good condition, and as soon as the tourism was able to be one of the economic activities after the pandemic. Of course, I hope that we will soon talk about this COVID as a past, just with some bitter memory. Starts to grow up again. So it's it's tourism. It's like if that would be on a graphicon, it would be the shape of letter V. So it goes up again like this. Since as I said, the fundamental providers kept their accommodations, restaurants, inns, transportation facilities, and so on, in good or perfect condition. So I'm gonna note it. Yes. So Slovenia Tourist Board, sustainable tourism and commercial. This is what I mentioned earlier. Commercials on recognized worldwide TV channels as CNN. Nomination of Slovenian tourism ambassadors, worldwide famous persons from sport. We have one guy who's called to be a magic guy in the basketball. He's back in USA playing for a team from Texas, and he's also our ambassador on the USA market. Then we have ambassadors from culinary experience. We have wine ambassadors and many other culture and so on ambassadors who represents our country abroad, and they are doing that quite successfully. Of course, reinforced campaign on the modern social media, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube. And yes, this is what I'm trying to, I'm just gonna give him 1 more minute. Activities on neighborhood markets. Neighborhood markets are very important markets for us after those after pandemic times, because we can count on the tourists coming. They have like a 2-3 hours drive, and they can come to our country without any issues, without any problem. They can leave the country. And the most important is to create a demand on those fairs. So you can create a demand with a nice presentation, with nice pictures, with nice everything. But if you can try some Slovenian food, and if you can sip a Slovenian wine, like here in Moldova, great food and great wine, everybody will be look forward to come to this country and will be astonished about the variety of the tourist sites and tourist products. So I spoke about the achievements earlier. The achievements that I need to mention are the EU funds on, that our wineries, who actually became the most prestigious or exclusive farmhouse holidays, they received some funds out of the EU schemes or the ministries in Slovenia, or even both of them. If you can combine both of them, you could get like up to 60% of the investment refunded by such strategies. And of course, you can provide tourists with direct sales of wine, which is like almost a tradition in our countries. As I said, farmers became exclusive farmhouse holidays, and Slovenia, based on that, became European region for gastronomy back in 2021. So we were the capital for a year. Unfortunately, that was a year not full of tourists, but still we remain on a gastronomical map since then. And of course, our average consumption of wine raised to up to 35 liters per capita, which is like the highest consumption of wine in this region. We even, if we combine that, or if we compare that to the Austrians or the northern Italy, of course, we cannot compare with the whole Italy in general, but just in the province of northern Italy or the northern and eastern Italy, our consumption is higher. And Slovenians are not drunks. It's just like it's because of the gastronomy and the wine pairing with the food. So we decided not to promote beer, cocktails, and everything what you can get almost on every part of the world. We try to implement food, so gastronomy with excellent wine pairing, and so as Slovene, even the Moldovan tourist provider has the same, I would call the same opportunity. Okay, never mind that we actually we have some restaurants with 2 Michelin stars, 1 Michelin star, Gold Milo, and other stuff. Sorry. So Just one more thing that I would like to point out. It's because of the similarity, and I would like to show that since the Moldova has the largest wine cellar in the world, Slovenia has the oldest wine in the world, and which still produce grapes. It's in Maribor, it's the second largest city, and it's over 400 years old. So basically, at least we share we do share not only love to wine, love to good food, we have also, you have Moldova has the largest, we have the oldest wine. And just like this is like Slovenian wine regions that with some autochthonous options. I'm not going to bother you with those, but trust me, Slovenia, like Moldova, has excellent wine, and I would say, like, raise your glasses to the bright future of our common countries.
Thank you so much, Miha, and it's an incredible country. I did visit Vipava, I did visit Maribor, so I can also confirm, and the food is excellent. Mulțumim, într-adevăr, este cazul să luăm multe din aceste insight-uri pe care Miha le-a împărtășit cu noi. Un lucru este interesant, această orientare spre zona de eco, green, soft adventure, care cuprinde și experiențele oino-gastronomice. Ori dacă este să ne uităm acum tendințele de comportament a călătorilor pe plan european, în special acestea sunt orientate spre niște experiențe inedite. Oamenii vor să călătorească, dar nu pur și simplu, ei vor ceva diferit.
Travel, but they want something
această
different.
experiență inedită, care de multe ori o doresc personalizată, se dorește a fi cu
particular special experience. They also want to have some learning experience attached to them. Education, staycation, so traveling with your families and with children for them to learn something new or to experience nature. All of these increased the interest into adventure tourism. Usually this takes place outdoors. It implies sports. It's quite interactive, and it's one of the market trends that we've identified in several reports, and we are very happy today to have the representatives of the Adventure Travel Trade Association, Gergana Nikolova, Regional Director for Europe and Central Asia, Adventure Travel Trade Association. It represents over 30,000 professionals and touristic guides, adventure tourism guides, agencies, and units providing such experiences. And as Moldova, since 2019 is also focusing on light adventure tourism, I think that in this context the presentation of Gergana will raise a lot of interest. Gergana, ne bucurăm foarte
incredible assets that Moldova has. And now, speaking of economic impact, we also heard by Micha about the importance of this economic contribution. We can see that about 65% of what the adventure traveler spends stays in the destination. This is contribution to rural and less developed parts of the countries. And it is also very important for local job creation. We can see here comparison with other forms of tourism. And speaking of also job creation and aligning it with the ATTA's mission and focus on sustainability, it is very important also the focus and the fact that in adventure travel, women are a big part of the offering. Women leadership is promoted within the ATTA community, and we can see here also what big percentage of women are involved on high level in the adventure community. Since we are mentioning also sustainability, and this is part of where my presentation is focused on, we can also see, especially the last couple of years, really big focus on our community on getting through certain training and capacity improvement and focus on sustainability. We can see that almost half of our members are in the journey of obtaining a certain sustainability certification, which will prove also their focus and their work in towards sustainability. And the next few slides, actually, my focus would be on some good examples coming from different parts of the world, from ATTA members, different types of members, and how this responds to the changing behavior of the traveler. What's impacting the traveler? There is an expectation of more technology and virtual solutions. Hygiene is of higher importance. People are seeking ways for being away from crowds and are looking for being outdoors and physically active. This comes with a great responsibility. This means, of course, these last two examples means that the number of adventure travelers is rising. It is fantastic, but it goes with a great responsibility and needs to be matched with that sustainability aspect on what's the negative impact of this. So some examples, just before actually hitting on the examples on sustainability and how it should become by default, just mention about motivations of adventure travel. They're seeking new experiences, going off the beaten track, travel like a local. You can see the rest, and I think that all these pretty much respond on where Moldova is heading into, and responds to the fact that there is a great potential within the adventure community. Top trending activities for probably almost a decade. Hiking has been in Europe the top trending activity. Now with e-bikes, we actually see that cycling is becoming higher on the list. And it also gives an opportunity for people of all abilities to become more active, as this is becoming also more trendy. It enables people of higher age who are the empty nesters, as mentioned by Chris Sieg, to go and experience a destination in a different way. So it is important to be thinking. Responding to Micha's also comment about gastronomy, culinary is really big. So all of these you can see really respond on the soft adventure offerings. Speaking of the economic impact, you can see this is an average spent per trip for adventure travel. The average length is about eight nights. And mentioning earlier that on average, 65% of what adventure traveler spends stays in the destination. For 2021, actually the number was higher. We believe that it is because people were really staying even more in remote areas. In general, we stay with the 65%, whether 65 or 70. both are pretty high numbers, and that means a lot, really important economic impact. In addition, we see that what amount the adventure traveler spends in local handicrafts and souvenirs. Again, speaking about the different assets and different offerings in Moldova, I think it's a great opportunity. We heard great examples coming from Slovenia of their success and the journey that they have gone through. And I can tell you that a lot of our buyers in media this summer have been, and actually some are even now in Slovenia. So these are great cases and great successes. In the next slides, I don't have an example coming from Slovenia, but I want to build on what we heard, that it was very smart to start putting beehives in the capital city. On one of the hotels, I don't remember what was the name, and that way promoting the clean air of Slovenia. So, and also Slovenia, as much as I remember, are the ones that established the Global Bee Day. So also speaking on the importance of this. Other examples coming from our community, some success stories nowadays on how to move into sustainability as non-negotiable using behavioral knowledge in tourism, through which we can eliminate or minimize unsustainable options, automate sustainable traveler behavior, reduce undesired impacts, and provide information and education. Another example of non-negotiable comes from France, where they have banned long-haul short flights. So we can see this radical move and radical change. In other destinations in Europe, actually this was not accepted. So there are disruptions, and some governments decide to go or not to go and to put priority on such radical moves. We know that Scotland, another long-time ATTA member, were the first one to sign the Tourism Declares Climate Emergency Declaration, and they actually committed to become net zero by 2045. This means choosing the difficult road, but they become leader and driver and inspiration, which is very important for our community, because together we drive each other thanks to this exchange of thoughts and leadership and learnings. Another example comes from a region, also another long-time ATTA member, Fjord Norway, in the journey of emission-free fjords. Also, it means a lot of work, but it is a high bar on how we need to radically transition the industry. Oftentimes we hear airlines are to be shamed for the carbon footprint. We also know as travel professionals that without flying, we can't get to many remote places where really the local communities depend on the travelers. So an example from Swiss is the work on transforming sun to liquid fuel, concentrated, which means concentrated sunlight to produce carbon neutral kerosene. We see different examples coming from airlines on how to transition to be more sustainable and more climate friendly. The last two examples are coming from the private sector members from ATTA's community. One is from Scotland, Wilderness Scotland. They used the time during the pandemic to assess over 5,000 component services from their offerings. And they were able now to put the so-called carbon labels next to each of their trips, next to each of the offerings that they have. And this is really impacting how actually the traveler makes the decision on what type of a journey to select, whether one with higher carbon footprint or with less. A smart way to actually encourage travelers to be making smarter choices. The last example comes from an Austrian company called Asi Reisen. They're an outbound operator. They're doing, during the past couple of years, a couple of radical changes, shifts in the industry, and they're a true leader by leading by example. One is that they're actually purchasing flights for their travelers. They're calculating and reducing and compensating the emissions of their travelers. They have put full transparency on where every dollar or euro from their trip goes to. So what goes to local communities, what goes for operations, what goes for flight, and so on and so forth. So this actually brings a little bit of a disruption, but also it enables the traveler to understand how much adventure travel contributes to the local communities. And something which they introduced this year is actually they're encouraging travelers to put their starting point of travel. So if I'm, let's say, traveling from Berlin and I'm going on a vacation to the Alps, it will enable another person who is joining this trip from the area to actually join me on the ride. And that way, we're again reducing the traffic and are encouraging less use of personal vehicles and personal transportation. So, here are some key takeaways. Adventure travel is a mix of culture, nature, and physical activity with sustainable experiences in the heart. Adventure travel is economically important industry that preserves the local nature and communities. Adventure travel is a trending industry and niche, so to say, aligned with sustainability criteria. Jointly with our members, we innovate and inspire transformation to move us forward, to move the industry towards a more sustainable one. And if you're interested to join this ride, to join this community of innovative, inspiring, and really open community for sharing and jointly to be lifting the industry forward, I do invite you to join us and to become part of our community and to join us at our events and to enable that transition into a more sustainable industry. Definitely, I'm looking forward also to Moldova's participation next week at our global event, the Adventure Travel World Summit as well. It's a great honor to be with Natalia there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gergana. It was a very interesting presentation.
So what have we learned from these presentations? We went over time, but the word resilience, please raise your hand. How often have you heard this word? Quite often. Sustainability. We've heard this word in all presentations. Innovation or creativity. Well, less, but these words were used as well. And how many of us have heard the words local community and to harness local community values? Everyone has heard that, yes. And through this interactive exercise, I want to turn to our colleagues from the Republic of Moldova, because tourism is an important regional development tool to keep traditions, to restart life in rural area. Tourism is also about maintaining a harmony between economy and also being more responsible towards the environment and protecting the environment, and at the same time to have a humane attitude towards the people involved, towards the communities and the culture and the heritage that we have and we need to pass on to the future generations. Therefore, it is my pleasure to ask you kindly to dedicate 15 more minutes to our next speakers, the friends and the champions of tourism. Is Paraskovia Popov, representative of Chateau Purcar, and then we will ask the strongest and very innovative Anatol Butnar from Butuchen guest house. So Paraskovia, the floor is yours. Please share about the activities of Chateau Purcar and what visions on sustainability and resilience do you have? Good day and thank you very much. First of all, we would like to thank you for inviting us to this panel. We represent wine tourism, and tourism is a natural outcome, and it is further strengthened within our company as an economic component. So Chateau Purcar Winery will be the first focus of my presentation, and next I'll focus on the subject. So Purcar Winery is the oldest winery from the Republic of Moldova. Historically speaking, it shows us that in 1827 it was founded, and it has a very rough historical background. We can mention 4 important historical years. So 27 it was founded, and then in 48 the wine Negru de Purcar was acknowledged, and then around the 1900, due to an insect, phylloxera, all the plants were affected. Then a new era started with the planting and with the management by the monasteries, and then in 1950s Kupcha was the one who reinvented the recipe of the wine Negru de Purcar, and then in 2003, being a ruin at the time, the winemaker, an extraordinary man who is continuously investing into the winery, Mr. Victor Bostan, who's a businessman but also a winemaker, who managed to bring together his passion with the economic purposes and to make this company grow, which is known around the world and makes Moldova known around the world. So we have international and local wine types, and the modern history of the winery started since then, and we went through several shocks. 2007, the first Russian embargo applied, and then 2014, when the second embargo was applied, and even so the company had the strength to move through these difficulties and to be resilient and to be successful out of these difficult situations. The idea of creating this winery, of founding this winery, is to create also a good wine, a historical one in the middle of the country. But when it was developed, it was the idea to create a new touristic destination, to have a tasting area for tourists as well, so we can exploit tourism and provide wine lovers different experiences, excursions, etc. Therefore, the company decided that it would be a good idea to create a department which would manage this tourism focus. I remember well, probably 10 years ago, when we started this activity with the first USAID project. We've joined, everyone was skeptical, we didn't have any support coming from the government, an appropriate strategy. We didn't even know what wine tourism represented, what we could offer, what the right strategies would be, how to provide these services. But within the project and together with the Antrim Association, with USAID support, we've managed to participate at exhibitions, competitions, and to have very good results, and for the history of the company to be appreciated around the world. In parallel, of course, the company, the important product is the Purcari wine. The brand Purcari wine throughout the year has won several awards, and this comes of course from the consumer, so we're very happy to represent this company and to know that we are also supported by so many wine lovers, and the wine is made by winemakers who appreciate the Purcari terroir. We can speak about this wine endlessly. I believe that it would require more discussion, because the Moldovan soil has a very diverse terroir, and the wine actually is expressing the terroir and how wine is made. So we can offer tastings, but we can organize tastings, but we can also show them what creates this wine, the area, the water, the soil. So it's a complex product offer which creates new feelings, memories. So it's an important component of this type of tourism. We have studied our soils, and we understood that we actually can provide exceptional wines thanks to this terroir, but we know historically that the Stefan Voda area is on the same altitude as Bordeaux, and then we can justify at international competitions why this wine is so good. So I would like now to focus in my presentation on the touristic Chateau Purcari area. So as mentioned at the beginning, we had only a few rooms for accommodation, but with the help of competitions, with partners, contacts and projects, we managed to have a great flow of tourists. We started organizing a variety of activities to diversify our activities, also the types of accommodation. We have two types of barrel type of accommodation, and guests prefer them because they can view the vineyards. And we have an extraordinary restaurant. We have diversified our cuisine, offering the traditional but also the European cuisine, because we have guests with different tastes, and also the domestic tourists are enjoying the external European cuisine, because the traditional one, we know it very well. So we've organized excursions and tastings, professional, simple tastings. We try to, during the tasting, we provide some kind of a course, or it's like a lesson, because our guests learn something through this experience. And thanks to this evolution, we have diversified our activities, and we have grown and thus the interest of our guests, of the tourists, grew. We thought that it was very important also to learn about the vineyards, to organize excursions through the vineyards, and we have launched a challenge as well, a team building type of activity, which is the Fight of Winemakers, where the ones visiting us go through all the historical stages of winemaking. This is an entertainment activity, but interesting for those visiting us, diversifying their stay at the chateau. We also have activities on reconnection to traditions, and we organize different types of events of any kind. So we've reached this evolution in 2019. I remember quite well when we were planning the strategy for 2020, the 5-year strategy, and we thought that we were only at the beginning, and we thought that we are jumping ahead quite quickly. But the pandemic, COVID-19, has stopped us, and we are talking now about what we are discussing today. We need resilience, we need sustainability, we need to do something. Probably Chateau Purcar, concerning the touristic activity of Chateau Purcar, yes, we've managed to maintain ourselves on the floating line because we are connected to the mother enterprise, the winery, because the budget of the company is based on the winery, and thanks to that we managed to keep our staff. But we cannot disregard the fact that it has impacted us very much. In these 2 years we were always waiting for it to end, because it seemed that in February 2022, when the next strategy for the next 5 years had been developed with a lot of hope and happy thoughts, the war started, which basically is on our doorstep. And I don't want to focus on sad things. I want to focus on an important fact, that this war made us understand that we cannot only sell and exploit, we also need to protect, we need to take care. There are moments when nothing is meaningful from what you do and only the human component is important. And I think that the winery Chateau Purcar had the highest number of refugees supported. So being well located or being well promoted through different media outlets around the world. I think many people came to see our humane part. So many tourists that are coming, they are interested in how we manage to support so many refugees, and we are happy for it, because this made us understand that we cannot focus only on the technological development, on service provision, or on creating activities, but that we have to focus on people, on the people providing these services, on the people present there. Because when you are happy about what you do, you know exactly what type of services you are providing. It's an intangible asset and an extraordinary experience for the tourists. This experience of 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022 has awakened a unity, a spirit of unity within our company. We understood that we need to do something towards sustainability, that we need to become resilient, to be able to overcome the situation. So the experiences we have, and especially after assisting the refugees, we understood that at the local level we have a lot of entrepreneurs, we have many producers. We understood that we don't have to procure different things from Chisinau, and this would eliminate transportation, but also CO2 emissions would be reduced. So all the services that we are provided, we provide are linked to Chisinau, and we understood that. So we need to reduce CO2 emissions, and we need to maintain the traditional values and also our cultural heritage, to support local economy by purchasing local goods from local entrepreneurs and to save the environment, to protect the environment. I could indeed develop a strategy, but it's not valuable. When we will take certain steps, maybe we will be able to talk about them next time. What we have managed is that strategies are well developed. We acknowledge the situation, and the first acknowledgement, maybe the first success that we have, maybe it's a small one. So it's the solar panels that we have installed. It's still at the beginning. We are producing around 240,000 kilowatt per hour annually, representing approximately 50% of the energy needs, and we want to identify that support needed to become or to have biodegradable components and eco-friendly, and to use renewable energies. So for us, presently, we are focusing on this motto that we have to just take it easy, everyone around us, the soil, the sun, the water, because we went through such a shock. There are issues and problems we are facing, but having this energy and taking these steps, we are convinced to move forward and to make something wonderful. Let's applaud Chateau Purcar Winery. Yes, being in the Purcar village, very close to Palanca border crossing, I did see during those days at the beginning of the war how the winery Purcar, they were supporting, guiding, advising all the refugees coming in, and they were provided meals at the restaurant of the winery. So yes, they have a big heart. This big heart, we have it among the bigger companies, but the smaller ones as well. And many of us had this attitude surely. In the tourism industry, maybe this attitude towards the refugees was seen, but also the hospitality. Because talking about the unique experiences, the experience tourism, it happens when you have an individual approach towards tourists, when they make memories and when they want to return, as Chris was saying, to that experience or to that area. So towards the end of this panel, I would like to ask our good friend Anatol Botnaru, who is the founder of the guest house Eco Resort Butugeni, the organizing of the Descoperă Festival in Orheiul Vechi, and a source of inspiration for us, a mentor. We always reach out to him for advice. Mr. Anatol, from what we've heard today, everyone shared about their activities. So what do you think that we should take forward and what we should do in the future in order to still to be resilient? Because we see that these changes are coming once in 2 years, so we have to be ready. But at the same time, we need to be sustainable, to leave something behind, or even more, to leave even more than we had when we started the business. And I would like to thank you all. So the presentation of Mr. Anatol will be the conclusion of this panel. Thank you very much. All of you are involved in tourism, even those who are not actively working in the tourism industry, but you being present here, then you are interested in this area. To be honest, I'm more comfortable being in Butugeni, walking through the fields and talking to people than being here on a stage. So while listening to the other panelists, I've already changed several times my speech. I felt really sorry that I didn't prepare a presentation, but now I'm okay with it. So my presentation will be more like a discussion, so feel free to ask questions or make comments to avoid just being bored or tired. So just a short overview of how we came about. So in 2004 there was no real tourism, but as we were in Butugeni, this motivated us to take it seriously, because we didn't have tourism, but we had tourists. People were visiting this village, Butugeni. They were all saying, wow, wow, extraordinary, but there were no guest houses. So having eyes and ears, I understood that actually things are much better than we think they are, and we intended to do something, because all of us with Soviet Union experience, we all wanted something European, something that looks like Europe. But all the tourists coming here, they didn't want that. They wanted to see the traditions we have, the culture we have. So I've changed my vision. So I have this approach of having something more modern in the first house I've refurbished. But then a French tourist came and asked, so I was very proud that I've had an indoor bathroom, toilet. But he asked me about a traditional house, but I told him there is no indoor bathroom or toilet. And he said, yes, I want to live there. And then he changed my vision, because I live in the country. So I know the country, and that's how I will develop my business. So I have only a few minutes, and it's very difficult for me to share the entire story of our business. But for us from the rural areas to be visible, and I know I'm the deputy president of Antrimon Rural Tourism, but I will tell you one thing, that Moldovan tourism will be genuine only in the rural areas. I don't want to upset the cities, but I want to tell you that nobody comes to visit Moldovan cities or towns, because all traditions come from the rural areas, and even if they come from there, they were born there, and that's why we will have a continuous tourism in the rural areas. We have to be different from Japan, France, or other countries. We have to be as we are. Indeed, rural tourism continues its development, mainly due to the donors. They were the ones who gave us grants when we understood that we cannot face the situation with the heating, with the stoves, traditional stoves. Then, even if their regulations were not respected, they were flexible enough to help us with the heating systems. For a long period of time, the leadership of the country, they didn't help us, and actually people were asking me, the government helps you? And I was telling them, well, they are not helping, but they are also letting us develop, so that was already good. So oftentimes I said that rural tourism has to be excluded from the Horeca sector. It has to have a separate branch within the tourism sector. As in all the other countries where tourism is developed, they received support from the government. For the time being, we receive support from partners, Sweden, USA, Austria, etc. You have 2-3 more minutes. So I wanted to share about what we did. But what should we do next for Moldova to develop touristically? And when I say touristically, I refer to our wines. And only when people come and see the vineyards, how people approach the wine making, and we don't have those wineries in the cities but in the villages, so the tourists, the experts coming to assess, to visit, and who see the processes, who experience the processes, they will definitely go back to their countries and say, buy Moldovan wine, buy Moldovan plums and pears. We have very rich soils. We are close to the seaside. Our soils are perfect. And the fact that we are not considered not developed, actually this is an advantage. The traditions are still kept in villages. We have still women who can cook. We don't need chefs. We have villages where we have women who can cook food that you can't find anywhere, or use recipes that you can find nowhere else. We work mainly with women. I'm sorry, with men, less. So this simple Moldovan food, the reactions, the feedback was always a wow. So this simple Moldovan food. So what we need to do, what the state should do. I've met the minister about 10 times, and each time he speaks about the tourism. That's already a good thing, because tourism will help develop culture as well, and we will be able to show everything that the country has. And everyone has to go to the country, because everyone comes to the cities anyway, but we have to go to the country. If we will visit all Moldovan villages and we will do many things, then many of them will not manage, because tourists don't want to visit everything, every village. So we need to find strategic areas like Butoceni or Hei, because tourists already visit that, because they have the countryside which they want to visit, or interesting areas, interesting locations, or someone told them about someone. We won't be able to develop, and I speak about the rural village tourism, we will not be able to develop too much if we focus on too many areas. In Austria, for example, they have hundreds of years, the Roma thousands of years, so they have a lot of buildings and old houses. We have only ruins here because the country was destroyed many times, especially now after the war, because we are close to, we are a buffer between war and peace. So we all have, everyone involved in the development of rural tourism has to come to the country, and such fora should be actually organized in the context of some rural festivals, and they should have different health services, different fiscal tax policies. Maybe some people see us on TV and they think that we have great incomes, but no, even Purcari, when they've developed all the infrastructure that was developed at the beginning, they didn't have all of this. They invested in all of this. And another aspect, which is an outcome of this war, is the energy crisis. The pandemic, we've survived the pandemic, and then we were happy about it, but the war brings with itself many more issues. And again, tourism will develop sustainably. So to allow us to survive, it shouldn't be linked to Gazprom or to anyone. And you can do that by avoiding to burn the waste from the country. And many businessmen were burning leaves and branches in the country. These resources have to be used. The waste has to be, the bio-waste has to be used from different factories, from different farms. They have to be used either for biogas in any farm which is connected to gas. They should have systems of producing biogas from waste and to leave the gas to the cities. Of course, people don't know that, but during the pandemic times, I was studying about that. I was looking at YouTube videos, so you can check that out, that many people were maybe foreseeing already that this could happen, and we already have a composting area, so we have heated a few rooms only from that waste, from the compost. So this was our own idea. Of course, there are some technical standards to follow, but if we will find a way to use all these resources, we will be able to survive. USAID asked us, maybe we could give you another grant. What else do you need? We said we need a heating pump. Again, I've studied, I've looked into that. There are different types of pumps. So you have air, water, so the temperature of the air, and then it's being moved outside. Yes, but if outside is very cold, is freezing, then there is no air temperature to be used. But in the wells of Butuceni, then you have the same temperature, and Moldova is full of these wells. So you take the water out and you send the temperature, which is always the same kept, you send it back. And again, thanks to USAID, we've purchased this heating pump, which will save us, partially, of course. There are many other similar examples, so please check YouTube videos and share these ideas about the small streams of water. In China, they've developed this idea that they can have street lights based on the water streams being used for creating energy in the villages. Thank you very much. We invite you all in the country especially we invite you in the Butuchen village. Yesterday we had a team from Lithuania. Can we visit your kitchen? Yes, you can. They were very happy. They were very surprised. Yes, please join us in the country. Help everyone working. And do watch YouTube videos. I've seen many students here in the room, and if we want to advance, if we want to learn, yes, such a forum is of course contributing to that, but information is next to us. Often we need to make sure that we are aware of all the tendencies, that we are updated, that we use IT. Thank you very much. We went over time, but this was the panel on resilience and sustainability.
So now we are going to have, and I really hope that this panel that we are going to have to be very interactive. My name is Stefanets Igor. I'm also representative of the investment agency. My department is dedicated to attracting investments. And in this panel, we are going to talk about attracting investments in the hospitality sector. I'm so honored to have here with me wonderful speakers, representatives of the state, as well as we will hear some success stories. As well, we will have two representatives of two international big chains. I think that we will distribute our panel as follows. We are going to have as well a person with a video from the UNWTO. Afterwards, we are going to have a discussion panel, and we are going to finish with two success stories. At the same time, I would actually ask the technical team to provide a micro in the hall for the eventual questions. Because please come up with your questions. We will try our best to cover all the international languages that we know. This panel is going to be as well dedicated to those from online. And we are going to talk in English mainly.
Hi, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today with all of you. First of all, remember that 4 years ago, when our Secretary General Surab Pololikashvili came to the UNWTO, he decided to include innovation, technology as part of one of his strongest pillars. Of course, today, the UNWTO has at least 5 priorities inside this house: innovation and digital transformation, education, investments, sustainability, and of course, added value jobs. Today, we would like to start this amazing conference with how these pillars can help us to create a better society, how these pillars can help us to create a better tourism sector. Why innovation is crucial? Innovation is crucial because it's the power of youth. Thanks to innovation, we have the power to give the voice to the most youngest generations that it has different solutions when technology is part of the new ventures. When we talk about technology, remember that the startup ecosystem is key in order to talk about a sustainable innovation. When I talk about the innovation ecosystem, I'm talking about adding value to the 6 actors of the ecosystem that are, as you know, innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, governments, institutions or accelerators, innovation labs, corporates, investors, and the academia. Without those 6 working together, it's impossible to talk about a sustainable innovation. What are we doing inside the UNWTO? As you know, we have 4 programs that we're running today: the startup competitions, the innovation challenges, the tourism tech adventures are our key innovation forums, and of course, our innovation network. Thanks to those 4 programs, we have more than 10,000 startups that have applied to our competitions from more than 150 countries. The more used technologies are based on artificial intelligence, big data analytics, digital marketing, where augmented reality, virtual reality, and Internet of Things are crucial. These technologies has been really mature. Nonetheless, we have a lot to do. From the 100 subsectors of the tourism sector, only the innovation is going to 3 subsectors that are mobility and transport, e-commerce, and of course, hospitality. But the question is, where are the innovators in gastronomy? Where are the innovators in health? Where are the innovators in manufacturing? Remember that when you build a hotel, where you build an amusement park that is part of the touristic chain, you need manufacturing goods, you need towels, you need fruits, you need a lot of things to create a new experience. Where is the innovation when it comes to meetings, incentives, congresses, and events? We need the power of youth, of the youngest entrepreneurs, of the SMEs, and of course of the startups to create new technologies and to help us to innovate not only in these 3 hotspots, if I can say, that basically are 50% of the whole innovation of the tourism sector. We need to diversify a little bit more on the different subsectors in order to have a 360 integral and complete innovation. Then, thanks to our programs again, our startups have raised more than $240 million. This only in the last 3 years. And this, once again, is aligned with joining efforts between the public and the private sector. I can say that thanks to the power of partnerships, we can, Amadeus, MasterCard, Globalia, Wakalua, the governments of Portugal, Argentina, Colombia, Spain, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Macau, among others, have been supporting these programs, and thanks to them, today, innovation is a reality inside the UNWTO, and the connections has been done to create more than 100 pilot projects and more than 300 mentorship programs. In that way, we are helping the smallest to grow. So, Innovation today has the challenge in not only in helping the tourism ecosystem to get more mature. The biggest challenge I see in the touristic innovation ecosystem is with the SMEs. As you know, tourism, the touristic chain is created by different actors, but 80% of those actors are small and medium enterprises. And unfortunately, during COVID times, they have received a lot of funds for surviving, not for investing in technology, not for investing on innovation. This is the moment where we need to empower the SMEs, to help them and to mind the gap in order to have a sustainable sector where everybody can use technology. That's why inside the UNWTO we created the UNWTO Digital Futures, a program that was launched during the last UNWTO General Assembly, which aim is to bring accessibility and to bring access to new technologies to the small and medium enterprises. It's really easy. You just need to go to the UNWTO website, click on the Digital Futures program. You need to enroll and to fill a form, and then we will, thanks to the partnership with MasterCard, we will be able to connect and to give you a personal assessment on where is your SME, where are your gaps, and what do you need to fill those gaps. We decided to create 4 verticals that are the most important technologies that are needed in our sector. The technologies are, first of all, digital payments by far. Second of all, cloud. Third of all, digital marketing. And fourth of all, everything related to artificial intelligence and how through artificial intelligence you can predict in different data-driven models. With those 4, the idea is to train more than 2 million SMEs and then to give them access to digital tools and to keep those tools into their own businesses. Without the power of the SMEs and without them digitized, we cannot talk about a modern tourism sector. When it comes to education, I am really passionate on this matter, and more than passionate, maybe it's my obsession. Why? As you know, tourism is the most important employer of youth and of women. But remember that 50% of youth working in tourism only have secondary skills. And 50% of youth desire to become an entrepreneur in the mid-future. So if we want to do things great, whatever we invest in education is a small amount compared with the impact of helping others to grow. Again, youth is a part of this priority inside the UNWTO. Education. What do we offer in terms of education? As you know, the education system has been experiencing a revolution thanks to COVID-19. So today, our strongest platform to train people is the UNWTO Tourism Online Academy, a place where top universities all around the world has been partnering with the UNWTO to upload massive online open courses and online certificate programs in order to scale up the way people are educated and to give access to the most vulnerable people that don't have the possibility to study tourism. I have here to thank to all the colleagues from Cornell, from IE University, from Le Roche, Glion, École Ducasse, PolyU from Hong Kong, Externado de Colombia, Universidad Católica de Chile, Swiss Education Group, among others. We have been partnering with the top league in terms of education to make education not only easier, but also to have added value content for everyone. Then, second part of our story, everything cannot be just online. So our second service is related to offline education. And when I talk about offline education, here is crucial what I'm going to say. 80% of the potential careers in tourism are only focused in hotel administration. That cannot be possible. As I already said before, tourism sector is created thanks to the power of 100 subsectors. So we need to create and to update the curricula. We need to create a policy and public policies where tourism is part of the development on every single country. If we want to create touristic destinations, if you want to create a country as or to have a nation focused on tourism, the only way to go and to succeed in the near future, in the mid future, and in the longest future is by creating a professional path when it comes to education. In education, I would like to ask some questions to you today. How many of you had some of the subjects that you had in high school or in kindergarten related to tourism? How many of you studied law, business, engineering, or maybe government and international affairs, and you had even the possibility of having an elective focused in tourism? How many of you have been searching something that is that has nothing to do with hospitality or hotel management? And I know that at least 1% of those that are in front listening to this speech today would say that maybe they had any approach. And that's the problem. We need to create a professional path. Since we are the kids are in kindergarten, so to explain the power of tourism, then when the teenagers are in high school, we need to involve them in social impact projects. We can give electives for them to work during the last years in tourism, in hospitality. Then, when we are in the universities, if we want to study tourism, we need to be able to study not only hotel management. Of course, that's amazing. Of course, hospitality is amazing, but it's not the only thing that we need to study. We need to study, for example, data-driven decisions, digital marketing, data scientists specialized in tourism. We can artificial intelligence or deep technologies on tourism, transport, in order to work in a top airline and to understand the airline business, because transport is part of tourism, the cruise industry is part of tourism, the trains and the railroads, the infrastructure, that is part of tourism as well. And then when it comes to manufacturing goods that are related to tourism, we need to understand the whole chain. And this is crucial to do it now. That's why in the WTO, we are partnering not only with the national governments, but also with the universities to help. For example, we have signed a letter of intent with the university.
I have a suggestion for all of our audience to prepare the questions for our speakers. I will start with Mr. Eugen Kozana, who is General Director of APP, Public Property Agency, that we have a very good relationship with APP. And in terms of investment attraction, always is a demand and a need from the government of the country to give the investment profiles to the potential investors. I would like to ask you, Mr. Koznak, what is the strategy, what is the action plan in the future in terms of the public properties that your agency owns, or our government, our country owns in terms of hospitality sector?
Good afternoon. Eugen Koznak with the Public Property Agency, I'll say the PPA for short. The task of the agency is to manage on behalf of the state all of the state-owned enterprises and all public lands and real estate. So when a person arrives in Moldova, they will land at one of our airports. If they travel by train, they'll travel in our train cars on our railway. If they come by bus, they'll come to our bus stations. And if you come by boat, which is not likely but possible, you'll come to one of our ports and one of our waterways, as we also manage the rivers and the big lakes. So To connect to this panel on hospitality, I want to give just a couple vertical industries that are represented in the public property portfolio that is relevant to this discussion. Aside from the transportation and the responsibility for us to build roads, which I think is important as we talk about developing various sites for tourists to come visit, you also need to be able to get to them efficiently, so that's also in our purview to develop that side of the infrastructure. I want to highlight just a couple industries and state-owned companies that are great for tourists to visit or use their services or infrastructure. We have 3 wineries and 2 cognac distilleries. Has anybody tried the Barza Alba or Mileshti Mić or Krikova?
Yes.
Yeah. You have good taste, so I continue buying the products. We try to keep them at good quality. But those sites, for example, have great quality products, but very few things for tourists to come. So in terms of development, the possibility, the potential as tourist destination is absolutely great. For example, Belts, the northern city, has Barza Alba, and there's different projects and discussions about the potential for opening a hotel, wink wink, let's discuss. But also that will be a great hub for tourists to come and see various sites of interest around the north of Moldova. And Barza Alba could be a great attraction there. We also have sports, entertainment, and event management companies, such as Moldexpo Exhibition Company. We have the National Arena that we hope to open by the end of the year to be able to host various events of large scale on a regional, in this particular region of Europe. And also the Manege Athletic Center, which can also host various sport events or entertainment events. But also as you travel, as you arrive at hotels, as you come to the wineries, you always pick up your phone, you want it to work, and you want to have Wi-Fi. So Moltelecom comes with a plan to be able to deliver that infrastructure, to be able to connect people, to communicate, and get the information you need. In terms of hospitality per se, we have 2 hotels in Chisinau, Zaria and Constructoru. If you want to visit something that's really old era, maybe we can do a Soviet-style hotel destination. I recommend Zaria to be preserved in all its glory, and would be an interesting destination. Although I must say that they've been very instrumental in helping refugees to come and find a place to stay during this crisis. But we also have the post office. Post office is the only company, I guess, that has a physical location, a presence in every single village, every single town. And now we're working on a plan of development to enable Moltelecom, the post office to have electronic commerce services so that when people arrive in these villages, they're not completely detached from the international financial markets. They can make payments, they can transfer money, they can pay for various services. So we're working on that as well. But also the PPA manages the entire portfolio of the state property in real estate and buildings. So when we're looking at the potential for building something in various locations, then we can talk about the potential for finding the necessary land or buildings and transform them into various sites that are needed for the tourism industry. And as we talk about the strategy of the state, I must say that for us, the state does not have the interest of competing with private enterprises. The goal is to develop private sector to the best of our abilities and have the state resources go to the enterprises that provide something that is of a public benefit, something that is critical infrastructure, or to be present in markets where private enterprise does not, where is not able to participate. We're talking about fiscal or natural monopolies in the situation. So in areas where we know that the public sector is able to develop, the state wants to retreat. Not, as one of the previous panelists said, we don't want the state to interfere, so we're happy not to interfere, but also go the opposite way and be helpful in those situations. And if we look at the monetization of all of our public assets for the benefit of the citizens, we want to make sure that they're used in the best possible way with the best potential for growth and development. And to that end, we're looking at the ability for us to publish all of the public lands available for rent, for lease in the near future in a digital format. So if you, for example, want a parcel to build, I don't know, a hotel somewhere in the village or town, then you'll be able to find the location you want and see what's available for rent or purchase. With that, I will pass on to the next panelist, unless there are any questions at this moment.
I have a question because we have the same mandate to attract, okay, it's a little bit different, but we are complementary on investment attraction. We as an agency and APP as an agency had the mandate to attract investment in specific places or specific properties. What is your opinion, Mr. Kozanak, in the future? What will be the best formula in order to collaborate with the private companies alongside with APP in order to attract investment, and how it will be in the future? Because we know in the past we have 17 or 18 different property investment profiles alongside Zarya and other hotels, but we didn't find a formula to attract the international investment. How do you see this in the future?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have a number of projects undergoing right now that definitely provide that room for growth. For example, if you look at the National Arena that's going to be opening up later this year, we'll have space for 5,000 seats. We know that Chisinau area has about 4,200 rooms available in the city. So just looking at the potential for and the need for future events to be able to host, the state comes with the ability to conduct large-scale events. We would like the public sector to come in and be able to sustain that capacity through hospitality, through restaurants, through a variety of services that are needed. And if we look at the spaces that have the great potential for growth, if we look at the need of the private sector, that's what we want to have a real discussion. We want the private sector to come to the state and say, you know, we have this potential for growth. We need to be able to, let's say, deploy Wi-Fi routers at specific locations, or we want to be able to build a new road to a specific destination to attract or make it easier to get to a place where we want to build a hotel, or other places. We want to look at the use of state property in the interest of the public, and that's where the state can come with assets, and the public sector comes with the ability to develop that asset. Usually we're talking about the public-private partnerships. There have been several that we've looked at, and we want to encourage people to come and say, are there any assets that we can monetize and use for specific ideas? To that end, we're talking about the ability, for example, to manage, let's say, an airport. If you want to have there are 2 airports in the Belts region, it would be great to have an experienced operator to come and say, we know how to monetize this property. Let's talk about that. Many other things. If we have, for example, a winery that has the need to manage the flow and use of it as a tourist destination, we'd love to discuss the potential partnership for managing one side of the business while the winery does what they know to do best, which is make wine. You know, you cannot have one enterprise do absolutely everything. So that's where a public-private partnership would be ideal in various situations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you look like, APP looks like one of the best investment destinations because they own airports. One of the best destinations in our country is Cricva, Milești Mici, everybody knows that. And also a lot of buildings and real estate opportunities for the future projects. We hope we'll have a great collaboration. We are going to Expo Real, where we'll find definitely some potential investor in the field. Thank you very much. Next, by the way, regarding the large-scale events, we have the day after tomorrow, the Wine Day, one of the biggest events in our country that generates a lot of incoming tourism. And I'm, by the way, also traveling a lot. I must be now in a holiday, but and I have managed to travel in several countries last week, and I have seen a lot of different hotels. And I know that there are some statistics that the Județul Iași region have more rooms than the whole Moldova. And it's a little bit pity for us. I would like to ask 2 big chains in our panel, Marriott and Accor, why Moldova is not as interesting investment destination still for big investors in order to invest in 3-star hotels and 5-star hotels, because we have a lot of international events, a lot of expos. We have already also a lot of sports events. Last 2 weeks ago, Manchester United with Cristiano Cristiano Ronaldo was here, and all the hotels was blocked. We have a huge demand. We know that we can accommodate more with all our potential in tourism, and what we should do in order to attract the investment in the construction. I will ask first Mr. Kiseev, that is near, then I will address the same question to Ms. Dragali.
Thank you, Igor. Thanks for the opportunity to be here and to speak today. It's a very good question, and I think it's a very natural continuation from what was discussed by Mr. Kozonak. Well, the point is that it's not for example, here in Moldova, it's not a problem about the demand, especially on specific dates. As you mentioned, the wine festival is a highlight event for the region, I would say, and it's very popular around or across this region, so people come. The problem is how to spread this demand evenly throughout the year. Because when an investor looks at the potential business plan, he's not interested in 3 days events. I mean, 3 days event is nice, but it cannot sustain or it cannot pay back your investment. That's the key or that's the bottleneck. Even bigger events, even events like World Cups, like Olympic Games, which can go for months, do not justify the investments only by themselves. So if we are talking about like true PPP in that respect, it is required from the overarching authorities to make sure that the demand and interest to the destination is kept throughout the year. What I saw in my experience across the regions, it does make sense to build a MICE hotel, i.e. hotel targeting exhibitions, meetings, events, and incentive trips. When your calendar of events consists of at least 40 big things, 40 big points in your agenda. If you have something like Mold Expo or similar kind of facility, but newer and more modern, and if you can present or if you can think of a calendar where you have at least 40 items with international outreach, where you're gonna host 200, 300 people at least, then it makes sense. Then you understand that in your build-up model for the investment cash flow calculation, you have 25, at least quarter of your future demand booked. That's it. You have your sports demands, and we will hope that Sharif is going to do better and better, and we see more teams of international level, and they pay a lot of money in our hotels. We are hoping that business is going to develop. Wine tourism has nothing but development opportunity here in Moldova, because it's at embryonic stage at the moment. It's almost non-existent. So if you factor all this in, then model works. But without an anchor, without a solid base, you have you have a lot of promising factors, but nothing to rely on. So if state can say, gentlemen and ladies, we're opening Arena Chisinau, and we can assure you, even though it won't be on paper because we are not empowered to put it on paper, but we can tell you that at least 20 events will come from the government, city authorities, whatever authorities, you name it. They will all be there because we will make them come there. Then it makes sense to think about a hotel somewhere there. So this is how it works in at least in my experience.
Thank you very much. I know that's definitely for sure. I know that UEFA and FIFA, they really like to come to Republic of Moldova with the once in a year conference. So that I'm pretty sure that when we'll have the Chisinau Arena ready, we'll have a lot of international events in different sports activity that will generate a lot of income for the country, but also I think it will influence a little bit the hospitality in sector in our country. The same question to Ms. Dragulina. Dragulin. I know that Accor is already here, and also it's in order to expand to a new hotel near airport. And what we should do, because you represent Moldova, Romania, Czech Republic, you are in the region, what we should do in order to attract more investments in this field and to have a lot of international named hotels here?
Well, before I answer to your question, I want to say hello to everybody. It's nice to be here in Chisinau. Thank you for the invitation. As you know, I work for Accor. I am a developer and I'm responsible for 4 countries: Romania, Bulgaria, Republic of Moldova, and the Czech Republic. And Accor has more than 5,300 hotels. Is a worldwide leader with more than 40 brands. For Chisinau, we already have the beautiful and unique hotel, which is Bird's M Gallery Collection. It's a unique hotel, I would say, which would fit in any big capital. We do have another signed project, which is about to come, let's say, in 2024. And it's going to be EB Styles. It's near to the airport, part of a project which is going to be a mixed use. And we do have other projects in pipeline. For us, pipeline means signed, but not yet revealed to the public. We do believe in the future of Republic of Moldova. We focused mainly in Chisinau because it's the capital of the country. I was just talking with a colleague here during the event, saying that I really like your attitude as people. No matter what happens, you keep to be friendly, to be smiling, and to make us visitors, tourists, business people feel comfortable. I know about the food and the wines. I think what Chisinau, and not only Chisinau, but maybe the entire country needs to develop more, it's the business segment. Because in Chisinau, you can do some combined activities, but mainly people are coming for business. So this is, I would suggest to think about in which fields you are very good. I know that there are several businesses that are developed even in Romania, that people from Republic of Moldova, they open businesses there and they are producing furniture or textiles. So I think you should connect this with what could be developed further in order for people to know that good quality products can be produced and can be assisted in this part of the area. As the French people say, good flavors or specific unique perfumes are kept in small bottles. You do have a small country with a big heart, and that's very unique for you. And I like very much the speech of the gentleman that was seated before me here. He spoke with so much passion that he even convinced me to go to, let's say, a rural touristic area. And I promise I'm going to pay a visit to him. I'm going to take my friends from Bucharest, and I'm going to go there and to experience the Moldavian village side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. By the way, Ms. Dragulin, you are the only tourist in this panel, a business tourist that have traveled to Moldova just to be with us on this event. I will have at the end one question to everybody, especially for Mr. Chisev and Ms. Dragulin, that we know that all this period we have a lot of changes in the world. And I know a lot of international companies have moved, a lot of international even organizations have moved from one city to another, from one country to another. How that have influenced your activity, or have you seen a perception, a change of perception to come to Eastern Europe countries in such as Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, or no? Yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Or to him?
For both of you.
Well, I could say that the big events organized with the assistance of the government, with the state, are bringing a big crowd, if I may say so. For example, we do have in Bucharest right now, in the same time you have the event here, a very big event which occupied on the first place the 5-star properties and then the further categories, which is practically organized by the state, and they have invited big commissions of many countries in order to, and the event is linked to the digitalization of the public district of Romania. Despite the fact that Romania, it's, let's say, not a small country, but a medium-sized country, digitalization is not yet at the level that we have expected. So what I've noticed is that this kind of event, very well organized and with specific thematic, with the right panels, they really brought back the business to Bucharest. In general, from the countries I'm responsible, despite the situation with the COVID and even more with the Ukrainian-Russian war, we had just few gaps, meaning that in terms of development in hospitality, although the hospitality has been the first field affected, and state aids for all the countries arrived a little bit later because we were not prepared to such a situation. People still believed in the future. They wanted to develop what they started to, and we didn't feel, we had no negative impact. 2021 for Accor was the second year, best year for development. We have very nice projects. What we noticed that if we talk about tourism, people value more the quality of life. And resort destinations, locally or abroad, as soon as the restrictions were revealed, are very much looked for it. And they want to have something else. They don't do like they used to do, you know, just searching for an expensive location and a beautiful hotel. No, they look for something that they feel that they really want for that specific location. And it's not only about location, it's also about what you can experience there as a client. I'm coming from operations. I was working for 20 years in operations. I recently joined the development and I really like it. But when you work in operations, you understand the things differently because you put yourself much more in the shoes of a client and you understand why he's happy, why he's not happy, what he's expecting for. And it's really important what you create there. There are some hotels with not a great location, but they do know how to organize small events for the local networking, how to create, let's say, the appetite for the culinary interests. And people are traveling from the other side of the city just because there, where they go, they know that they will find something unique. And it doesn't have to be a complicated menu. We have a property in Timișoara, which is at the exit of the city, but it's always full because of the experience that is created there.
Thank you. Mr. Kisei, the same question. You have a very hard job now. You are responsible for CIS countries and Eastern Europe. You know that we have a conflict now in the CIS countries. And what is the Marriott doing? Why we are not seeing more hotels here? Or why not they are moving with the regional office in the Republic of Moldova from Moscow, for example, to Republic of as a BPO even?
Well, thank you for the question again. I would go for a little bit broader picture. So there were, of course, a couple of trends and several impacts on the market and on the situation for us in the recent years. First pandemics and then the war. So by the end of Q2 this year, we saw that the effect of pandemics is factored out. So all the operational indicators for Marriott are higher than Q2 2019. So we restarted the growth again. But it is very interesting how this growth came back, because it came back in a very different way compared to what we had in 2019. If 2019, as usual, was the year driven by the business demand, 2022 is the year driven by leisure demand. And I think that's a trend which resulted from pandemics, but it will stay with us for a very long time. We see that the combination of business and leisure is the golden one, because leisure proven to be more resilient and more sustainable. So those who would be able to capture any leisure, any tourism demand will capitalize hugely. So that's trend number one. Trend number two, of course, geographies change. Well, big geographies survive crises better, but that we knew before. And geographies change. That's another trend. Why didn't we put the regional office here in Moldova? I think that this is another point where probably promotion is required. I honestly tried. I did my best, or at least I put forward Moldova as an option, but it didn't work. It didn't work when you calculate all the factors like tax, the ability to do business, the speed to market, as it were, to transfer the office. The decision was made to go to Serbia, not even to Georgia. I thought that Georgia would be the natural choice because, well, they promote themselves in this way, but eventually we ended up in Belgrade, which is a very nice city and destination, but a little bit further away than I would like. But anyway, this is where the base is at the moment. So that's another trend. Those who are easy to go win now. So Moldova is a small country. It is easy for Moldova to be easy to go, let's put it this way. You don't have to break a lot of things and obstacles to make it easier. So probably that's another point to push. So yeah, that leisure is the new target. I understand that business demand is very important for any hotel. It's like bread and butter. It has to come in to be able to plan for anything else. But the growth is in leisure, and we see another factor. The group tourism is recovering slower than anything else. So it will come back, but it takes much longer than we would like to.
Thank you very much. Thank you, both of you. Next, we'll go to a lovely presentation made by Lucia Bertos, the owner of Bert's Hotel, one of the best and unique design hotel in our country. It's a wonderful place. It's a wonderful restaurant, wonderful hotel. I think if we can put Bert's in anywhere, in Portofino, in Monaco, it will stay very fit. It will be the exactly place. It's one of the best hotels that I ever have been, so I give you the floor for the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. for this introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to speak about the hotel. And this is the business which is run with my family. And let's say at the beginning, okay, let's work. Okay. How?
Poate invers.
The right.
Ну да, я коло стація техніка.
Why it's not go? How? Okay.
Da să un pic eu să încerc.
Can help me. Thank you. Maybe there is another one?
Cu un pic de 3 secunde, cred că undeva întârzi.
How it all started? Okay, can go back. Now you can come here. Maybe you can change this.
În jos, da, încercați pe celălalt în jos.
Okay.
Nu, mă refer pe celălalt. Da, poate.
Yeah.
A noi era, așa e mai simplu, da, mersi, luminiță. Da, pe asta din jos. La noi era altul, mai vechi,
Okay.
mersi.
So, the total process took 7 years from idea to the final product. The 3 years of research, we analyzed with the National Museum all the stories and about our carpet, about our history, 3 years in design and 1 year in finishing. And we have opened in 2015. The author of the design and the architect and designer was Luca Scacchetti. Italian style is very close to the architecture of the city of Chisinau, and this is why we have invited Luca Scacchetti to design our hotel with 33 rooms, the restaurant and the spa area. We chose the modern style, which we believe describes the style of the city the best, and sprinkled some ethnic notes to it. The symbol of our spa, okay, this is the rooms, and we see the ethnic motifs in our rooms. This is the restaurant, and the symbol of our spa is the lavender, which blooms of the rich soils of Moldova. Here, the guest of our hotel can find a relaxation and revitalization escape island. Authenticity, art, and centuries-old carpets which decorate the halls of the hotel create the special ambience perfectly combined with the elegance of white spaces. And this hotel provides once again that it can be about much more than accommodation services. We were the first ones to highlight the value to pomul vieții, the tree of life, starting with 2015. It represents the symbol of our culture and can be found being woven in the old carpets, on ceramics, works and many elements of art, marble, and works of local artists in the hotel collection. For a guest, it is a perfect place to taste the flavor of the customs, traditions, cuisine, and culture of our country. In our restaurant, we have brought together the best ingredients, flavors, the sun and childhood memories, and have combined them in a unique new way as to go beyond culinary and geographic limits, sharing fine, surprising, and memorable dishes. The tasteful story of Moldova continues in the impressive collection of mainly authentic wines which complete the oenogastronomic experience. Pandemic. In 2020, at the beginning of the lockdown, we tried to keep all the personnel, but after a month it became clear that would be impossible. Out of 100%, we remained with 50. And the same year, 2020, which was a difficult year because of the pandemic, we decided to speed up our plan to join an international hotel chain, and we signed a contract with Accor Group, one of the largest hotel chains in the world. In 2021, we started operating under M Gallery brand, thus the hotel becoming Bert's M Gallery Chisinau. By the end of the year, we ranked the first among the premium segment hotels in the Northeastern Europe at guest satisfaction. Here, you can see the distribution of bookings, Accor accounting for 20%, which is a nice figure. And given the circumstances of the years, this can be considered a small success too. And among others, this is our booking rating, 90.4, and the most authentic hotel ranking in the top brands of Moldova. The first place of 70 hotels in Chisinau on the TripAdvisor. Also, our hotel was the only hotel from Moldova which was mentioned in the Michelin Guide website. In the year 2022 started with Russian war against Ukraine, which had an impact on the business. This graph shows the development by category since the opening. 2022 shows the increase in the room revenue, and this increase in room, and you can see also the number of nights and occupancy. The increase in room revenue was because of the increase in prices. We've had honor to receive famous people and guests of our capital, among which Princess Mary of Denmark, Princess Marina Sturza, Lara Fabian, Denis Matsuyev. Also in 2021, Bert's Chisinau Gallery Hotel had the honor to host the President of Germany, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. And our wish, the first President of State who was, by the way, accommodated at Bert's. Our wish is to become the symbol of Moldovan hospitality. And we want to share with everyone the best our nation has. His values, his people, his culture, modern art, food, wines, and our love for our country. And we'll do the best to achieve that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's, you can really feel the vibe of Republic of Moldova and all the details that are inside the hotel, the pomovieți and all the. We met that. I know that despite Mr. Kisevis from Marriott, he visited the hotel. We met in Bert's one month ago.
I started to stay in the hotel long before it became affiliated with our friends from Accor. So yeah, I'm a loyal customer, and I'm looking forward for opening of a new wine place in Chisinau at the hotel. So yeah.
Yeah. And I'm dreaming that once Moldova could be like Bert's Hotel. A lot of very nice details, but at a premium and luxury level. I hope Moldova will be like Bert's.
You also. Thank you.
That's the real. I'm a gourmand, and I really feel I hope I feel the beautiful beautiful things and minimalism with a little bit of premium stuff. And yeah, I fall in love with Bert's Hotel. That's wonderful. Thank you very much. And I know that you have put a lot of soul in all the details. Next, we'll go to Jazz Hotel, also one of our partners in the past. We have organized together business events in Jazz Hotel. We usually accommodate a lot of guests that comes to the Republic of Moldova to visit or to invest in to Jazz Hotel, because the location is very near to all the public agencies, and I will give the floor to you in order to explain the success stories of Jazz Hotel.
Dear colleagues, I'm honored to participate at Moldova Tourism Forum, the most important event dedicated to the tourism sector. On this occasion, I would like to speak about the investment in tourism in Moldova, a country without mountains or sea, but rich in history and tradition and deeply hospitable. The tourism industry has one of the highest growth rates out of all industry in the world, and the Republic of Moldova is becoming a new tourist destination in the heart of Europe. And I would like to tell you our story and how we play our role as a hotel property management in sustainable tourism. I represent the administration of Jazz Hotel, founded in 2004 in a, as you said, a spectacular location. After transformation in May 2010, this is a new hotel concept with this unique, elegant atmosphere, modern architecture, decoration, and the details especially designed to meet and exceed your expectation. Located in the heart of the city, in the business and tourist quarter of Chisinau, we consider that Jazz Hotel is a perfect choice for a leisure tourism or for a businessman. In this sophisticated property, our clients are more than a customer, they are our guest, and we say loyalty in every respect. A well-planned and a responsible tourism can be an excellent mechanism of channeling resources, and for this reason, sustainable tourism practices and ethical hotel development that connects social, cultural, and economic factors are vital factors for the development of our country. With this considered, hotels play a vital role in setting up viable operational practices as well as educating consumers on sustainable behaviors. For these reasons, we decide to join Accor because we want to elevate life in Moldova with Mercure brand. Soon, Jazz Hotel shall be operated under the brand featuring 74 rooms. Well, joining Accor and becoming a Mercure Hotel is a lever to lead in sustainable tourism. Maybe you will ask why Mercure? First of all, because it's locally inspired, and every Mercure is a portal to a destination that offers an immersion into the locality to the guest. Its staff are genuinely knowledgeable about the city, and every detail of the decor tells a story about the location and its cultural heritage. As you already know, our theme is jazz, and we want to make Moldova as a tourist attraction for those who are in love with this style of music, with the jazz, and who won't miss our international jazz festival, Ethno Jazz Festival, event which surprises the audience every year in Moldova with jazz bands featuring jazz artists from all around the world during a week of live concerts. Another reason why we choose to become a Mercure Hotel is because all Mercure hotels share the same passion for high-quality services and recognize international comfort standards. Mercure combines the strengths of international network with genuine and local guest experience. So it is a known and a trusted local brand, a locally inspired brand, a true sense of hospitality. And our goal now is to improve our property in accordance with Mercure brands, Mercure standards, in order to incorporate Jazz Hotel in international Accor network, to ensure ensure high quality services and international recognized comfort standard, and to benefit from global awareness of the Merkur brand. Well, in short, we are now, our case study is just at the beginning, and we now in the process of transition in becoming a Merkur hotel. So our big dream is to have guests, when they will step in our hotel, they will feel that like every Merkur in all around the world. So we welcome with kindness and hospitality our guests in Moldova, our beautiful, small country, but with a big heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that's all from, we will go to networking about the next expansion on Marriott and the Accor Group. And let's make a group photo on the scene, and to thank you very much for all of you for the speeches and for presentation, and all of you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Good day to everybody. Welcome to this forum. In this panel, we have the pleasure to tackle, let's say, a crossroad, a link between the tourism industry and creative industries. Next week, we would have something happening for the first time in the Republic of Moldova, and namely the Carbon movie show. So this movie has been submitted by the Republic of Moldova for Oscar Award. We will see if we are going to have this award, but nevertheless it has been nominated at the San Sebastian Festival, a Class A festival, and this is one of the few Moldovan movies that has been nominated at a festival of this scale. So the movie-making industry that started to get developed in the Republic of Moldova is also a point of attraction for tourism, because in the near future, by promoting Moldova through movies, we can have international production or co-productions with partners from Germany, from Romania, here in the Republic of Moldova. So innovations occur at this crossroad. Once per year in Butuceni we have the festival Descoperă. Is it a cultural product, or it's a touristic product, or maybe it's a creative product? It goes without saying that all of these three industries contribute to creating the festival. What is happening in Orhevei, which is an archaeological site, or let's say a protected site, and also is part of the touristic product. That's why this year even the World Tourism Organization has tackled through a new perspective the synergy and the importance of collaboration between the tourism industry, cultural industries and creative industries. For the Republic of Moldova, the product of better said, the cultural touristic product is very important, and we have the opportunity to develop it further on because it has a huge potential. Here with me I have different speakers, and all of us together will see what we can have at this crossroad between tourism, cultural industry, creative industry. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce the first speaker, and this is Tom Fleming. He's coming from London. This week we have presented the first vision for Creative Moldova and the foundation, the strategic foundation for developing the creative industries in the Republic of Moldova. And today Tom is going to tell us about the role of creative industries and the boom that we see in the area of creative tourism, and what is the potential for the Republic of Moldova for us to explore this direction. Moreover, Tom is one of the experts of world level who has consulted probably all the countries from Europe and as well a number of countries from the entire world on how to build up a strategy for developing creative industries, but he also is a UNESCO expert for cultural industries.
How can we blend? How can we pivot on creative industries? How can we monetize culture, arts in Moldova? And how can this be a catalyzer for development of tourism? How can these three industries that are emerging work together, and at the intersection we can become more competitive as Moldova, we can be more innovative, and we can be useful to each other with all of these three sectors?
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, and it's a real pleasure to be here today. Thank you to the hosts, and thank you for all the organizers. This is a really interesting topic that we're exploring because so often, too often, people talk about the creative industries over here and they talk about tourism over here. But increasingly, we're seeing an integration. And actually, in my job, sometimes we're doing strategies for creative industries and tourism, or tourism and creative industries, or broadly, culture. Because tourism is about culture, and it's about experiences. It's about understanding who we are. It's about exploration. And when you have the technology, the talent, when you have the content, the stories, you can create more meaningful, more rewarding experiences as a tourist. So I'm going to make some connections between tourism and the creative industries, and I'm going to give some examples, and then we're going to have a discussion. I think that's the plan, yeah? Yes. Brilliant.
Sounds great.
Okay. So everything is different today. The notion of who is a tourist, how tourism is changing, how do we engage with our heritage, our natural environment, our built environment, is always shifting. This is actually a gallery, a contemporary art gallery I'm the chair of in the north of England, in a city called Sheffield, which I'm going to talk about later on. And we've had to change the way we engage with audiences, the way that we engage with our communities, and the way we position ourselves as part of the wider tourism sector. And I'll explain how. And one of the things that we're always considering is, what do we even mean by a tourist? That traditional notion of a tourist as in somebody else, somebody who comes from outside, somebody who has a map or jumps off a coach. That's changing enormously because we're all tourists now. Even in your neighborhood, even in your city, your community, you're actively remaking the meaning of that environment. You're contributing to it in terms of vibrancy, in terms of cultural distinctiveness. You're consuming it, but you're also producing it. And that's how the kind of axes of tourism and culture and identity are shifting. So the notion of tourists go home, or tourists, this is for you, this is for us, that is changing enormously as we as a society evolve. And I think that COVID was this kind of disruptor or this accelerator of things that were already happening, because the tourism sector had to think about how to survive without the outsiders. Whether you're a museum or a festival, or whether you're a rural tourism company. And actually I think it grew a realization that we need to have it both ways. We need to build communities of practice, both locally and beyond. And we need to understand how people are shifting their desires. Because tourism is about desire. It's about yearning. It's about finding meaning in life. It's a spiritual pursuit. It's about our well-being. It's about our enrichment. So what do people desire? And we talk about the notion of the desire line. So if you go to the local park here, you will see this is where the green arrow is. This is where people go, but the planners, the architects, expected everybody to go, or they wanted everyone to go there. So when it comes to your tourism product, the way you're trying to reach out to your audiences, your public, you need to look at what they desire, not just say, this is our product, come and do it, come and, and then get upset when they don't come because they desire something else. And this is where creativity and technology can play a really important role in helping to shape and explore what people desire in the tourism sector. And that in turn helps you to answer the question to this: why your place? Why Moldova? Why Chisinau? Why this is a city in Portugal called Colliva. Everybody is trying to say, come here, engage with us, invest in us, because we are different, we're distinctive, we can enrich you. You surely should desire us, yeah? Oulu in the north of Finland, or here in Moldova. So why your place? What is the narrative? What is the axis of desire for this place? And this is where I think creative tourism comes into play. Because we're increasingly seeing a shift from a notion of a tourist as somebody from outside, somebody who's more passive, somebody who consumes your place rather than actively engages and collaborates with you as a tourism industry. So we're seeing the rise of what I call creative tourism, or cultural tourism with a creative industries twist. If you have time, this is a brilliant program in Portugal called Creator, which was EU-funded network where they basically tried to understand how tourism is changing and how tourists are increasingly actively involving themselves in the creative sector where they're visiting. Whether that be involving themselves in terms of the way they use digital media, which we'll hear about, I'm sure, today, the way that they participate in festivals, don't just watch festivals, involved in making craft, not just buying craft. All of these things are shifting. So creative tourism is shifting the paradigm of what a tourist is and how you develop your tourism product. And we're seeing this across the economy. So the notion that designers can problem solve a city in terms of its urban landscape, in terms of its accessibility, its legibility. This is a service that creatives can provide. And similarly, creative people can help to reimagine the model for tourism. And where you have a dynamic creative industry sector, a dynamic arts and cultural sector, by extension, that activates different kinds of tourism. Cultural and creative dynamism drives tourism. So a city like Bangkok, where we've been working, it's not enough just to have heritage. It's not enough just to have great food. People want to go where there's active production of new culture. So the design and creative district in downtown Bangkok is become a destination in itself. And it's attracting different kinds of tourists looking for more dynamic contemporary experiences. Tourists seek interaction, immersion, and collaboration increasingly. So the notion of play, of enjoyment, of engaging with the place you're in. So a good project which brings together technology, design, and visual arts and planning is called the Playable City, which looks at remodeling even the most basic infrastructure in a city. So it's more tactile, it's high quality design, it's about play. And that is great for the citizens, it's also great for the tourists, and it provides work for the creative industries. So tourists co-create destinations. They don't just consume destinations. So I mentioned craft. We're seeing more and more tourists engaged in making craft, learning from the scholars, the crafts experts, but they also develop new skills. They immerse themselves. This on the right-hand side is the annual manga festival in Düsseldorf in Germany, where thousands of people dress up in manga costumes. They are recreating the city, walking around in Japanese manga characters. This festival would be nothing if it wasn't for the audience, the participants. And this is driven by a major creative industries success story, which is comics and manga characters and design and art from Japan. So you can see the link between creative imagination, development, and the festival sector, which is driving tourism in Germany. How strange. Back to Oulu in northern Finland, they link the development of creative industries with the development of their tourism sector and the development of their city brand. Every year, they have the polar bear pitching, which brings together digital entrepreneurs from all over the world. And they have to embrace the natural environment of the city. They cut a hole in the harbor, and you have to jump into the water, in the freezing water, and you can stay there as long as you can to be able to pitch your business idea. And it's so popular. It's bringing so many business people to the city, which drives business tourism, and it also launches a more creative brand for the city, alongside other weird but wonderful things like the International Air Guitar Championships they have in Oulu. It's really niche, but niche is big on a global scale, because there's always enough weirdos in the world who will come to your city for something that is niche, that is interesting. And it is an amazingly successful event. Aveiro in Portugal, a city that is a candidate to be European Capital of Culture 2027, a city of deep history, a city which is very much linked to the land, the agriculture around it, with a strong wine industry as well. But they are backing this strategy around linking heritage to new technology. They have an incredible digital lighting festival. They have creative tech days, which brings together creative technologists from all over Europe to work with the physical landscape and the cultural landscape of the city to develop new experiences, new products, new ways of understanding the city, and a new tourism model. We know about the importance of film and TV for attracting tourists. This is a direct outcome of the creative industries. On the left-hand side is a library in Porto, which people think was kind of inspiring for J.K. Rowling when she developed Harry Potter books. No one really knows, but no one really cares because it's become a real tourist destination because they think it's somehow linked to Harry Potter, this bookshop. And Game of Thrones, whether it's in Northern Ireland or Dubrovnik, is driving a new kind of tourism We call it set jetting. Not jet setting, set jetting. So if you can develop your film, your TV sector, your digital sector, your gaming sector, it will generate a new kind of tourism. Creatives are also driving innovation in how tourism operates. So we all know about things like Airbnb, which obviously was a major disruptive innovation from the creative and digital sector. But we also have things like Sidekick, a South Korean app, which if you're going to Seoul or to a different place in South Korea, you can build relationships with locals and understand the scene as expressed by the people who are living in that community. The young people who are going to the clubs, the bars, the restaurants. So it's not just about brochures. It's not just about destination management from a local or from a municipality or a government. It's driven by the creatives themselves and the technologists who are in that city. Tourism depends on storytelling, it's on narratives, it's on content. So the west of Ireland, the wild Atlantic way, means nothing without creative people working in advertising, communication, digital, design, and visual arts. In England, the Creative Coast is a new creative tourism itinerary which connects different commissions of contemporary art around the coast. So utilizing creativity to create a new interface, a new relationship with a place, giving tourists new reasons to go out, to go there, and creating new depth within that relationship. And also, going back to my original point, this is for local people too. Local people are tourists too. They want to know how they're going to spend their weekends. What are they going to do? So this gives them structure, gives them something inspiring in their neighborhood, which in turn attracts more tourists because tourists want to go where there's something happening, not where something happened. And that's increasingly important. Commissioning artists. This is Carcassonne, the Felice Ferrani piece, painting a heritage asset, a castle, to kind of reconnect with audiences. Give it and reach out to different audiences. So stimulating heritage through the plastic arts, but also we know that, and we'll hear later, stimulating relationships through digital. And digital can provide depth, can provide immersive, multi-sensory experiences. There's a great company called ScanLab Projects working out of the UK. And they work with heritage buildings and cities and castles and cathedrals, and they provide another layer of immersion. They provide a way of navigating, touring through the heritage landscape, and they complement the physical building, but they also enable you to tell new stories, to get under the skin of a place, to provide something, as they say here, is like passing through a luminous reef. Very different to walking through the building. It complements the physical experience. So we need new types of partnership to activate relationships between creative enterprises and tourism and the tourism sector. We need to rethink destination management. This is not just about providing a platform for tourists to consume, it's about providing interrelationships with tourists. We need to embrace research and development. Creative industries are brilliant at finding new ideas, problem solving, new solutions for old industries. And I mentioned before, niche can be massive because you might think something is only a really esoteric thing, but actually there are people all over the world who are really interested in this small niche thing, which could become a major opportunity for Moldova. So just to finish very quickly with one example from one city, which I think is relevant here, because people often say, well, tourism, that's for places that historically have had tourists, but everywhere can find a way of building relationships with tourists. So this is the city of Sheffield in the north of England, a city that was founded on the steel industry and the cutlery industry, but now is being reimagined and embracing its creative industries sector. It's a city that no one would have thought of visiting, really, for a day trip or a weekend or anything like this. But as the city's economy started to change, as they activated the creative industries, as they provided spaces for the artists, the technologists, the designers, the city started to get this energy, this new kind of attitude. And it was all about the independence of these creative thinkers who generated this scene, this kind of vibe, in the cafes, in the clubs, through the street art, and in the museums and the festivals sector. And this became a living, dynamic, creative city, and it generates with it its own subcultures and its own cultural content. So it's become a city with incredible music heritage, like the Arctic Monkeys, who you probably recognize here, Pulp, Moloko, A whole range of other things have come from this city, even Def Leppard back in the 1980s. And this has become part of the tourism story. People want to go where people are creating and making new things, where there's a live cultural energy, and where they can feel that the city is embracing its creative talent. So this is just a public square that no one went to in the city. So they commissioned a French artist who lives in the city, called Florence Blanchard, to reimagine the space. And this becomes part of the creative story. And I mentioned destination management. This is part of their destination management. Our favorite places. Our, as in the people of the city who are living this cultural and creative reality. And it's about uncovering the independent creative sector and telling a different story, a city of creative spirit, unconventional beauty, DIY culture, nestled within hills. And the people, the local people, the designers, the artists, the musicians, that's who they want to introduce to the tourists as part of this story. Not physically, obviously they're not meeting them in a room, that would be weird, but in terms of the storytelling, to give the tourists a sense that they're hanging out where these creative people are as well, who are making a life through their creative practice. So that you visit as a tourist and you engage in the creative possibility of this city as part of your tourism experience. And you will be familiar with Berlin and with Milan and with other cities that are kind of creatively reinventing themselves, but less so with these smaller cities that are also doing the same thing. Utilizing the festival sector to provide new content, to bootstrap the creative industries sector, but also recognizing that you can't be all things to everybody. And that there's a lot of things that people don't want to share with tourists, or they don't want to become this kind of Venetian tourist, mass tourist model where you can't live your own life. So part of the charm and also part of the attractiveness of Sheffield is that they're kind of like this. They don't want to tell you everything. So as a tourist, you've got to work harder. And people like that as well. You know, so it's about a more interactive, collaborative approach to tourism based on the authenticity of your culture, which is reinvented through your creative industries sector. So to finish, tourism and creativity need each other. So I wish you all the best in exploring those possibilities. Thank you very much.
Tom, thank you so much for such an inspiring presentation. I mean, definitely we are living a creative era. And we are living, you know, transforming to a human-centric society and a purpose-driven. So also for the tourism sector and the tourism product, people want more purpose. Definitely, they want to interact with locals. They want an additional experience. So you've been a couple of days in Moldova, and we've seen together. We've visited Art Core. I mean, there's certainly this is a creative hub, and there are tourists stopping by. We visited Unzip Moldovan Designers, the fashion show. We know that travelers are interested to buy something local. We visited Moldova Film, some untapped, you know, creative spaces. What is your vision? And we talked last night that for Moldova, I mean, the creatives can at least, they can work together with the tourism industry and they can help reinvent Chisinau as a tourism destination, as a place to do more things, you know, to have more activities, more experiences. So what's your view, I mean, when we translate what you have shown in other countries, like what are some starting points for Moldova, and what are the niches and the verticals of the creative industries that can serve right now, can pivot, you know, for the tourism sector?
That's a great question, and it's a complex one to try to answer. I think that clearly what you're starting to do in Chisinau and Moldova is to bring above the surface the dynamic and rich cultural and creative life that you have. And this has little beacons like Art Core. You know, you have festivals, you have, it's increasingly visible that there's a creative dynamism in the city, and a youthful one as well. And for me, that kind of makes me want to dig deeper and kind of scratch around. And even this morning, you know, I was a tourist for an hour this morning, you know, so I just walked the city and just tried to, you know, just took random streets, trying to, you know, see where, you know, is there kind of something really distinctive about this place? And in some cities, it's quite hard to find. I think in Chisinau, it's becoming more visible. I think you need to bring your artists more to the surface, and they need to embrace the design capabilities in the city. And I think there's probably something really dynamic about the technology sector, the creative technology sector. I don't quite know how you manifest that in the tourism experience. This is where the expert practitioners come into play. But I know from meeting some of the incredible communications companies, creative technology companies, people working in extended reality, they've got the gift to think about how you kind of reposition the city based on its current strengths. And I would say just give them the space to be creative. Give them the keys to the city to say, okay, how do you make this place more immersive, more rewarding as a visitor and as a resident? And that's got to be the solution. But what I would say, just to finish, is that you can feel the pulse of Chișinău. And the next thing is around how you kind of get that kind of heartbeat bursting so that people can really, really embrace the potential.
Well, thank you, Tom, so much. And I hope this means that you've been impressed with the creative potential Moldova has. And I really hope that we can put the creative potential to the service of the tourism industry, and they can work with each other and be stronger together. And that's certainly what you've presented. We're seeing that we are in the right direction. And speaking of technology, I mean, technology is the dragon of the Moldovan economy. And it would be impressive to use technology and to leverage on the technology capabilities also to serve as the tourism industry. And this brings me to our next speaker, and I'll switch to Romanian now. Și pentru că vorbim despre tehnologie și cum tehnologia poate fi
And because we are talking about technologies and how technology can be a catalyzer for tourism industry, let's see how we can use this capacity of technology, because IT area is like a dragon for the economy, and the intersection between the technology and creative industries leads to emerging new industries such as digital art, visual digital art, that is being created even here in the space, MediaCore. And thus, let's switch to the next speaker, and this would be Vasile Braga, the Executive Director of the Core Association, which is not only experimenting and developing the creative industries, but also does his best so as to unite creative industries and technologies. Either his mic is not working, or he should keep his mic at his mouth, because I don't hear anything. Okay, now it's working. Okay. Why creative industry is important? Well, the text that I have on my presentation now has been generated by artificial intelligence. And this is important. Why? Because I didn't actually lose any time for creating this slide. And thus I have a full presentation that has been generated automatically by artificial intelligence. What does this speak for? Well, technology gets more dynamic, meaning that one person can do or can come up with much more content than before. And it's actually pity not to use this for our advantage. Before talking about the creative industry and how this can be used, let's see, what does it mean? Because everyone has heard this notion, but not all know what does it mean. Many is actually misunderstanding it with IT, because they think that text and images are here very important. So, whenever choosing the differences between IT and creative industry, we would say that the main difference is in the output, in the outcome, in the product. The IT industry is creating the tools that you can use. Creative industry is creating content. This is very important. Why? Because the marketing products are different, and the products are being consumed just like different donuts that you may see now on the image, meaning that whenever you consume this product, the product is not anymore interesting for you. When somebody is actually asking you, but what is part of this creative industry? Yeah? Well, you can say that, for instance, in UK, there is a list of industries that are called to be creative. Nevertheless, there is another approach saying that the creative industry of any region is actually deriving from its culture. This would be the capacity of harnessing their culture. And in every region, in every country, the cultural industries should be different and should be based on the culture of the respective region so as to have a genuine value. Now, some statistical data for us to understand how big the creative industry in the Republic of Moldova is. And much of this is being exported. These are services of amounting for nearly 202 million. And much of these are related to different services that are exported, such as games. We have over 2,000 businesses, we have over 3,000 freelancers in this industry, so it's rather huge. We have about 15,000 people in this industry. Now, we have talked about products, we have talked about services. What do we do? Well, we do our best so as to create as many as possible products, because I don't see a difference whenever somebody is actually providing services and somebody is producing a product. Whenever you have a product and you are selling it, you have an added value. That's why we want to change the services into products and to find the products wherever we need services. The most important is that the creative industry is about the content, and while the content is about the story. So the content is not just a video, it's not just a motto, but it's the story in the background. And what would be the story? The story is about motivation, it's not about action. And the story is about people. So we have two things, basis of the story. If we are dealing with PR, marketing, this should be about these two things, about motivation and people. What people? Those that are going to buy the product. This is the most important for us to understand. We should have empathy and should be very good hosts whenever we are producing a content, so as to feel what people would like to have. Now, talking about tools that we have, what does they exist in the Republic of Moldova? I would say that this is a very important part, everything related to new media art. You may use this in tourism, in different types of tourism, and this would be the interactive experiences that we have had at the opening of ArtCore. You also can have them, and this would involve some experience. And what does this experience mean? It is that story created in our head. So it's that we can tell about afterwards. And if you want somebody to have some experience, it means that you have to provide to that person motivation. So that person or that experience that you are providing to that person should create an experience, and he is going to play with this experience, and afterwards this experience can become a story, and afterwards he can tell about this story. In the new products, 95% are being launched with the help of new media, new brands. About 33% of them are being launched by new media, as well 58% of the activation of brands again by new media. There are events, there are experiments. Again, everything that Dumitru has done. Interactive experience that provides some feedback. And these have been so popular. This has been one of the biggest electric castle experience at one of the biggest interactive festivals from Romania and Eastern Europe. We are going to talk about our people, Bold Fest, who have done projection mapping. This is some joint activity between the artists, writers, So there have been a joint experience, and there has been a very interesting result. It has lasted for several days in Artcore. This type of experience, we also have Cosmos in your pocket. Wherever we have Karen Grigorian, who has come up with an extraordinary show that has changed the fate of Karen, but also of many other people present in this panel. And they are going to tell us about this later. As well, we have some interactive things where other people can interact, where other people can see things that we can call art. So this would be Karen Grigorian together with Victoria Vibrada and Alex Cosmescu, philosopher, writer. So this has been one of the ample exhibitions that we have had under our Museum of Art. I think that this museum has sold most of the tickets. They had about 2,000 tickets sold for visitors to this museum per day. We have also a center wherever you can come to us and you can ask us what we can help you with. And this does work, as different people say. And this would be all. What is expected from you? It is expected from you to understand that there are, so better said, technologies are very democratic now. You may find different interesting things, but not necessarily very expensive ones, that are going to be of an unforgettable experience for those who are going to visit this. Vasily, thank you very much, because I think that these ideas that you have provided in the presentation probably have been noted by our people from the hall, because this is very interesting. We are talking about the immersive experiences that the tourists are looking for. And for instance, I would have also, to have an experience, I would like to interact with a touristic product and not just to watch something. As we were discussing yesterday with Artcore and the Ministry of Culture, I think that a very important direction for us is to make more active the museums, the traditional museums in the Republic of Moldova, which unfortunately are not so interactive, which are not focused on that experience that the modern tourist is looking for, especially if you're coming with your family and children. It goes without saying that the children don't want to go to those classical museums. They're just actually, looking for the museums with another experience. For instance, that exhibition, interactive exhibition, provided by Karen Bertonian and with that photographer, it has been a very example of collaboration between an artist in new media technology and a classical artist, a photographer, in a museum of art in which we have invested so much, and it got renovated. And this renovated museum needs this interactive product, this interactive experience. And it's not easy. If you are a touristic operator and you are thinking to develop such a product based on new media technology, actually we don't have people, we don't have so many experts. Karen Grigorian is the only one. He is a resident of Artcore. We have also opened additional training course so as to train new young people in these technologies of special effects, as well as in technologies of projection mapping. There are different specialized software that imply collaboration between IT specialists and artists. And this is an intersection of Createch. We envisage at Artcore and MediaCore to develop this expertise, to develop or to train specialists in new media art. And I think that together with the tourism area, we'll be able to come up with interactive projects, especially to target the museums at the very first stage. much. We were talking with our colleagues from US, and they were saying that in the US, the tickets are being sold to those museums that can provide some interactive experience. You press a button and you have a hologram, and that hologram is telling you what has happened in some old age. And thus we have this experience that would be more modern by combining traditions, old traditions, and that patrimony that we have with the new media, with the technologies, and with the creative industries. Vasily, thank you so much. And we are expecting from you new projects, new collaborations between Core Association and Tourism Association and a tourism industry. Let's see what else you are going to create together. And now I'd like to offer the floor to the next speaker, Albedit Rousseau. He's going to tell us about the heripreneurship. So step by step, I have brought you to the topic of patrimony, of heritage.
For the first time, 30 years ago, I don't know, I'm not 30 if you look my hair, but you know, give me the chance to change a little bit what I had in mind to say, because it's the first time that I meet Tom, and I would like to use 2 slides that he showed, and I like very much. The first one is everything is different, and the second one is please embrace the artists if you want to change the world. I like the first one. Everything is different. Ladies and gentlemen, everything is different. On the slide was what? Written, everything is new. Okay? Everything is different. And my aim today, this is on? This is on? No? Yeah, okay. My aim is to show you a tool. I work for creative industries, okay? To show what I think is a tool for creative industries. And it's not new. It's the ancient Greek theater. Please don't go away. Please. In every society, in every culture, in every country, there are traces of another time, of another culture, of a way of thinking that is different from our. But please, they are signs, documents of the invisible. We treat it very often, too often, as objects. They are not objects, they are signs. And our goal is not to understand the object. If we want, we can study the story. The problem is to reveal the message. Revealing the message, you embrace 10 times the people that is interested to go in. And I show you an example. Theater, the history of theater is always the place of reflection, of what is invisible, what is not real. So, creative industry leads to reflect on what theater still can teach us. Theater is a magic box where inside the box there are everything the actors put inside, but there are also what everyone thought they had lost and do not remember to keep. a box that you cannot treat it open or closed because it disappears as soon as the light came on. At the exit, you will empty-handed. But if you look in your pocket, as in a magic trick, something remains. Theatrical dramaturgy that should be rendered through digital systems can give a body to science, to the symbolism, can frame them into the history of time, in the commissioning, in the rational, and I will show you a successful example that went also in the tourist market. I will show you a picture of a castle. No, sorry, this is back. Ah, yes, no, sorry. It's called the Word of Frederick II, the famous Middle-Aged emperor. Okay. This is a castle in the south of Italy. For people who likes the number, is a town with 700 inhabitants. A dot in the map. When I was called to create a museum, an narrative and interactive museum on Frederick II, I had to have a look to the map because I never heard about the castle and about the country. Now, as you see in the bottom of the picture, there are 500 visitors per day. More than 150,000 people attend the show up to now. But I don't like the numbers. I like the social cohesion that the show creates around the village, and there are people coming from Germany because Frederick was Italian, German emperor, and the social cohesion that we create around the show. Great actors from the Italian theater, great musician, vision and history rigorous because it respects the sacredness of the place, but at the same time imaginary, to attract the attention of even the least expert audience. A language that is proper of new media and experimentation lasting 2 years with a team of over 80 people to stay away from the logic of entertainment, from the logic of audience, from the logic of easy consensus, to venture into the logic of knowledge, passion, identification with the tradition of a glorious past, create an identity. That is very, very interesting because connected, I don't have time to go in deep, but connected with the logic of marketing. When we can use the marketing tool, when we cannot use the marketing tool. Marketing tool is good to present, but if you want to create knowledge, you cannot ask people what they want, because people can want only what they know. And you have to create something new, something unexpected, because, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have time to go in deep, but believe me, please believe me, knowledge, the cognitive science teaches, knowledge and love, they follow the same rules in our brain. We appreciate what is unexpected. The food of your grandmother is good because you know, but it's not an emotion. It's a satisfaction, but it's not an emotion. Anyway, I want to show you some portrait those are the extras we used in the story. In a medieval play or an historical play, the costumes make the difference between the possibility to identify with the story, with the characters, and carnival. Get the costume wrong, and you have got all it wrong. Obviously, we had the chance to use the theatrical tailoring of Cinecittà, that is one of the best in the world. But save money on the costumes, and everything goes wrong. That's my idea. But I want to show also this picture, the portrait, because I want to deal with the lining. We are inspired to the Northern European paintings that portrayed the world of Frederick II. We work with the cinematographer, and we work together with the Department of History of Art of University La Sapienza for 6 months, analyzing more than 1,000 pictures in order to get the line. And I decided to use villagers in order to, let me say, steal the Frederick genetic, and on the same time increase the identity of the people. She is a teacher. This is a policeman. And this girl, I discovered by chance while she was serving coffee in a village bar. Many people, and this is a problem, have asked me, oh, wonderful light. Which camera did you use? Okay. Has anyone ever wondered what brand of pen Tolstoy used to write the masterpieces? No, please don't ask which kind of camera. Ask which kind of people, which kind of skill, which kind of cinematographer with a long tradition behind them, who have studied history, anthropology. So there is a new group of people that is emerging in creative industries. Once again, the slide of Tom. Embrace artists, but embrace people that up to now were somewhere else, probably on the theater, on the cinematographer, on television. We are a new brand, but on the same time, a new field of application. The profession is built, not invented. All too often in the lectures, I ask students, what is the tool you use to construct an image? Everyone answer the computer. Nobody answer the light. Nobody answer the history of art. Nobody answer the way to construct an image. Perhaps because the rumor, it should be, must have spread, that the important thing is to buy and not to study. Makes money and costs less effort. Last week, I was stunted. I received an advertising. 1 of 1,000 templates for film, for audiovisual. No, you choose a wedding or institution or business, and you supply your shooting, and they pack the film. But there are thousands of this. What surprised me was the headline that was, "Look professional." It's not important to be. You have to look professional. Pretend to be That's the message that the industry is, but the creative industry connected with culture, heritage, and consequently tourism is a new brand that need deep skill, need a lot of people that never work in this. So, if I have 2 minutes, I want to end up with an exercise. Please help me. Okay? Let's take, for example, 2 points. The point A and B. They could be abstract points, or they could be entities. They could be 2 moments of your life, 2 cities of your country, 2 different countries, 2 places in your city. Doesn't matter. It works in any way. The answer is, what should be the best route from A to B? The answer, yes, the straight line. The straight line. Pay attention, please, because I want to demonstrate what a cognitive bias is. I didn't ask the fastest. I didn't ask the easiest. I asked the best. And because always everybody answered the straight line, no? It's not here. So the cognitive bias is that we confuse the best with the fastest. The society, we are the society of touch and go. But I made an experiment. And the experiment was this. I asked to a kid with the mind open to knowledge to trace a route between A and B. And he wrote this one. Okay? He wrote this one. Because the best way is always the longest.
A creative route.
It, especially in the tourism, allows to see more cities and more things. Allows to meet more people. To have, most of all, to have more time to reflect. Because as cognitive science teaches, our brain is a slow machine that needs to read knowledge gradually through processes and successive refinements, continuous adjustment. Ladies and gentlemen, like love. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. De Russo, for such a philosophical lesson. To me, it was a lesson of balance and, to be mindful of the heritage, to understand, the people around us, the talent, and to understand that technology is an enhancer and it's not the product in itself, and how we can blend the two in a very, all the elements in a very creative way. So thank you so much for a philosophical viewpoint of a very fast-paced life. I agree. And we need to slow down, and I'm glad that Moldova is actually positioning as I remember we had an Italian journalist who came to Moldova, and I asked her, how did you find it? What is Moldova about? She said, it's slowing down. It's slow life, slow food, slow everything. Take a moment to reflect, disconnect, and take a moment in your life to relax and slow down. So thank you so much. And moving to our next topic, and I will switch to Romanian. Și următorul vorbitor are o istorie în spate. La Hardcore s-au întâlnit.
So the story behind it is that Oksana Kapatsyna, graphic designer, graphic artist, sorry, so it was part of a collaborative hub bringing people together, and she was graphician. And they were experiencing with new media, projection, artist mapping. There are lights projections. They know these softwares and these technologies, so they met over a glass of wine, how else? And they developed a wonderful project for Chateau Varteli, which transformed a traditional experience in an immersive, high-tech one. And therefore, this is an exceptional example of the creative, cultural, and wine and tourism industries. I would like to give the floor to Adrian Digolan, Commercial Director of Chateau Varteli, and he will share about this winery, about this collaboration. Thank you very much, Doina, honorable audience. Good day. I would like to congratulate Invest Moldova for this event dedicated exclusively to the tourism sector of Moldova. Moldova, a small country with a big heart. Chateau Varteli, we contribute to the promotion of wine tourism in Moldova. First of all, by promoting the wine culture, wine consumption culture, because foremost we are wine producers. And once the touristic complex in 2008, when the winery was opened, since then we have around 15,000 visitors per year at Chateau Varteli to have wine and gastronomic experiences, to see the best sunsets from the Orhei region, and eventually to maybe spend a night at Chateau Varteli in one of the 3 villas with exceptional architecture. But after 2008, year by year, we have new wineries founded, big and small wineries, which provide high-quality services. And we, Chateau Varteli, were wondering how can we make up for this? How can we attract clients? How can we keep our clients? And how can we add more clients? Therefore, in 2020, during the pandemic, when we were having a stroll through our basements, through our cellar, so where our wine Taraboste was, we could do something special. And we contacted Vasile Braga, we met together in the cellar, in the wine cellar, and Karen Gregorian from Artcore, Roxana Kapatsyna have joined, 2 very talented persons, and we've decided that that pyramid of 12 barrels, barricks of Taraboste wine, we could create something beautiful, and the creative industry has helped us in this sense. And together we have created the legend of wine at home, at Taraboste's home. So this is a legend dedicated to our company. We speak about the 3 spirits, the 3 components which create the terroir that gives us the wonderful wine. So the spirit of water, of sun and soil. So from Jora de Mijloc and Vița Bugeacului, these other localities which allow us to have a special quality about our wine. So you can see a few images now from the cellar where you see the projections, you see the sun, and then after 5 minutes the room with the barrels is transformed in a fairy tale. You see the spirits coming up, the rain. So this room, this cellar, becomes a fairy tale showing grapes, etc. So after our visitors leave Chateau Vartele, then they are in awe. They really say this is the first time they see something like this in Moldova, and that's what we wanted to do with Vasile and with those from Artcore. This is something unique in our country. However, this legend was nominated and awarded with the Intervites Award of the Council of Europe as the most original practice in wine tourism, and we want to thank them for it. Further, together with the creative industry, we have firstly created this legend, wine legend, and then we continued. Not everyone has the chance to visit Chateau Vartele to live this legend in the cellar. That's why we decided to bring the legend in the houses of all consumers of Chateau Vartele wines. So we wanted to dedicate line of wines dedicated to these types of grapes, and we wanted to combine with augmented reality and wine experience, and we decided to cooperate with Karen, and we have created the first label in the Republic of Moldova which has a QR code on the top. If you scan it, the people can automatically see this legend of wine from Orhei. So the consumers of Chateau Vartele wine are teleported to Orhei by seeing this on their phone. This was a challenge for us. Will a new application be required to be installed on the consumer's phones? No. And Karen had a suggestion. You can scan the QR code when you start the photo camera. It's being automatically scanned and you can see this wonderful legend. And another important moment is that in Europe, the legend is presented in English, in the CIS countries in Russian, and in Romania in Romanian. So we have this opportunity to share the legend in several languages. You see here the series of totem wines. I want to thank Vasile Braga because thanks to our one-year work, we managed to do something wonderful for our company and to make it known internationally. I want to use this opportunity and I want to invite you all in the Grand Assembly Square, where the National Wine Day will take place, and you will have the opportunity to see this legend in the main square. We will bring these barrels at our stand, and when the night will fall, you will be able to experience this legend. Thank you very much, Adrian. I have a question because we do have colleagues from the tourism industry wondering, is it really worth it investing in this immersive type of experience? Yes, tourists have positive feedback, but have you noticed if you had any impact on the flow of tourists? Did the interest increase for guided tours at the winery? Yes, thank you for your question. Of course, there is an impact, especially since everyone is connected on social media, Instagram, Facebook. After every visitor, we see posts are made, people are fascinated by the projections. The flow will increase indeed, but currently we are in a post-pandemic time and we have the war in the vicinity, so we cannot quantify it, but I'm sure that this will bring more tourists to the winery, and this festival we were organizing now in Orhei, that we're organizing it, and people will be interested to see this. This is included in the tastings package, so there is an added value for the visitors. For the same amount of money, they will also see this legend of the wine. Yes, thank you very much. This is an inspirational example, and we understand how creative industries can add value. We forgot not only about projections, art, and technology, but the storytelling component is relevant as well. The support of creative industries to tell the story of the wine, of a winery, of a guest house, and behind any of these entities you have a story, there is a person, and together with the creative industries we could tell this story, and we indeed share the story of Chateau Vartele with the stories of other guest houses or other wineries. Thank you very much for sharing this experience, and we would like to see more such experiences of integrating new media in guest houses and in wineries in Moldova, but also in museums, as we've discussed earlier. And the last panelist will talk about technology. We do understand that all the interactions with the tourism industry takes place on smartphones. We have a 100% rate coverage of smartphones. So people don't have only one smartphone in Moldova, but even two. So when we want to discover a place or have an experience, a touristic experience, then we do get in touch with technology. And there is another dimension important. So the technology, the IT dimension, which is important, and we want to hear from Stas Balaur, representing a startup in tech travel, aggregating the itineraries. But before giving you the floor, I would like to share a challenge of the wineries and of the guest houses, because that's where bookings take place. Moldova, we are competing competitive prices and costs. Yes, when we are integrated on these platforms, it's good, but there is also a commission, a booking commission that we need to pay to these foreign platforms, and this is reflected in the final price. So the room is more expensive, the services of the winery are more expensive. Having an IT industry, we want to have startups and direct bookings and identify itineraries, the digital areas. Tom, you shared about this solution in Portugal. So we want to see local tech solutions related to tech travel, which would allow us to be interconnected, to book, to create itineraries at a lower cost together with the IT sector. Stas, please, how can we leverage technology for the advantage, in the advantage of tourism? Yes, you said all the right things, but I would like to start by sharing with you how we managed to find the treasures, to hunt the treasures last year. But I would like to first of all want to remind you how we were traveling in the 2000s. We were preferring the same places that we visited before, because everything was relatively stable, the prices the same, the activities the same, and we didn't want to spend time on finding new places. However, if we wanted to visit new places, we would go to the touristic agencies, and everything was compiled for us, accommodation, excursions. Next, in 2005, 2010, online platforms are TripAdvisor, Booking.com, Skyscanner, Wizard, etc., low-cost airlines have appeared, and these have allowed us to independently organize our holidays. And thanks to Airbnb, the sharing economy concept surfaced, which showed us that we could make money in the tourism sector by providing what we know and what we have. So presently we want to find unique experiences. This is how these author tours appeared, and that's why we have Airbnb experiences now, where locals were providing guided tours and unique experiences. Presently we don't have information problems because everything is out there. The problem is now that we have too much information, and this information is not, most of this information is not credible. In order to create a trip, you need minimum of a few days. However, this is not a guarantee that you will manage it. So we decided to help tourists that want to travel independently, but at the same time who don't want to spend too much time creating these itineraries or to risk and visit places they don't know. So we have developed the Teleport Travel platform. This is a marketplace with an online guide for families and friends. Our application is a progressive web application, so you don't need to download it and you can use it anytime. It will not take up any memory space in your phone, so you can open it anytime, identify your itinerary from the preferred author, and to take a trip with the loved ones. What about these authors? On our platform, they can earn up to 60% from each sale, from the sale of itineraries. So any tourist or a professional guide could share their experience managing to cash back its expensive and to help other tourists discover new places. In a bit over 2 years, we have over 50 authors which have created over 100 itineraries in Europe. These were created with the support of our platform, the web form which we have created from scratch, intending for any person easily to be able to share their experience. We do acknowledge the responsibility and the consequences that tourism has on environment and ecology. So we have included the footprint indicator for these itineraries because not too many people think too much about it, but it will be a norm in the future, and we wish for our users to start getting used to it by choosing or when choosing the itineraries. One of our goals is to develop Moldova and to attract as many tourists as possible in Moldova, because Moldova is unique and we have kept traditions. In Europe we find less and less traditions which are promoted, and this is our pleasure. Not everyone appreciates it because we have a lot of experience. Actually, we've talked to a lot of people from the region, so we've found a treasure, and that is the craftsman from Moldova. So we have created the route of the craftsman, which tourists can visit. So 10 unique itineraries with 20 most famous local craftsmen, but also many other beautiful areas from the country. These itineraries were visited by over 1,000 visitors this summer. Many of them wrote to us that they liked it. They thanked us for the information we've collected, because we collected all the information, geolocations, prices, names, etc., everything necessary for the trip. Because online we don't have a platform where you can find information about the craftsmen. So this is a potential trend to be developed in the tourism sector, not only in Moldova, because tourists have the tendency of discovering new things or forgotten old things. And presently, together with the investment agency, we started negotiating with Romania, and we've received the agreement of connecting this route of craftsmen from Moldova and Romania, so to merge them. So we plan to collaborate in the same sense with Lithuania, Georgia, Czech Republic, and other countries from Europe. This is what I had to present. Thank you very much and good luck. Thank you very much, Stas. A very good example of integrating tech in bringing the unknown things, of bringing the craftsmen closer to tourists and integrated. Because the problem of tourism is sustainability, and the challenge that the money spent by tourists not to be paid to the hotels or to the airlines, but to stay in the community, in the village, in the country, and to represent a part of the budget for the craftsmen. And such platforms as teleport travel helps us solve this challenge of the tourism sector, and namely of leaving more money to the locals. And last but not least, what Tom mentioned earlier is that tourism becomes more and more local. People want to have these experiences with the locals. They want to visit places which are not too touristic. And such an application helps us make tourism a truly genuine local experience, as the undiscovered areas, corners of Moldova still are. Thank you very much, and we've reached the end of the panel. I would like to thank our panelists. We had the honor to discuss, to present to you about how we can ensure cooperation, innovation through synergies between cultural, tourism, and creative industries working together. So I think that we've convinced you that the synergy is necessary, because tourists want to have experiences, cultural, immersive, creative experiences, and tourism needs to be able to tell stories, to promote itself. And creative industries is supporting that effort. And personally, what I wish for in the next few months, to see an immersive experience at the Museum of History, for example, to discover the Cucuteni Tripoli civilization by integrating technologies, by integrating new media, to discover together with my teenager children history in a more interactive way, because as Tom mentioned it, presently we are all tourists. We are tourists at home, we are international tourists. We want an experience closer to our souls, enriching experiences. Thank you very much, and we look forward to continuing during the next panel.
good day, and we'll try our best to be rather dynamic in our discussions related to the perspectives of tourism development. So now we are going to have a panel that we are going to dedicate to connectivity, because tourism development is actually strictly related to the way in which we interact in the air, on the land, as well as through many other modalities. And how can we make the Republic of Moldova to become a hub, regional hub, that would allow higher flow of tourists? I do have here with me colleagues from the Railway of Moldova, which is an active promoter of European projects, as well as interconnection projects Yuri Kalestrum. So within this panel, we are going to debate what are the perspectives of development, of transportation, of connection in the Republic of Moldova, and how we can facilitate better the integration of the Republic of Moldova within regional transportation routes. Yuri, I will start with you. So, you have tried, and actually you have succeeded over this period of time to connect the Republic of Moldova, not only from the perspective of the transportation, but also from the perspective of knowledge, from the perspective of knowing and promoting the best practices. Recently, you have had also a visit in Romania, and you do try in your activity to create different bridges. From your perspective, what do you think that there would be the role of developing tourism and the means for developing the tourism, and how Moldova can become much better known at the regional level and European level? Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm coming from consultants area, because we have founded with the colleagues a unit for providing expertise to different projects. So we wanted to bring the Republic of Moldova closer to the European Union, and connectivity has a lot of importance. So since January, on a monthly basis, we have had trainings for the managers of the public institutions from the Republic of Moldova, which have been attended already by 400 persons. And we are so glad that the government has contributed to this success. Talking about connectivity, we can't imagine joining EU without a genuine connectivity, because we can talk about different values, principles, and so on and so forth, generation of tourists, but tourists have to have some means how to come over here. Talking about the tourism, by understanding the dynamic, unfortunately not the most positive dynamic of the cost of the energy resources, we may say that the tourism by railway is an opportunity, good opportunity, a green opportunity, ecological opportunity, but also a sustainable one from economic point of view to generate at least regional tourism. And if we're talking about the opportunity that we can benefit from, and namely Yash region, wherever we can have access to tourism from EU, US, and Japan. In this respect, 4 years ago, together with 7 other organizations, we have started together with colleagues from Romania a number of very important actions so as to promote to public attention a project that was to be declared a national priority, and namely the Highway of Union, Târgu Mureș-Ungheni, for this highway to end up to Chișinău. But to actually go to Chișinău and not to go further to Odessa was not sustainable. This project has been supported by a number of stakeholders, because our institution is being known at the European level due to debates that we have with the European Commission, European Parliament, different financial institutions, different discussions with the European Bank of Investments, with different central institutions and ministries from Moldova, Ukraine, and we are so glad now to hear that the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine have decided for this highway, Ungheni, Chișinău, and with continuation to Odessa to be implemented, because now under this new status of a candidate country, this highway, after having some peace in the region, is going to have a huge impact. At the same time, 1 year ago, together with the director of the railway agency, with Mr. Tofilat, as well as with the Association of Tourism Industries, we have started up a partnership so as to harness the railway segment of Iași-Chișinău. And traditionally we said that it has to be continued up to Odessa, because in 300 kilometers you can see 3 cities from three different countries, and this would have an important impact. This being said, we have organized debates with the participation of over 200 tourism agencies from Republic of Moldova, Romania and Ukraine. As well, we have involved the authorities from those 3 municipalities, Iași, Chișinău and Odessa. This has happened before the war has started, and after we have had also debates in the European Parliament, and thus we have developed the concept of a project which is envisaging to extend a program that is called Discovery EU, an initiative through which the EU provides to young people up to 18 years old tickets, travel tickets, so as to travel to different countries of EU by using the railway. And we suggested for 10,000 young people actually to get these travel tickets for railway between Iași, Chișinău and Odessa. This initiative has been heard and have been supported by different personalities and institutions. We are talking about over 70 institutions at the regional level, European level. We are talking about different personalities that have organized as well Vox Populi from all the areas of importance, and also all of this has been continued by many other initiatives, as well as a series of different questions addressed to the European Parliament, letters and so on and so forth. Nevertheless, we have also had the big opportunity for Mr. Sassoli to support this initiative before the war, and after the war we also have received a support letter from the current president of the European Parliament. So we hope that this concept is going to be implemented after the peace, because about 10,000 people would receive these travel tickets between Iași, Chișinău and Odessa. So after the war, thanks to these 10,000 ambassadors of Discovery EU, Ukraine will have the possibility to come up with some positive notes, some hope, some tourism, as well as dynamics. In this respect, I would like to go over different slides here in this presentation, but I know I'm not going to deal with all of them. So now we are at the stage where we are discussing with the authorities from Romania, because we have been informed by the authorities from Romania, among which Railway of Romania and other central authorities, that they are ready to go to the European institutions for EU together with Romania to implement the respective project, and 10,000 young people from the Republic of Moldova and Iași County to benefit from travel tickets free of charge for railway between Iași and Chișinău, so as to have the possibility to harness the potential of regional tourism. Because sincerely talking, we have to recognize the fact that regional tourism is an opportunity, fantastic opportunity, so as to develop, so as to attract an impressive number of tourists, and Chișinău and Iași, in this case, can become touristic hubs, because just at a distance of several hours you can have a city break by railway between Iași and Chișinău. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Yuria, for your presentation. Indeed, as I was saying, whenever we're developing, whenever we're thinking about a regional approach for tourism development, and whenever we're thinking how we try to interact with different states through different ways, one of the modalities, as you have mentioned, will be the railway, which already is connecting those 3 countries. But it also is worth an approach that will be closer to the needs of tourists. So let me switch to the colleague from the Railway of Moldova and ask the following. One of the objectives for the Railway from the Republic of Moldova to come up with a new approach to this means of transportation and to extend its activities to cover tourism as well. So from the railway perspective, how do you perceive this? And how we would be able to diversify the range of touristic services by using those tools that the Railway from Moldova has. Good day. I have the honor to represent the Railway from the Republic of Moldova at this event. My name is Dmitry Prokhnisky. I'm the head of the commercial service, and we also dealing with developing the tourism and the so-called special courses, special routes. We're creating some new products together with the tourism agencies or the private companies coming up with such requests to us, so as to implement such progress with Railway Moldova. Today I'm going to have a rather short presentation on what we have done, what we are thinking about, and what solutions we are suggesting right now, or better said, what resources we have now that can be implemented by you in order to create different touristic products. Okay, meanwhile, until the presentation is getting on the screen, let me tell you that until December last year, the railway was not tackling for a possibility for the railway to use touristic services. We had just passenger transportation and goods transportation. But since December, when I have been invited to the team of Mr. Tofilat, together with Yuri, who has done a lot for the area of developing the railway as a touristic transportation means, so to create some new products, to come up with some new routes that I'm going to present now. So, since December until now, we already have provided some services for tourists, especially focusing on 3 categories of tourists: individual tourists and small groups of tourists up from 10 up to 100 persons, and big groups of tourists, 100 to 100 travelers per one railway route. Since the very beginning of the year, we had special routes provided for pupils, as well as upon the request of touristic agencies, either of some short distances or long distances. But also we have had some special corporate railway routes whenever a specific company would book the train so as to come up with a specific route. The most demanded routes have been the route between Chișinău-Ungheni, Chișinău-Bulgaca and Chișinău-Tighina. Either direct ways until Ungheni to visit Ungheni, or with stops so as to visit some localities nearby the railway and presenting some touristic interest. Over here you may see the route itself of Chișinău-Ungheni. Usually there were the request stops at Strășeni, Bucovec, Călăraș, wherever the touristic groups can go by railway, and wherever the touristic agencies come up with some local touristic routes. And backwards, the routes are organized in the way that the persons would stay in those locations for 5 hours, and afterwards they would come back with the same train. Another route would be Chișinău-Tighina. Again, is rather interesting because there are some stops again over this route, wherever the touristic agencies are organizing some possibilities for touristic services provided in different locations, ending up with Tigina. As well, we have done all the possible for the regular routes also to be used as touristic ones, meaning that touristic agencies come to us in order to procure some seats on the regular routes, and they would have some special tickets for special prices, and they come up with some excursion to Wengen, to Iași, Bucharest, or they can use the train so as to go to these cities as hubs, so as to go further and to travel further to other directions. Currently we have 2 routes per day, Chișinău-Iași at 6 in the morning, and afterwards 9:30 the second one. While to Bucharest we have 3 routes per week. Since January 2023 we have agreed with the colleagues from Romania so as to have 1 route per day. Today you are the first ones from the general public that are going to find out that since of the 30th of October we would also have the route of Kiev-Chișinău. Together with the colleagues from Ukraine we have agreed that we are going to launch the respective train. We will test it for 3 months, and afterwards we will do our best so as to have it on a regular basis, on daily basis. As well, I would like to tell you about what Yuri has said about the interconnection between the 3 cities, Iași, Chișinău, Odessa. On this slide, you may see what we're envisaging in February. We wanted to have a clear link between Iași, Chișinău, and Odessa. These being some specific locations that are rather of big interest for city breaks. At the same time, these are locations for departure or for arrival from the airport point of view, meaning that airport services are being well developed in our country, and we are so glad that as well the airport from Iași is getting developed, and at that time the airport from Odessa also was in high demand. Actually, if you are using the regular courses from Chișinău and Iași, inclusively, thanks to Mr. Calistro, there has been organized the transfer from the airport of Iași towards Socola, the railway station. And it is free of charge, and you can use it, and it's rather interesting for those who are traveling. The idea has been, and actually remains to be, we will implement this idea so as 4 times per day, to have 4 routes that are going to cover the arrival or departure from these cities. This is the timetable that we wanted to have. Whenever possible, we are going to come back to it. Let's not forget about the main aim of railway, and namely to get integrated in the big network of the railways from Europe by creating the conditions for increasing the speed. So if we want to get integrated in EU, it means that we have to get integrated in the family of EU railways. For somebody from Budapest, for instance, to take the train TGV of high speed and to go to Kiev, and in several hours afterwards to go back to Chișinău or to Iași or to Bucharest. So this interoperability, this interconnection is going to provide them indirect economic growth. We do understand that the easier it is for you to get to a location, the bigger the flow is going to be, and this is going to bring an economic impact. At the same time, we thought that it's really necessary to have a local connection between Chișinău, Odessa, and Iași. Now we have already 4 products that you can use. On the very last slide, you're going to see my contact information. We have special routes for pupils from the organized groups of passengers, specific special courses for the touristic agencies as well. We have the special train courses, train routes with the Santa Claus. As well, we have 3 types of trains, a modern one, an exclusive one, and a retro-style one. All of them are in high demand. Sometimes we even being a little bit, surprised that some of the people were requesting for this retro one because they wanted some emotions from their childhood, and actually this is the most popular one. So the modern one has 4 wagons, different classes of these. It can have 240 passengers, and during the special routes or regular routes we have minibar, beverages in this train, so we provide the maximum comfort in this train. As well, we have launched Wi-Fi recently. That is something normal, and since yesterday also it's possible to pay by the credit card and bank cards. Many other bonuses also are provided if you would opt for this model of transportation. Retro style, over here we have 400 persons, so it's ideal for big conferences, and it's not absolutely necessary to go to travel with like hundreds of kilometers. You can just travel dozens of kilometers. And even though you don't have a regular routes, for instance, if you order, you can go even to belts, wherever we have railway in our country. Exclusive one. Well, why is it exclusive? Because it's a type of monowagon that has been manufactured in exclusivity for the management of the railway, and we said that this pearl should be used by many others. That's why we said why not to use it for special travels. Over there we would have just 30 seats. You would see how it's going to look like. It was used only for the special travels of directors before. Over here you can have waiters, you can have minibars, but you can't actually listen to very, to music that is going to be on full sound. So this is the train itself. You have the panoramic windows, meaning that you see everything outside. We would like to draw your attention as well on the patrimony, heritage of the railway, and namely the buildings. The majority of them are historical, and nobody believed that we can do something nice in the respective building. We did succeed. You may see only some images and photos from some events. We already have different collaborations wherever we have some events, wherever we are hosting the respective events. And we are inviting you to discover this patrimony as well, so as to organize conferences, why not birthdays and many other events. Here, the contact data. You also can find this on the website. We have a Facebook page, an Instagram page. Please subscribe so as to see the very recent news. As well, we have this hotline that is always responding 7 days out of 7. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the way in which you get adjusted. And now from the perspective of the activity of the railway, especially whenever we are talking about the fact, what would be the improvements that we can provide to railway? Or what is still unclear between the relations between the railways and the touristic agencies? Can you still do something so as to diversify the products, so as to attract the tourists on the railway? Well, indeed there is room for improvement. Railways would be just a transportation operator. We are not an agency for transportation. We are not an agency for promotion and for advertising. We are providing transportation services. In the past, whenever there was no credibility towards this means of transportation, with the team we did all our best so as to attract the tourists. And this is not specific for the railways. Now we try to create this product so as next year for the touristic agency to come to us, I want to, from this point to that point, I want a whiskey and cola, and I want people to be in some folk suits, and that's it. Unfortunately, the war that has started has stopped all of this, but we had already some special travels with an agency from Germany envisaged. So there have been travels for the train for the persons who wanted to go from Romania to Odessa and afterwards from to Lviv. So we do have ideas. We are ready to provide a lot of services. We are ready to come with some visions. We do have special contracts with some low prices for the touristic agencies. Even if you take some tickets for the regular travels, you have your specific fees. We are loyal as well. We are open as well for any collaboration further on. From the touristic operators and agencies, we really would like to have a high level of confidence. If you have any idea, you should know that we would have a positive answer to your ideas. So we are not anymore a bureaucratic organization. We are open to all new opportunities. Thank you so much for your openness. Actually, this is the role of a state institution, to be as close as possible and to have better relations with the private sector. Indeed, I would like to clarify over here, we are not a state institution, we are a corporation, meaning that we are a state enterprise that has clients, provides services to the clients, and is focused on providing services to clients. I would like for everyone to understand this approach. We are an agency. Wherever you come, you are paying, you are receiving a service, and if you are not pleased with the quality, you can actually demand from us. And there is a question from the conference hall, but no mic, no translation. So we have some discussion with the railway from Yash. They are rather open to this idea, but it seems that they are lacking some courage. You know, the problem is not from the head of the fish, let's say, because let's not forget that there are some peculiarities for the railways from Romania, and namely they are mainly based on the regional services. We have here the colleague from High Sky as well, whom we are welcoming in this panel. We try our best to build it in a way so as to try in different sectors to see how we can make more attractive the Republic of Moldova and how we can make the Republic of Moldova available to all the tourists coming to the Republic of Moldova. So from the perspective of the High Sky company, how do you perceive the inclusion of the Republic of Moldova in the regional touristic routes? Good day. I'm so glad to be here and to present the High Sky company and to tell you a little bit about the history of the company. From the very beginning, and because we are now at a tourism forum, let me start by saying that tourism and the area of transportation are in close collaboration. The development of tourism leads to the development of the transportation area as well as to the air companies. New companies emerge, new travels emerge, and all of these lead to the fact that people can have the possibility to see some other countries, other cultures, other cuisine, and so on and so forth. But the development of a company indeed is following the development of tourism. At the same time, High Sky company has actually emerged in the most difficult period of time for aviation, so it appeared in 2020, in the pandemic year. It has been very difficult for us to start. We have started only with a few people. We have struggled a lot. We have had a lot of confidence in our forces. We have had only a number of passengers during the very first year. We have had very, safe flights for all our passengers. And we developed. The development of the company and of the aviation area has actually led to a big increase. Thus, from 150,000 passengers, we have increased up to 500,000 passengers, for whom we have organized flights until September 2022. We developed as well our destinations. We have increased and grown. We have had a link between two states, the Republic of Moldova and Romania. We got developed, we got extended to cover other destinations, both in the Republic of Moldova and as well in Romania. We have the destinations from Bucharest, Iași, Cluj, Chișinău, and Baia Mare. And we would like to develop further on new destination points, so as to bring you closer to the people you love, to the new cities, to the new culture. We really hope further on to develop our company. Probably already people from this area know that High Sky Company has the newest airplanes, and in March we are going to have two Airbuses, the Neo type, which were not yet produced, meaning that in March 2023 they are going to be new, brand new, and they are going to be flying with our new destinations. Thank you so much for the fact that you are connecting the Republic of Moldova on the regional market, and thank you for trying to renew our air fleet. But let's see, what is the perspective of your company that you are representing? What would be the directions through which all of us together can make the Republic of Moldova more connected to the touristic routes in Europe? Well, as I was saying, the flight companies, the air flight companies depends a lot on tourism. So thus, if the hotel area, if restaurant area, if museum area would develop, because now they are growing, they getting new forces, and the better developed these areas, the more passengers will be flying. Thus, we'll be able to provide travel to the population from the Republic of Moldova to different cities that are worth visiting. Thank you very much for this. I would try and I would wish for each one of you from this panel to come up with some directions, priority directions, to support, to help the development of tourism from the Republic of Moldova from the perspective of the institution that you are representing, Yuri. Indeed, from our perspective, I would say that one of these projects that we are going ahead would be this discovery, Iași-Chișinău, with a future endpoint in Odessa. I'm sure that these 10,000 young people that are going to get these free of charge tickets will be able to come up with some new positivism, creativity, and know-how, because wherever youth is, over there is also innovation. Thus, we'll be very glad if you are going to have as well the support of the authorities for carrying out this objective. We do understand that the circumstances now are not the most appropriate, but nevertheless we have to think positively. As well, we have to think for future. And also, let's not forget that 2022 is the European Youth Year. As a company providing transportation services, it's rather difficult for me to come with some extra ideas because actually was rather limited by our routes that we have for the railway in the Republic of Moldova. But we would like for us to be those who are going to take ideas from others, develop them, implement together, and once again, I would like to mention that we are open for any type of collaboration. Thank you. And from High Sky Company, what would be, let's say, 3 directions that we can follow from the perspective of those who come up with policies in this area, from those who are implementing these policies? So what would be the most important directions that we can fulfill in future? The tourism direction would be the countries that have big history, let's say. The majority of destinations are already opened, but nevertheless, we envisage to have as well new destinations, and we will do everything together because we do have big ideas and we will follow them up, and we will do all of this together in order to implement them. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for your participation in the respective panel. I think and I do believe in this concept that has been promoted and discussed so much, and namely to connect the Republic of Moldova from the perspective of the land transportation, air transportation, but also from the perspective of European integration. Indeed, the young people would be that engine that should generate a bigger interest for discovering the destinations in the Republic of Moldova, as well as those from Romania, Ukraine. And I think that only based on this kind of approach, the approach of a regional hub, we will become a force that somehow is ensuring some competition with other important touristic destinations. Thank you very much for your participation, and once again I really hope that we would ensure that the Republic of Moldova would be as connected as possible to the regional and international routes, touristic routes. Thank you very much.
Good to see you here today. My name is Angela Brașov and I'm an advisor to the President of the Republic of Moldova in the field of culture. But today I am representing my other role, is this book that I present here today, because I am a journalist and I've authored this book. I worked on it for 3 years, and every person that I managed to cross the roads with wanted to join this project, shared joyfully and happily information, and the grandmas and the mayors, women, they said we are making history here. They felt respected, they were happy. So I've traveled across the country for 3 years with the co-author of this book, the excellent photographer Roman Urbalov, and I thank him for believing in me, for believing in this crazy idea, because I didn't know what we will end up with. We started to study the local gastronomic markets, wonderful places, wonderful markets of our country, and we tried to do sort of gastronomic archaeology, to leave the layer of mayonnaise of the Soviet times, to leave all of the traditional approaches to present poultry of our restaurants. And we went to the grassroots and we've discovered a simple life, a life that follows the organic calendar of nature, with the first plants in spring and continues with the very specific plants which grow in Moldova, with different types of stews, with polenta and with local cheese, brânză. We've discovered traditions and rituals, and I want to tell you that we have a potential which we have to harness. We shouldn't let it go, because the generations of grandmothers, of aunts are passing away, and this knowledge passes away with them. And we should harness this, and we have discovered a wonderful, opulent cuisine of the north with 3 layers of plates. But beyond this luxuriant Austrian-Hungarian and Jewish influences, because you know that in the northern part of Moldova there were many Jews living in those towns, so next to those very specific recipes of baba neagră and the borscht that is served at Christmas, it's traditional desserts and traditional soups. Something which we don't know that well is the casserole from mussels from the Dnistru River, and as well casserole from the nutria meat. You know, the north is passionate. They like turkey meat, they like geese, they also like brandies, but the southern cuisine, they like red food. White food they consider to be only for the weddings and for the sick people. That's why they like the red food. Therefore, they have this passion for this ingredient used in all meals. They have special words for that. Special paprika that they use, a sauce from peppers. So we have these red peppers being dried in all households. In the south, we feel the Turkish influence, we feel the Tatar influence, we feel this blend of so many nations, because the Bulgarian cuisine can be seen there, the Gagauz one, and the cuisine along the localities of the Prut River. Everything is adapted and adjusted because we don't have losers and winners in the cuisines. For example, in the Kodri cuisine, I've identified very interesting things. For example, we have a recipe from the Tatars, so lamb within its own skin, so it was cooked within its own skin. You marinate it with different vegetables and you sew it within its own skin, and then you put it underground, you cover it with the soil, and those who have collected the grapes finish the day, then the meat is already ready, cooked in the ground. In the center of the Republic, because we have the forest, the Kodri, they know very well the plants from the forest. For example, they have a very interesting recipe of fish soup with two typical plants from Moldovan forests. They also know very well how to pick mushrooms, and they know how to prepare them in different ways. Of course, Chisinau, it's a bubble tower. Yes, it's still good to live here because it's still a city of the daughters and sons of villagers who still know some secret addresses of the places where you can buy good produce from the village. I'm extremely thankful to this experience because I was able to give back to the country which gave me a lot throughout my life, and I'm also happy that a lot of Moldovans have embraced this book because it can be found on all the continents. So by the end of the year you will have an English and French versions of this book, translations, and I do hope that this will represent an open door to get to know each other better, to visit and to embrace our hills, peaceful hills, to discover our culture and our meals, which are so tasty, and for tasting our unforgettable wines. This was the introductory part, but I would like to move forward to the village on the Nistru bank with the best stuffed cabbage and cabbage rolls. And I'm talking about the guest house Hanului Hanganu. Mr. Hanganu will talk to us about his experience. My name is Sergio Hanganu. I represent the guest house Hanului Hanganu, a very beautiful village along the Nistru River, very beautiful nature, good people, and with a very diverse gastronomic experience, thanks to the fact that we are the end of the country, because along the Nistru river banks we have different ethnicities living together, Russians, Ukrainians, and other people which have inhabited this area, because the Nistru river represented the forests, the core of the country. Many cultures lived near its banks, and that's why the gastronomic experiences were preserved. So I'm here to invite you to visit us, to taste those products. Of course, the small cabbage rolls are known, which were created following a competition between the women from two neighboring villages, which are now merged into one village. It was a competition who can make the smallest cabbage rolls, and they reached a very, very small dimension of these rolls. We use bulgur and cabbage. We use some sort of sour borscht. It's a product that is very loved by our tourists. We organize master classes for these rolls, but not only these cabbage rolls are the main dish that we are providing, but we have many other products like the plăcinte, the typical pastry, Moldovan pastry, plăcinte, the knish as well. They are very tasty and loved. Also, our guest house is managed by our family. It's a family business. Myself, my wife, and our children, we are not specialists in this field, so we cannot present these dishes in a sophisticated manner, but I assure you that they taste differently, because we have a very, very long life experience, and not only our family, but many of our citizens have these gastronomic skills, because we have family holidays, religious holidays, where we have remembrance meals, and people use diverse ways of cooking, different dishes, etc. So I don't even know what product should be presented first, because all of them are tasty. Yes, I actually had the best plums boiled, marinated in wine. It's a very consistent local wine. We actually have a geographical identification indication for it. We will also receive a certificate for it. So yes, we have a lot to be proud of on the gastronomical side. And that's why we are present here today. We want to invite you to come and guess them. What do tourists like the most? You know, we had guests basically from around the world. The issues we are confronted with fish, because people have different cultures, so the requests are different, but all the other dishes are actually appreciated by all our guests. They are all impressed. So your wife Emilia is cooking and you are telling the story. But please tell me about your wine cellar, because I think you are jealous how happy your wife was that her cooking was appreciated so much. Well, I was the initiator of some of the dishes, all the recipes that we included in our menu, the menu of our guest house. So the cellar, the wine cellar, yes, that's the pride of the household owner. Yes, but if I'm actually, you should know that now is the harvest time, so I'm thinking about the grapes back home. So yes, we do have different type of brandies from fruits, from plants. We have 7 types of alcohol from different types of fruits, and yes, we have a lot to be proud of on this side as well. What other experiences can tourists enjoy besides picking up plums or apples and these wonderful gastronomic experiences? We, in our household, yes, so tourists can pick up apples or grapes which are not treated with pesticides, so everything that we use and live with, our guests are welcome to use as well. Additionally, we give them the opportunity to enjoy the Nistru River or to have hikes through the village, or maybe to visit other households and their cellars. Could you please tell me what's the ratio between Moldovan and international tourists? Because the pandemic has also given the opportunity to Moldovans to discover their own country. Yes, indeed. We were focusing on guests from abroad. However, the pandemic has changed things, and indeed now we have more guests from Moldova. For us, regardless of their origin or category of tourists, they are all guests for us. So, how do you promote local, how important it is for you to promote local recipes, local produce and products? It's very important because when we observe how guests react to these gastronomic experiences and you see that they are satisfied, if they are not satisfied, then you see that they don't finish their meals. So if they finish their meals, of course, indeed, it's a great satisfaction. We know that they are also happy. So taking into consideration that we are already on the market for over 20 years and we are still going strong, I think that's an indicator of our good work. Is rural tourism type of business that one should go into? I don't know if we can call it business. It's the type of entrepreneurial venture which keeps you fit. I can tell you that after 20 years one looks better because you always need to do things, you're always on the move, with the family is involved, it's a family business, and then I think that that's the most important thing, that the family works together. How were you 20 years ago, if you could compare, and how are you today? 20 years ago these were dreams, and presently these dreams became reality. These are dreams that very few believed in, so what we dreamt of back then, now it became reality. When some of my friends asked me what plans did I have, why am I investing in this, so I would answer that my dream is for me to just sit in my courtyard and welcome people from around the world and share their life experiences without me having to leave. And everybody was telling me that this is not possible, but as you can see, this did happen. Are there tourists that return? Yes, we do have the house guests house friends that visit us often. Of course, things have changed a bit due to the pandemic and to the war, but we do have guests who became our friends and we keep in touch. What recommendations would you give people who are only starting similar ventures? don't be afraid to dream. You should know what you want and work towards it. I'm sorry I interrupted your train of thought. It was not planned as a Q&A, but yeah, that's what we had. Yeah, there are a lot of things to be shared because actually I speak. I can share more stories at home, but I don't feel very good here on the stage. But if we are in the wine cellar around the barrels, then I definitely can tell you more. So that's an invitation, I get it. Yes, indeed, I am here to make you an invitation. Thank you very much, Mr. Hanganu. And now we're going forward in the heart of Chisinau, where tradition and innovation come together, where the future and the past come together. Vasile Sărătanu, administrator of the Fuior Gourmet restaurant, which you probably know very well. I am already quite passionate about your menu. Good day. Friends, thank you very much, Invest Moldova, for this invitation. Last year I was also participating with the Fuior project, and this year this project turned 2 years already. We have over 70,000 visits in these 2 years, over 30,000 Moldovan plăcinte sold. So things are moving towards in the good direction. So a market study showed that what's important for us, the vision was to become the front page of Moldovan gastronomical experience, and the concept is to provide Bessarabian authentic cuisine reinterpreted, so you will be able to find geese carpaccio or lamb carpaccio or the black colțunaș. You will find, we were talking with the colleagues yesterday that a certain type of fish that maybe guests don't like it very much, the carp. But if you take all the fish bones out, then actually the fillet is quite appreciated. If 10, 20 years ago there were very few ingredients or solutions for the Moldovan cuisine, actually we have developed quite well. We find very good French-Italian style cheeses, we also find the truffles, etc., and we try to mix them, especially since technologies allow that to do that, because we have though performing to provide steamed vegetables and sous vide equipment. We have some meals which we need 48 hours to prepare, so that different mechanisms that we can use. In these 2 years we have very positive reviews, many positive reviews concerning the wine menu as well. We have the biggest wine selection, over 460 entries, and we are still looking for those wines we cannot find in the HoReCa or retail sectors, so we are buying the wines from the persons who have wine in their cellars, their own cellar. You know that we have a winner this year, an awarded wine, Este Negre. Probably you cannot find it anymore, but you will find it in our restaurant, because we do have very stable stocks or good inventory of this wine. So yes, we believe that this is a gastronomic important visit, because without history we cannot have a future, and the future is something we create ourselves, and that's how we see at Fouillor Gourmet the future, authentic, genuine, reinterpreted Moldovan cuisine with a touch of technology. So who didn't manage yet to visit our restaurant, we are in the heart of the capital. You'll easily find us, and online you check us out, or offline you are welcomed if you will be passing by the city center. And as any person visiting who visits our Moldova, of course, I hope that you will be thinking the first thing to do is to visit our restaurant. So how did you study the recipes? What did you use? Areas, family, stories? Well, it was a very difficult year for us. The concept started developing in 2019. We've conducted a study visiting the northern parts of Moldova, southern part, visiting grandparents, looking for these old carpets that we looked in different parts of Moldova. We found many books with old recipes which could be reinterpreted presently. So 2020 was a very difficult year, a pandemic year, everyone knows that, and we decided to open the restaurant then, and we were impressed by the fact that actually the local public clicked very well with our concept, because I couldn't believe it that our residents, Moldova citizens, could be so impressed by a reinvented local sausages and peas dish. So what was the most original remark or positive review you received? The most original one, and something that we are hoping to achieve, to become at least in the Michelin guide, or we hope to get at least 1 star. So that's our goal. Fouillor is not a project for 1, 2, or 5 years. It's not like a bombshell that just exploded and that was extended, but we do grow as a brand, as a representative of our cuisine, as a concept that we developed for the years to come. So do you adapt your menu based on the season? We have the core menu, which is very difficult to change, taking into consideration the flow and the need of having certain top entries, but we of course use season menus as well, depending on the season, because the produce that you will find, over 95% are local products. Unfortunately, there are some products for which we cannot exchange. We don't have other products to exchange them with in Moldova. We are still discussing with the distributors about our needs. So we are continuously developing the restaurant. Yes, I wish you to indeed be included in the Michelin Guide. Thank you very much. And now we are moving forward to the south, where the wines are very, very consistent, where we have passionate dishes, where we have kavurma and gözleme and baklame. I want to invite Larisa Statova, the administrator of a very popular place in Moldova, Gagauz Sofrasi, to talk to us about traditional Gaugazian cuisine.
Moldova is a multinational country where multiple nationalities live. Traditions and cuisine. One of the main minority community which we have in Moldova is Gagauzian people. Gagauzia is an autonomous territorial unit which is situated in the south part of Moldova. Gagauz people are Orthodox Turkic-speaking people who have their own language, their own culture, own traditions, and of course cuisine. Today I would like to introduce you unique Gagauzian cuisine, traditional Gagauzian cuisine. The culture and cuisine of Gagauzia is very rich, is unique and diversified. Gastronomic traditions and hospitality of our culture, of our people are attractive elements of rural tourism in Moldova. Is very rich, is delicious, and stands out by a great variety of dishes which are well cooked and interestingly served. The traditional recipes are passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, nowadays, every Gagauzian woman can prepare and are able to prepare our traditional dishes by the old recipes. And let's start with Gagauzian appetizers. First of all, it's of course called kaurma. It's a kind of lamb meatloaf, the most traditional appetizer in each Gagauzian table. Kaurma is served as a key element of traditional Gagauzian feast, along with sheep cheese and pickles. Also, there is another unique meat product, which is called baur. It's a product made out of pork meat and with additionals of some traditional seasonings. There is only one village in Gagauzia where this product is Kopchak, village Kopchak, where this product is produced. And now we go to the Gagauzian main dishes. Here are presented the main ones, and it's very important to notice that the lamb meat is presented in many main dishes of Gagauzian cuisine. The breed of sheep which are grown in Gagauzia is distinguished by the fact that this meat has no smell. It's very tender type of meat and ecological clean. One of the main dishes prepared by lamb meat is kaurma. It can be eaten both warm and cold. It has an amazingly tasty flavor, ready to eat both separately and with side dish. Here are our main dishes of Gagauzian cuisine. Some of them are made out of rice and meat, but I would like to pay more attention to the dish of kurban bulguru. This is wheat porridge with lamb meat inside, cooked in the oven in a pot. This dish usually prepared for a national Gagauzian holiday, Hederles, which is celebrated every year in Gagauzia on 6 May. So we have a big festival on that day. It's a day of St. George Victorious. And to take a chance, I invite everyone to visit Gagauzia during this nice holiday and to taste the dish of kurban bulguru. And here we also see the merde. It's a Gagauzian seasoning, a very tasty one. Absolutely, I think, in absolutely all dishes this seasoning is added. And it gives a special flavor, a special smell to all dishes. Now we go to the pastries, traditional Gagauzian pastry, and of course I would like to start with gözleme. I think that those of you who have already visited Gagauzia know what does gözleme means. It's a fried flatbread with sheep cheese inside, and then it's fried on a sunflower oil. The most traditional pastry in Gagauzian cuisine. We also have another ones like kıyırma and döşeme. Kıyırma is with cow cheese inside and sour cream. And döşeme is also with sheep cheese, but it's, both of them are not fried, but baked in the oven. And some Gagauzian desserts. Gevrek It's a crispy dessert with sprinkled powdered sugar. Kabakli is a sweet pumpkin pie, which is both served cold and warm. And sutlash is a thick sweet rice porridge with milk. I would like to say that all Gagauzian dishes are well go with red wine. And Gagauzia is famous by its grapes, by its red dry wines. Gagauzia also have several producers of wine. Later I will show you our wine cellar where we have a collection of Gagauzian wines. And now I would like to present Gagauz sofrası. So all presented dishes, all these pictures were taken from the menu of this place. And all these dishes are prepared by all the recipes. And there is only one place in Gagauzia where all these dishes can be tasted by our guests. It's ethno-touristic complex, Gagauz sofrası, the first touristic complex in Gagauzia, which is situated in the biggest village of Europe, in the village Congas. This is recorded in Guinness World Records. This is a family business owned by our mother. She is here, Miss Anna Statova, and managed by me and my sister Mariana. She is also here. A small family business. The idea of mom, it was to preserve the culture, traditions, and cuisine of Gagauzian people. We opened since 2018, and since then, tourists from more than 50 countries have already visited us. This year, we have added 3 new countries to our list. We had guests from Ecuador, Colombia, and Nepal. When our guests visit us, they always say that they discover like a kind of a new country inside of Moldova because of diversification in culture and cuisine. This makes us unique. Gagauz sofrası is a place with variety of services where each guest can have a chance to discover the diversity of rural life and get acquainted with the traditions and culture of Gagauzian people. It consists of 5 main objects: a hotel, a restaurant of Gagauzian cuisine, museum, wine cellar, and banqueting hall. Those our services include accommodation services, restaurant facilities, excursions, cooking classes, and banquet facilities, event organizations. This is our hotel, which have 6 modern hotel rooms inside. And here I would like to mention that as many of our colleagues from tourism industry, we have hosted more than 5,000 refugees this year. And here we have our 4 traditional Eka houses. These houses were constructed by old technology. The walls are made out of clay and straw. And this is a unique experience for each guest who stay in such Eka houses. This is a museum what we have. A museum is for us, it's like a treasury what we have in our complex. We organize excursions with a guide, and every excursion in our complex starts with kind, good tradition of welcoming guests with homemade bread and salt. Also, during the excursion, the guests have an opportunity to dress up with Gagauzian outfits, taking pictures, and this memory stands with them, I think, forever. Here we have our wine cellar, where we have collected wines from all wine producers of Gagauzia. So each guest who visit us will have this opportunity to taste all wines of the region in one place. This is the main entrance to the restaurant and terrace of our complex. Here we prepare all the mentioned dishes, what I mentioned before, the traditional dishes, which are made by local products and are prepared by all techniques. And banqueting hall, where we organize different types of events. Mostly it's weddings, christenings, and our celebrations. And before I go to the video, I would like to say that we are proud that we have awarded twice as the best cuisine in Moldova in 2016 and 2017. We always take participation in different festivals, folklore festivals, gastronomic festivals, not only in Moldova, but also abroad. Twice we have taken participation in ethnocultural festival in Turkey. And I would like to invite everyone to visit Gagauzia, to visit the biggest village in Europe, Congas, to visit us, Gagauz Sofrasim, to discover something new, to discover new experience, to discover a new small country inside Moldova. This makes the whole country unique. Thank you very much. And now I would like to show a video. The video is not a professional one. We just collected the memories from our guests. I think it will work. Но оно есть. Но не знаю, не будет работать? Ну, ok, without video.
Se înțeleg, toată lumea azi a pățit minunății digitale.
So it seems that everybody today has had some digital miracles over here.
Mulțumesc, Ana, pentru frumoasa prezentare. Eu sper că dumneavoastră v-ați făcut o mică părere despre potențialul uriaș pe care îl are gastronomia Moldovei, prin diversitatea pe care o are, prin zonele care sunt total diferite, prin influențele pe care le are. Și eu sper că e o primă discuție care va duce la niște proiecte realizate, care va duce
to some new projects that would lead to actually promoting further on this potential that we have. Thank you very much for being guests at this presentation. So I think that after this very long day, this video has actually increased the appetite, let's say, of the people in the hall. And now let's switch to the most important part of this evening. This would be the ceremony of awarding of the top touristic industries. So there has been carried out, let's say, a competition that has had an independent jury without the participation of the two institutions that I have just mentioned, and they have been assessed the following categories: the launch of 2021-2022, innovation, digitalization, mass media, the journalism aspect as well, and respectively as well the touristic incoming tourism. So from the procedural point of view, please, a member of the jury responsible for those specific category, please come up on the stage to provide to me assistance. At the same time, there have been two compartments that were not subject to the jury. So in the development in tourism and the campaign we have studied. So the first category would be the launch that we have had in 2021-2022. Mrs. Durleșteanu, please come up here. So I'm honored to participate at this component of the respective day of today, especially taking into account that we are not just offering these beautiful awards, but as well we are celebrating the efforts undertaken by the industry, by the related industries as well as media and journalism, in promoting the Republic of Moldova as a touristic genuine destination, as well as in investing in this sector, in improving the services, so as all in all to have a more consolidated and more powerful industry. So I have been responsible for the category of launch of 2021-2022, and I would like to come up with 3 nominees. So on the 3rd place, the jury members have placed Bubble Glamping. So it seems that you are here present. Please come up on the stage. Thank you so much. We have surprised whenever you have told us that we have been classified on the 3rd place. Thank you. We are so proud that our work has been so highly appreciated. 2nd place goes to a recently emerged idea, and this would be the City of Goats that is called Cozy. So, good day, I'm going to speak in Russian. So our mission in Moldova will be the one that we have to come up with more touristic places and to develop the touristic magnets for Moldova. And based on the fact how many people we have attracted, and thanks to the fact that we always are hearing different languages in our city, so this Goat Cities is not the first project in the Republic of Moldova, because we are working on different other projects to be launched in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you. And first award goes to the Camping Petologa. So we are promoting according to the trends that have been presented today and discussed according today. So we are promoting the adventure tourism, and this is for you, well deserved. I just want to thank you. We are so glad of this success. And a conclusion of the day of today would be that in the background of the small business in tourism, people will be hearts who undertake huge efforts so as to cope with all the challenges, because the pandemic time as well as the war would be some challenges that we have to be faced with. Those who are dealing with tourism business, we're so glad that we have been supported, and it would be nice if indeed we would actually set up some communities, and that if we would be united. For instance, the guests that do not fit with me, I can refer them to some other guest houses. So meaning that for us to continue to develop tourism in the Republic of Moldova and to do all our best for Moldova to be the country with the biggest number of tourists on Booking.com, but also on many other websites. Thank you very much, and success to all for everything that you do. As well, under this category, we have a special award. This is for the launch of the guest house called Casa Randunici. Probably you have heard about it. It's in Tribujeni. So it's an accommodation place that once again shows the wish and the confidence of the tourism sector to continue with investing in a rural region. This is very important because once again it proves that we need the inclusion of the community, we need to continue traditions as well. We need to develop further on the touristic offer in the region. It seems that there is nobody from this guest house in the hall, so the award is remaining with the investment agency and it can be taken at any time. So please stay as well with us, Mrs. Dorleșteanu, for the next category of awards. So we have one more category, and I would replace the colleagues from the project of the Technologies of Future, who were supposed to grant these awards. So, because this is an area that is closer to them. So the category of innovation in tourism. On the third place, we would have Chateau Bartelli with a project that has been presented today. Those projections. So good evening to everybody. Thank you very much for this award. And from behalf of the entire team of Chateau Bartelli, we would like to tell you that we are really honored with this award, and we are so glad that innovations find their roots in the origin and in our history. And it's so nice that we are creative soul and we have this small heart that makes a big country. Thank you very much, and we really hope, and actually we are sure that this award is going to foster us to create much more beautiful things with the help of those who support us. We are sure that we again and again are going to get many other awards. Thank you very much. Second place goes to the project of the touristic trolley bus from the mayoralty of Chisinau. Thank you very much. Now we are waiting for you to come to travel with our trolley bus. Thank you and success. And on the first place, we have the platform Moldova.travel It's a national platform, a joint one, and I think that this symbol is for all the partners who have contributed to the development of the respective platform. This year, a lot of efforts have been undertaken in order to create additional digital content. I would like to mention that this platform, or better said, on this platform, they have been uploaded 7 more destinations, different works that have been undertaken and created according to the very modern last technologies. Very briefly, 360.moldova.travel. It's one more digital resource that provides the possibility to the foreign tourists to plan their trips to Moldova. And the content over there is very qualitative. It has been shot with the very last generation technique. We have worked with international experts, and we tried our best not to have only simple videos, but to show exactly the touristic offer that we can provide. Thank you. And now we are going with a digitalization compartment. Thank you for this opportunity. Indeed, the digitalization part was being provided not only for the platform 360.travel.moldova, but we have worked a lot on this direction this year, so as to have also the tools for online booking, as well as real-time booking and online payment for different guest houses from the Republic of Moldova. Hence, I will start by telling you the most digitalized businesses. Third place goes to Castel Mimi. The second place goes to Gagauz Sofosi and to Milești Mici. And the first place would be for the Eco Resort Butucin. So I'm inviting Mr. Anatol. So good evening to all of you. First of all, we are so thankful for getting this award, and we are waiting for all of you to come up to Milești Mici Winery. Good evening. I'm so glad to welcome all of you, and I'm thanking the organizers for the respective forum, as well as the investment agency, as well as Antrim, because the pandemic time has shown to us that all of us are together. All of us have opened for themselves the inbound tourism, and our citizens got the possibility to get to know Moldova from north to south. And unfortunately, due to those unpleasant circumstances that we have in Ukraine, we, the touristic sector, have actually welcomed the refugees. We have shown once again the Republic of Moldova is a small country with a big heart. This is a motto belonging to all the citizens of our country, to all the participants, to all the directors of all the guest houses. So I'd like to thank all of you, and I should mention once again, we have to stay together. And in difficult times, we have to go forward so as to show to everybody that we love guests. We are very hospitable, and we have to develop further on. Thank you thank you very much for these appreciations, because thanks to the digitalization, it has been easier to our guests, to our employees, as well as now it's much more easier for us to provide qualitative services. And we really are confident that together we can do many other new good things. We can bring joy. And I think that we will continue with all these endeavors further on. As well, I'd like to mention that Moldova, it's a wonderful country for tourists. So all the tourists coming to us actually are so surprised that we have different traditions, different languages, different cuisines. So by coming to Moldova, they are seeing many other cultures. So I would like to invite all of you to Gagauzia. So come to our guest house and come to Moldova. Thank you so much to all of you, and from behalf of the entire team, we would like to thank you for your support. And this year we have had the motto, a small country with big heart. We would like to become actually to be a small country with the biggest number of tourists. Thank you so much. Now let's switch to the category of the incoming tourism agencies. And I would like to invite Mr. Alexa here with me. Thank you. Congratulations to the host for the nice event of today. I have the honor to present the awards for the incoming tourism agencies in the Republic of Moldova. Actually, I would like to congratulate all the nominees, and I would like to say that the third place goes to Visit Moldova. We would like to thank you. We are grateful for this award. We are glad for the fact that we have coped with all the challenges that we have had over the last years, and we will do all our best to work further on the image of our country and to promote tourism. And second place goes to Tatrabis. Thank you very much. In the morning I have met Chris, and he has had a presentation, and he asked me, would we see each other in the evening? And I said, yes, indeed, we will get an award. And what for? For the fact that we have survived. Yes, indeed, not all have survived. That's why I would like to thank our sponsors, our partners and our clients for their support and for the fact that together we could actually implement very interesting projects that help us to survive during these very difficult times. And the first award goes to Wine Tours. would like to welcome all of you, and I would like to congratulate the organizers for the respective event that has become a tradition and that we are expecting the entire industry from year to year. So it has been a surprise to us, and I would like to join what Emilian has mentioned. It has been the third year full of challenges, and this is a word for surviving during difficult times. We are glad that together with our colleagues and our partners, we could survive and we will continue to be powerful so as to promote the Republic of Moldova internationally, but also to be the best host for the guests of the country. And now the category of mass media who has had articles about tourism this year. So now let's first switch to the category of influencers and afterwards the mass media. Good evening to everybody. Although I'm part of the journalist sector, nevertheless, we're expecting another representative that is going to award the colleagues. Today, I'm so glad to come up and to grant these awards with the help of our partners, to influencers, those who, day by day, are promoting the image of the Republic of Moldova, and they make visible the touristic image of the Republic of Moldova on the social media. So this is an extremely tiresome thing on one hand. On the other hand, this is a very nice thing. Thanks to them, the content that they are promoting and they are posting minute by minute, day by day, the people from the Republic of Moldova as well as the people from abroad get to know about this land, which is so nice and beautiful, and we are always impressed with the beauty of this country. So the third place goes to Zurga Label. So he has already some experience in promoting and getting awards as well. Thank you so much. Usually we are actually seeing each other in the fields, and what is nice whenever getting this kind of awards is that the jury would, get together, and for instance, they go through different influencers, and they go to my channel and they say like, let's give him an award. So this is very nice indeed. It's somehow unusual to see the influencers on the stages, because usually you would get to know them in different guest houses, and whenever they have to capture as many as possible memories. On the second place we have Old Chisinau. Congratulations, as well as Titanic work, because if you follow the posts of Yuria, you'll teleport yourselves in the places wherever he is staying. Thank you. Very briefly. And the first award goes to Visit Chisinau. Congratulations for your work. Thank you so much. Visit Chisinau exists only for 1 year, but we have undertaken a huge effort. So thank you very much for giving attention to our site that actually is promoting the heart of the country and the heart of a small country with a big heart. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. You see, we have a portal that has appeared relatively recently, and we can discover the beauty of Chisinau, to see another image of Chisinau, and not as it is presented at the news. Once again, congratulations and all the success. Thank you very much. Now let's go to mass media category. Thank you for inviting me. When I've been selected to be a member of jury, I thought that it's an honor, because tourism is the most dynamic part of the industry that is always in a continuous development. Last but not least, I would like to tell you that it has been very difficult to select the winners, because in mass media we do have a lot of them. I'd like to thank all the nominees present here in this hall, and thank you to all of you who have decided to participate at this nice event. As well, I would like to thank the organizers as well as the Ministry of Culture. I would like to tell you that despite of the fact that all the challenges that the tourism has had, nevertheless, we all are here. Also, I would like to thank the strategic partners, the Swedish Embassy and USAID. And let's continue. And the first place would be local certainty. They're not here, but I'm sure that I think that all of you are following them. Nord News, the next award. Thank you very much for updating us with everything that happens. Because you see, we have love and hospitality in tourism. That's why people are coming here. Good evening to everybody, and thank you very much. We are so proud of the fact that we get this award. We are very glad that we can come up with our contribution not only in criticizing something, but as well in the area of showing our wonderful country. We really hope that further on we will come up with very interesting information. Thank you so much. And the third award, the third place, goes to DS.MD. I think that all of us have followed up the accommodation, the preferred accommodation places on DS.MD. Thank you so much for the respective award, and thank you as well that we, the people from DS, are so glad that based on the article that we write, we reach out to as many as possible people, and all of them find out about the nice places that we have in the country and that they can visit. As well, I would like to thank the international guests who are here today.
Like Martin Scott Hyde and everybody else who speaks English, thank you for believing in us.
Thank you very much for this vibe. And now, let's switch to the categories that were not tackled by the jury so thoroughly, but nevertheless, they got the possibility to select the best out of the best. And I would like to invite Mr. Kistol so as to award our development partners. Good evening to everybody. Indeed, we do have an important list of the development partners. And I would like to use, first of all, this moment so as to thank all of you for coming and participating at this forum. This is an event that we would like to position as an inspiring moment, an event that is motivating us, an event that is helping us out and is guiding us, as well an event when we highly appreciate all those working in tourism. I would like to thank all of you for the fact that even though last year we were relying on an increasing flow of tourists, we have started a year full of hope. But unfortunately, in February, these hopes a little bit got dispersed. Nevertheless, I would like to thank you for helping out the refugees from Ukraine, the guest houses, the tourism operators, the transportation operators. Thank you for supporting all those people who had to flee away from Ukraine. Thank you very much, and it is highly appreciated the way in which you have reacted to all of this. You considered it timely to show our hospitality, generosity, and kindness that we have. As well, I would like to thank all those who have received these awards. Indeed, they are awarding the work of all of you, and I'm so glad that we have this potential and we have the possibility to appreciate the things that you do. As well, we would like to thank those who are supporting us in developing tourism in the Republic of Moldova. So we have the Ministry of Culture, together with the colleagues from the investment agency. We have the pleasure to have partnerships with a number of embassies and organizations, international organizations. Unfortunately, not all of them are here present tonight, but first of all, we would like to thank the colleagues and those who have helped us with the organization of the respective event, USAID Moldova and Swedish Embassy. As well, we would like to thank all of those who have come up with contributions and have helped us out with the international expertise, EU delegation, UNDP Moldova, the partners with whom we are working in different other projects, as well as the Swiss Agency for Development. As well, we would not be able to carry out what we envisaged to do without the involvement of the colleagues from Romania. We do have a very good partnership in this respect, and I think that this partnership has to be harnessed further on, together with the colleagues from the Ministry of Entrepreneurship and Tourism from Romania, but also with the Development Agency Northeast from Romania, as well with the colleagues from Verdie Moldova, with whom we have gone recently to Brussels, and wherever they have presented the opportunity of actually developing the rural tourism in Moldova. So we will actually distribute all of these awards, because it seems to me that I see only the representative of USAID Moldova here tonight with us. As well, I see Irina. Thank you so much. I have talked today too much. As far as I understood, I took too much with the first panel, so I don't want to speak anymore. But I would like to offer the floor to the manager of the project that is called MCTA. So from the US donor. Thank you very much for attention. I'm so glad that after this day that we have paid so much attention to the tourism industry. I would like to thank you for being here present. USAID, as it has been mentioned by Mr. Director of USAID in Moldova, USAID is a partner that always or better said, since 2013, has supported the touristic sector. And we hope that this sector is going to be developed further on. And continuing the idea of how this war next to the Republic of Moldova has changed our objectives, I would like to say just one single thing. Yes, indeed, it's complicated. But at the same time, this is a window of opportunity for the sector so as to become more powerful, more resistant to this kind of shocks. And in future, for us to be sure that this sector is going to cope with any situation. So we should see the positive sides, because just like the winemaking, sector has been subject to different shocks and embargoes and became more powerful, the same goes for the touristic sector. It's going to be more powerful as a result of all these shocks. We will continue to support you further on. Irina, thank you very much. So all of these awards are going to go to the colleagues of the EU delegation, Polish aid, UNDP Moldova, Swiss Agency for Development, colleagues from Romania, and all the others who are supporting the development of tourism in the Republic of Moldova and believe into this sustainable investment. Thank you very much, Mr. State Secretary. Another special category, actually I would say that the industry has donated a movie that has described the reality whenever the war in Ukraine has started. And we, the Ministry of Culture and the Investment Agency, we do believe that this movie for the entire industry, for the people from the industry, is very important, because this has been the first contact. So for the movie, a small country with a big heart, I would like to invite Natalia to get this award. But this award is for the entire industry. And indeed, I think that all of us have watched this movie. I would like to thank the people from this industry. This is an award for you. So this is the word of the industry. It's going to be under the sound of information. It is going to be displayed publicly. Thank you. This year, the investment agency has had a campaign, the campaign that is called Let's Get Started. So this was a campaign that was rather with very big difficulty conceived, and I would like now to invite a lot of persons over here whom I promised the entire summer time that we would get to another destination, but we didn't do it. So I called them the team. Let's get started. So please come up over here, this team, because you have helped us a lot. So it has been a team that has helped us. They did it out of the passion for tourism. So all these people love tourism, and they have done everything that they did out of passion. I'd like to invite here Mariana for her to introduce the team. I would like to promise to you that indeed I will join you at the winter edition. Before introducing the entire team, I would like to invite over here Vitalia and Andrei. So, whenever we have started traveling, I started actually to travel with Vitaly, and I would like to say that by the end of 2021, so we're thinking that it's good for us to get united more persons because to see what we can do together. People have supported this idea. Initially, I have called about 10 persons whom I have provided this occasion to get or to set up a group of people and with whom we would get through the country, and to travel, to discover the country, because we thought that we shouldn't stay home, but we should start getting to know people and tourism from our country. The people you see now in front of you have resisted the entire summertime. It has been very difficult. All of us have a job during the week and we have to work at that job, while some during the weekend we started to travel. So only in September we have had some weeks of getting rest. Whenever we understood that we actually do a big thing, this has been in August, I think, and the feedback has been mainly from behalf of the people who started to call us. First of all, they wanted to join our team, but it was impossible for us to get all the people willing to join. As well, there have been tourists and persons who wanted to visit all the locations, and we understood that indeed we have an impact. People started to see all of this, and they would not call us touristo activisto, but they started to call us the team we got started. I have been so proud of this title. On the 1st of October, we would restart all our travels. Please don't request for us to join our group because we don't have any more seats in the bus. And now I'd like to offer the floor to everybody. So, Andrei Sprintjan with the platform Moldova on Food and Moldova with Andrei, Lucian Taut, a journalist, and actually she is the one of the most the tourist with the hugest history, and also a blogger, and actually the one who started with promoting and telling to everybody about the tourism. I think that she has already an experience of 20 years in this field. As well, Daniela German. She's a journalist and the voice of Radio Moldova. You are going actually to hear her over there. And everything that you can find out about tourism and culture in the Republic of Moldova will belong to Daniela. The journalist Vitalie Kutsu. So he is indeed an okay guy. He is learning, teaching us not only how to shoot movies, how to travel, but also how to speak. And we also have lessons on the road of Romanian language. And the very last member that has joined our team is Andrei Varnau, the photographer, the driver, and our help. So he's young and he doesn't dare to say no. And that's why he has joined our team, and we are so glad because he's coping with all the challenges. And he's the future journalist. He is the student of Mr. Gutsu.
Și am să ofer microfonul tuturor să se exprime. Da, mulțumesc frumos. Și eu.
And myself, Mariana Iurcu, museograph, specialist in tourism, as well a traveler and a promoter of tourism in the Republic of Moldova. And actually, I think that I'm the newest one on the touristic market. Good evening. First of all, as a citizen, I would like to sincerely thank the persons that I know for all their titanic effort. These are superhumans, such as directors of museums, as well as other people with great passion. I would like to thank them for their effort for preserving whatever we have and to present to all the visitors the heritage that we have, the cultural touristic heritage. So, sincere thanks to all of you. And last year, actually I'm very honored to be here on the stage. Last year I have been just next to the stage, and I was thinking that would be nice, to be on the stage. So dream big, and your dreams are going to be a reality. Good evening. I was thinking at the very beginning, whenever Mariana has called me and suggested to establish this group, I was thinking that this is an idea that should have been implemented many years ago. Being in this area for a number of years, I was trying and trying to show the touristic locations to the public. But this year, I have been over-impressed with the people that we have met. And besides the beautiful nature that we have in the Republic of Moldova as well, we have extraordinary people. Someone was asking, you are working in this sector for so many years, is there anything else to be shown? Because it's a rather small country. Well, we do have places to discover, and I hope for this to continue, because every year these things can change. The things, the locations can change, and the energy can change of these things or locations. So I would invite all of you to travel in the Republic of Moldova. So indeed, we have to travel in Moldova. So the Republic of Moldova is showing the nice places through tourism, and we can actually compete with many foreign destinations. It's important for us to know the place, to know the people, and at radio I do my best to speak about this, because my colleagues can show to the public these touristic destinations. So at radio I do my best to speak out, so for the people to listening, to stir up their curiosity, for them to want to see these places and to get to know these people. I am so glad that I'm part of this team, and together all of us will be able to get to know each other, to get to know our country, and to help the people in this area to do much more and much better. A lot of success to all of you. I think that you have recognized the voice of Daniela. Everyone knows this voice. So I don't take too much of your time. I would like just to mention that not places make the people, but people make the places. Thank you. As well, very briefly, because it's already evening. So thank you very much to all these nice people with whom together we have had an extraordinary travel. So even though these have been Saturdays and Sundays, whenever on our faces we were reading that we were tired, nevertheless we did our best to discover, to travel different places. So we've been so open, and we tried our best to discover people. One important thing is that based on this campaign, we have been focused not only on promoting the touristic image of the Republic of Moldova, people and museums, but as well we have focused on the educational aspect, as well as the aspect of involvement of authorities. Because we have had cases whenever we have shown to the entire people from Moldova that there is touristic potential, there are different sites that have to be preserved, and the engagement of authorities is absolutely binding, and we are glad because somehow we also have gone with some warning signs, and the authorities have actually got involved. As well, we have discovered some destinations that today are in the top. For instance, the astronomical observer from Brânza village that has become over the night a destination to be actually visited by a number of people from Moldova. As well, there is that place from Edinets that has discovered this miraculous place because indeed over there is a link between the ordinary people and let's say those missionaries or the priests. And as well we have a number of accommodation houses, guest houses that have been discovered thanks to our posts. People started to travel over there, and the owners were actually asking how we can a little bit slow down all of this because we can't actually host all of them at the same time. So thank you very much to the Ministry of Culture, to the Agency of Investments. Thank you for your support, for your patience as well, and we hope for this project to continue regardless in what context, in what circumstances there would be. Please follow us up, because on daily basis we are posting different things. Thank you very much once again. I'm sorry for this speech to be so long. Thank you very much, dear team. Congratulations. Thank you very much. So this campaign has been great. We have had different reaches and online interactions, as well the locations that have been present in this campaign are worth our attention. So the locations with over 100,000 interactions or events promoted by the respective campaign. The very first event, or the first, or better said, on the third place among all of these events would be a festival. A festival with an extraordinary impact, with the biggest number of visitors. So it's a festival supported by the Ministry of Culture. It's the festival that is called Festivalul Lupilor. Please, the organizers, come up over here to take the word. Thank you for your appreciation. Actually, a very young project, but very ambitious one. We envisage further on to promote the tourism through culture, and we would be expecting for you to come to the third edition of our festival in the summertime of 2023. Thanks. Hoping for this festival to bring new nice results. As well, the second award goes to the Meșterfaur Guest House. So once again, who doesn't succeed to come up for the award today, please come up to our investment agency. And also the first place goes to Stupina din Codri. But again, they are missing, so we would expect them to come to our agency premises. With this, I would like to actually close all of this awarding ceremony and have a nice evening further on.